Spacestation.
And Beastcoast put another one up.
An easy closeout for Astralis.
Flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control. Grabs one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory from Spacestation.
XSET.
They play it out perfectly.
And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive. Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Rainbow Six North American League. As you may have noticed, we're starting a little bit late. Apologies for the delay, but it took some time to get things online this morning. Tech delays, you have rainstorms in other sports, you got tech delays in esports, it's just how it goes. But things have been moving right along here at the Rainbow Six League either way. We've got our maps lined up for our first match between Spacestation Gaming and Astralis. Want to get some quick thoughts on that? Jacob, we'll start with you.
I mean, look, I really like Astralis, but I think Spacestation have definitely been on a little bit more of an upward swing, so to speak. A lot of questions about exactly where Astralis is meant to be sitting. I think the bank choice is definitely probably meant to work in Astralis' favor a little bit. I feel like that should do more for them in the long run, but Spacestation look like a really complete team right now. Game should be pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I think, Bank's a strong map for both these teams, and I think we're going to get a treat, but I think SSG is the better team, and on Bank, I think you need to be the better team.
Yeah, right now, Spacestation Gaming, the best defensive team in the league, 70%. Bank does lean towards the attackers a little bit more, so if there's something Astralis can get going there on the attack, it is a tough nut to crack SSG's defenses, but this might just be what helps them push them over the edge and perhaps get in there with the offense.
That's right. So obviously we wish we could go a little bit more in depth, but we got to move along. The players are waiting. Here's how the predictions lined up, and look at that. The coin, the only one to not pick Space Station Gaming. I had witnesses when I flipped it. It's true. Jesse
I
was
wasn't there.
I was there.
He saw it, though.
It was tails.
I
Jesse
wasn't
saw it. Some of our production people saw it. And, would I really want to lie and pick that anyway? I don't know.
You can just tell us
But,
SSG.
yeah,
paid you
Congratulations to SSG for winning this game based on the coin curse, by the way.
Exactly.
There you go. That is. We do have historical evidence to back that up, and that's to say, Astralis is still a strong team, but like you were saying, they just don't seem to have it together this stage yet. We'll see if they can maybe put that together now. But I believe that we are already ready to send it over to our casters to get this map started. Once again, thanks for waiting. Let's get the games underway. Pengu and Intero, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. A long delay, but it's Astralis versus Space Station, two interstellar teams, if we'd like to say that.
Sure. Actually,
Very
yeah.
topical, given what we saw with NASA driving the rocket into the asteroid. Did you watch that?
I saw the clips of it afterwards.
A first for humanity.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff.
Clap.
And hopefully this match is equally as thrilling. For those of you that weren't following along, NASA decided to pilot a rocket into a meteor/asteroid to see if it could be deflected. I don't actually know what the result was. I think it said it would take a couple days to know, but either way, very cool stuff. Humanity won, asteroids and dinosaurs 0. So either way, we're not going to delay anything.
Oh, Shuttle.
Just like right now, DP Fire delayed that fist bump from Shuttle. Let's get underway with our very first matchup. Thank you again for your patience. Space Station versus Astralis. Go to Bank.
Interesting map choice for these teams. Both teams they played, of course, and of course it speaks to the dynamic capabilities of both Space Station and Astralis, because you can do so much both on the attacking side and the defending side. And SSG, right off the bat, they're going to remove that operator of Nuke because, again, such a big open map. Of course, he owned the NAL for quite a while earlier in this year. Iconic, he's had his moments, especially at the Charlotte Major.
I mean, I would go with Hot and Cold.
Yeah? Just
In
like
terms
that?
of consistency, I would go with Hot and Cold.
Okay.
Iconic was very consistent at the Charlotte Major, yes.
Yes.
Nobody was for this stage. Iconic has had moments of greatness, but again, he has not been the most consistent. Operator bans are in. A Zofia ban. That is a bit abnormal. We don't tend to see a lot of those.
Yeah, I'm trying to think really quickly in my head, like, what could this specifically mean? But I wouldn't go so far as to say it's like Sophia is going to be a massively impactful operator for a strategy on bank, so to speak. But it could speak to the speak of a zoom scope, or again just like the comfortability of the player who plays that specific operator. The Charlotte's banning Sophia Valkyrie, and SSG banning the Nuke and the Asami. And it's also SSG starting on defense, and they're bringing out quite the lineup right now. They got the pulse for information and the cancel for that extended roam upstairs, because when you are playing on bank, you can't just sit on the bombs anymore. This is not year 1, year 2 Pro League. It is not that simple any longer. And if you were to want to do that, you would need a ton of bomb deny, right? The Echo, the Maestro, the Smoke, maybe a Goyo. And that's not what we're seeing from Space Station. They're bringing out the more capable roaming operators, mute jammers to slow down that drone information, castle breakers to stop lines of sight and kind of restructure how you can approach the map. And of course, you still got Bosco and Smoke who can hold down the bomb set alone if he needs to with those toxic canisters. So Astralis, they got quite a job ahead of them. And because Sophia is off the board from Astralis themselves, they are indeed bringing the Ash here in round number 1. It's J90 who's going to lead the charge on that particular operator.
The telltale sounds of the DMR. And it's not the DMR you would expect. The Buck DMR, the Cammers, CAMRS.
Yes.
I don't know enough about guns because as a Canadian, we don't really have that same culture up there. But I will say, I know that there are certain liberties that get taken with the names of weapons because they are not the actual names, the proper names of them all. DP Fire is down, by the way, very quickly. DP Fire decided to go towards Garage, or even could have been on Repel, and gets shot down by the pulse of Rampy. Rampy had a terrible game yesterday, and he tweeted out that there's no excuse. He just simply needs to be better.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to stay consistent in Rainbow Six Siege, especially when you play a variety of roles. And Rampy, not always necessarily on the post operator, but for Spaces, he's been trying to step up on the defensive side to play more of a flexibility role. Shuttle really struggling at bucket right now, getting open the walls, and of course that hard hatch earlier on. But Astralis been getting rather quick work off the roam clear right now, forcing SSG back at about 1 minute and 45 seconds. But the thing is, because Rampy found that kill earlier onto DP Fire, that just means that you can actually fall back early. You've already bought yourself an advantage elsewhere on the scoreboard, and now you have less to deal with as the attack and lineup. I mean, you lose your second Heart Breacher. All you have now are 2 X Kyro Pellets from Forest and 1 single can opener from Shuttle. You can't really attack server that comfortably with only those few pieces of Heartbreach utility. So I have to wonder now what Astralis are going to do, because it looks like they have to drop a hatch in desperation because they can't get everything opened up that they would like to.
That's a very good point. 1 minute left, still tussling with the castle barricades. All of the hatches have been reinforced, and the buck keeps going to every single one of them, and much to Shuttle's dismay, he finds himself staring at hatches that have been reinforced, and he's not able to get them open with the skeleton key. Instead, the good thing for the buck is that can opener that you talked about, the secondary hard breach gadget. He's still got 2 X-Kairos pellets. That's not enough to open up a hatch from Forest, so desperation does seem to be the name of the game here. But nice pick by J90 on the Fultz. Flashes go down. SSG is waiting for the drop. I don't know what's going on with Yeti's name. It's a bit confusing. Hot and Cold picks up a kill as well. The UMPs seemingly working wonders for Spacestation, as they're both of the kills, and Forest is no more. Forest, the most consistent player on Astralis so far this stage. J90 falls next, and now in the midst of the smoke is Iconic, who gets torn to shreds and finished off by Yeti, who's putting up a really nice piece of work. And the final 3 kills are all his, and he shows it off on camera. Spacestation take round number 1.
I love Yeti. But I think putting Yeti near your opponents and sort of like side of the table is always going to bring you like a small advantage here, because he's always going to be taunting them. And you're up against Astralis, and we see them every single week, and especially at a major event like the Charlotte Major in person, where they will get really loud, and Iconic, of course, will stand up and, of course, also taunt towards his opponents. So I like that kind of chemistry you can have or fighting between 2 teams in the mental warfare. And that's something that a lot of players speak about when Yeti joined SSG for Stage 3, is that he brings good vibes. He's a very vocal, charismatic person. He has that aura, if you will, to bring up the energy and to keep things going round and round, one at a time. And that's something that Space Station, they've kind of struggled with in the past, where sometimes when things don't go their way, we tend to call them like an emotional team, if you will, where they can tilt, they can get upset, as can any team. But I think Yeti has been a great addition for Space Station in this particular department, where it's like, next round we got it, just focus on this one, and then 1 round at a time they can slowly make that comeback work. And they've done it twice already in the first 5 games here in the NAL of Stage 3. Upstairs, completely different story from downstairs. We're going to be setting up deployable shields, reinforcing certain walls to establish like a stronghold. Fultz in this very stable position outside the stock double door. Bolo from TSM also plays here. You just hold down this area as long as possible and stall for time.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because when we casted TSM on Bank just a couple days ago, well, I guess it would have been last week, still a couple days, this setup that we saw by the trading wall, where the deployable shield is, was so critical for TSM's holds and proved to be a significant challenge to flush Bolo out of that spot. Yep. Space Station might not invest the same amount of effort into it if they feel like they're getting pressured by Astralis quite early. And the big thing for Astralis is they've got the pressure magnet himself of Montaigne. You can flush so many people out of their spots as that mountain just continues to move towards you.
I do like the Monty on a CEO attack. You're pretty much forced to go for a lobby attack, which is what Forest is also looking for right now. Going Skylight is difficult with the C4s, the verticality, the crossfires, but if you go for this lobby-sided attack, you can just walk up that red staircase, use your smoke grenades if you want to, cut a line of sight, and kind of help your teammates walk behind you to get up, because it's so difficult to get up past that point of pressure. That's where Yeti's playing right now, holding top main. Of course, we got mirror windows in their direction as well, so Astralis, it's no easy task ahead of them, but they got the right tools to deal with it. The Twitch, the smokes, the Monty, the Flores, tons of utility.
The Monty's going to continue to walk up those main stairs. You can hear the sound of the built-in suppressor, camera? But I think that's a yokai, isn't it? Oh no, that is a default camera. They've left the default up in main lobby. Tisk, tisk. Ooh. Astralis, you have to be better than this. For a second there, it looked like the Yana. There we go. J90 finally gets some sensibility. But Fultz will take full advantage of this. He knows that the Yana is scouting up. He sees the Montaigne, but cannot connect and do even a single point of damage. There were 2 targets for Fultz, 2 tasty morsels. He couldn't accomplish either of them. It's going to allow Astralis to move uncontested up, but Hot and Cold swings through the now ejected mirror window. Down goes Fultz to the Montaigne. Forest unsheathing the pistol, doing some serious damage in the process. Now it's Iconic to try and tussle with Rampy, but Forest picks up his 2nd kill.
2 Monty kills in 1 round, both ADSing in. Now the execute comes still be rappel in. C4 goes out, it misses.
Unlucky for Bosco amidst the smoke. Now there goes the rest of the mirror window. Hot and Cold swung on by Shuttle. I don't think they knew he was in there. Bosco to try and salvage the round, and now Yeti gets one too, but he gets punished by Iconic. Bosco with just a single point of HP. Any bullet through the wall will be his undoing. This is not exactly the position that he wants to find himself in. No HP, no utility, and a gun that'll run out of bullets very... And there it goes. Starting the diffuser down. Bosco will need to retake, but he's Mira. He's going to make a ton of noise in the process, and he has no idea where they're looking. Through the wall, he could shoot the ace, but he doesn't have ESP like we do. The countdown timer continues, 35 seconds. Bosco has no idea. He's going to make noise every single time he crouches, every single time he leans. Small sounds that will be heard by Astralis as they sit pretty in DP fire, knows he's coming, and gets the kill. Astralis finally answer back.
Nice discipline there in that 1 versus 2 from Astralis as well, because they just, they will choose a corner, sit there and play off that audio like you mentioned, because, well, they might not know where Bosco was exactly, but he's gonna be making a ton of noise working through the map. And they knew he was 1 HP by the looks of it, because that pre-fire, we didn't really see it on screen specifically, but Forrest getting 2 kills with Monty, both headshots. I assume they're both ADS. That's a problem. You're giving the Monty not just a 1 versus 1 gunfight, but you're also losing them with a real gun in your hands. So Forrest might have had a crazy outplay, I'm not sure, but he really carried them throughout that round in that first minute and a half. In Spacestation, they think differently of it. They're going to change the bump set around to open area instead, which I think favors their playstyle more. It speaks to the same way you played the basement. You can roam, you can play across the entirety of the map. You can play the basement, upstairs, top floor. It's just about where you want to be, not where you have to be. And of course, SSG can do the classic 1 person, maybe 2 people on the bomb site can hold down the fort and enable the more love the Maestro on open area. So much information can be gained, drones can be shot. And we've seen some historic clutches with that particular operator in open area in the past as well. It was hot and cold in a 1v4. Quite a remarkable clutch back in the past.
I mean, if you think about the players that are in this lobby, you've got a ton of clutch potential.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just on Space Station's side, the amount of clutches we've seen from Bosco and Hot and Cold could very easily fill out a Grant montage, but they don't play for DZ, so I don't know if he's going to do that. As for Astralis, Forrest has clutched, Iconic has clutched, Shuttle has clutched. Speaking of Shuttle, hunting down one player from Space Station, but it's a coordinated effort as J90 gets credited with the kill. Fultz 1-2, but Forrest answers back. Within 45 seconds, 3 people laid to rest, and now the Mute will join as well. DMR bucked to so much damage, and Shuttle is putting it to good use. From above 2 picks, Rampy will end that reign of terror. There's 2 minutes left. There's only 3 players up in the server. This has been absolute pandemonium.
The pacing of this round is absolutely absurd, especially on Bank of all things, because like normally we don't see this kind of fast-paced playstyle, but also that's not the bomb site. The bomb site's downstairs. We're doing a fast take on top floor to sweep out the roamers, and Shuttle, he thrived in that chaos and found 2 kills for his team. Rambi, I will say, in a great position to clutch out for his team. They got those evil eyes from Maestro. They got information on the bomb side. He's got a decent gun for this position. He has got that 1.5x zoom scope. He does have the UMP fire rate being low. Rampy, of course, is a player that we know can hit his shots when it matters the most.
Yet again, these are the same 2 players on Astralis that clutched out in the previous round.
Oh, I like this.
Little known fact about Candelas, they can go through floors, and it's always a surprise when people see that happen. As you can stick them through walls, you can stick them through the floors. Iconic will now try to capitalize off of this late blind. Rampy inside of the bomb site, and the pacing is just all over the place. There's an avenue to get away, but Iconic does not allow Rampy to escape, and Astralis gains the lead.
Yeah, and again, as you said it, the pacing. I said this recently on a stream of mine, but
did you?
Whenever you're in a 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, like we just saw from Astralis, I think the best thing you can do is do nothing, right? Just sweat out Rampy in that 1v2, let the adrenaline fade away, make him get out of that, primal instinct clutch zone, so to speak. And when the pressure will jump through a rotate where he can't turn around, he can't fight back, got shot from, in the back itself, and he just died. So I like when you sweat people out, you take your time. They throw a Candela somewhere, they don't really act upon it. They throw a smoke somewhere, they don't really act upon it. They just take their time. Huge fan of that mental warfare in the 1v2s. It's so easy to throw around just running at your enemy and he's feeling it, right? He's hitting his shots, he's doing good. It's so hard to win when you just play the clock and make him sweat for it. And back downstairs, the 1 bomb site that Space Station day 1, the very opening round, is where we are once more. Different lineup. The Pulse and the Castle not in play. Instead the Goyo and a C4 from Yeti. And you said Yeti's name. He did the caps lock, uncaps lock, like letter for letter, and I'm not sure why. But that's his name today. It's Yeti SSG. That's what I would go about it.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate you shining a light on exactly how you would go about his name. It's what do they call it? The camel typing or something like that? Shuttle's dead, by the way, to Yeti.
Okay.
SSG. And now Bosco takes out Forest. Astralis falling by the wayside as they've lost 2 players in the first 30 seconds. Almost every single one of these rounds has been defined by these early picks, Nicholas.
Yep. The thing is, in the first round, it was Spacestation get that opening kill.
Very early.
On DP Fire, no response. And then the following 2 rounds, it was a trade back and forth from both teams, so there was no real advantage being made with the opening kill. But now in round number 4, we're finding ourselves in that same position. SSG, they get a pick or 2, and now we're chilling. They're all back on the bomb side. They give up the roam clear 2 minutes. Iconic, he just stops the hatch on the side. He injures his teammate. Man.
That was messy. Very, very messy.
This match is something. I like it.
This match is something. What the hell is going on?
You're 3v5. You got a full center. The touchstone wasn't shot. He thought they had no information. And it looked great on paper, but then the execution was just really, really wonky with that injury onto J9O. It happens.
As you pointed out, that early pick onto DP Fire was what set the chain of events in motion back in round number 1. He was the first to die. No response from Astralis. Now, he's last alive. Oh, how the turntables. And it looks like he's going to take a timeout, by the way.
Yeah.
So this is very common. You saw a litany of team timeouts being taken yesterday. Basically, you know that the round is unwinnable. In a 1v4 with no utility remaining other than 2 breach charges, the likelihood of DP Fire pulling off a clutch against Spacestation on a bottom floor defense is nil. There's just no way. Spacestation will hold every crossfire, and the moment you try to breach the bomb site, they're going to find you and punish you for it. So what is DP Fire going to do? He's going to sit there. He might eventually die at the tail end of the round, but he's going to allow the team to talk through what happens next.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't talk with their coach, but they can still discuss the intricacies of rounds 5 and 6 and move forward. It also prevents them from having to take attack timeout. They might still take one, but this is effectively working as a timeout. I'm sure Spacestation is using the same time that is available to strategize, but this is a boon for Astralis, and DP Fire is just going to buy time and wait and let the leaders on Astralis do their thing.
Yeah, and I'm sure some people are going to be in chat be like, oh, but Parker, every round is winnable. I've seen a 1v5 before, and technically you're right. Every round is winnable, and DP5 could just walk on in and just get 4 headshots, and the round is over. Astralis take it, whatever. But there's like a statistically unwinnable scenario, and this is one of those where, like, statistically this is not a winnable round, and it will not be. Impacts get tossed out, fire at the ground, and of course Forceman flank above. It's a 2-2 tied-up game right now, but SSG, they take both basement defenses.
A cacophony of noise and explosions ring out around DP Fire, but ultimately, the elevator lift, the elevator shaft, whatever you'd like to call it, is his grave. Spacestation resolute on these 2 CCTV defenses that they've had so far. Now the problem becomes, which bomb site do you go to next?
Yeah.
They failed at that upstairs CEO defense in large part because they conceded lobby, were not able to slow the Montaigne down, and then because the Monty continued to take map control away from them, it boxed Spacestation out, put them back into Janitor, put them back into CEO, and then Astralis just swung in through the windows and clobbered you from within. Open area was not any better. If you recall, 7 players of the 10 in the server died in the first 40 seconds. So things fell apart for SSG very, very quickly. They're going to gamble back on CEO upstairs. One bomb site that has not been played as archives tellers on the main floor. I don't know if it'll show up or not. Again, a tisk, 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 a wag of the finger, because Spacestation likes to go to all 4 of the bomb sites. But they didn't do that yesterday.
I was going to say they did
not do that yesterday.
Disappointed.
It really got me, okay? It got my goat. Really got my goat.
Okay.
It's a turn of phrase, okay?
Yeah.
Maybe they don't have that in Denmark.
I've never heard that before. It's no surprise that Forest brings back the Monty with that success that they had last time. I like Shuttle on the line as well, just to help emphasize that, you know, if you can box somebody in somewhere, just make them stand still as well. I feel that pressure of the red pings coming out from the scanner. Similar push now as Forest and J9O are hovering towards the lobby side. And SSG now, specifically Ramby and Bosco and Yeti, the 3 people on the west-hand side, the left side of our screen, they're the front players for this attack. I assume that they continue for this frontside push. They have to stand their ground and try and establish a crossfire to punish Forest and the Monty. Otherwise, that's where Astralis will get in successfully, just like the last time around. The thing is, Astralis, they are rotating around, either trying to apply some phantom pressure, just opening up doors and windows and keeping them guessing. But the thing is, when you got the Monty, he's kind of loud.
Look at one change that they've made, though. They've got the Lion to bring in to go with it. So if you're dealing with a Monty staring you down, and Astralis have established crossfires, and EE1D forces you, rather, to make a decision. Do you engage with the Montaigne? Do you potentially wait to die as he continues his advance? Or do you get out of there right into the waiting arms of somebody else? J90 vaults right in. Fultz decides to gamble it, gets the pick onto J90. There's another down by the hallway. SSG,
nice shot.
They're just snapping necks and cashing checks. Rampy goes down to Forest. It's the same position, but it's Forest alone to deal with the rest of Space Station. There's still Frostmats up as well. I actually think now all of them have been taken care of, so Forest doesn't have to watch where he walks, but things are going to get pretty dicey. Fultz a big round, and again, this breakneck pace, trying to make up for all the time that we had to delay earlier today as Space Station and Astralis are speed-running this matchup. SSG takes the lead, though.
That they are. Rambi died the exact same way as last time. It's like proning on the floor, not really fighting back against the Monty. And I like this, aggressive push from Astralis. DP5 opens up the window, and then you got your Iana just jumping in through that window of DP fire. And then things just get really, really messy because you didn't have time to check for frost traps. They saw two of them were on the lobby side. They probably assumed that third trap would be elsewhere. But the thing is, there's two windows. So had you jumped in the other stock window, that entire push might go differently, but it's the wrong choice. So it happens when you have no information to work with. Now Space Station's final defensive round, in regulation at least, it's going to be open area, where they got rushed the last round, but the Dokkaebi the Lion. Shuttle got that double kill, and then SSG fell apart. Ramping the 1v2 could not win it out for SSG. Going 3-3 on Bank, both teams can be happy with it. Of course, Space Station would love a 4-2 split to go to the attack inside. And as Jesse said on the desk, Space Station is the #1 defensive team right now in the NAL with I believe a 70% or 60% win rate on defense.
But Bank skews towards the attackers, as Jesse also pointed out. So
yeah,
you have a good defensive team on a map that tends to be favorable to the attackers. And what ends up happening? Well, it becomes a struggle for Space Station to see if they can maintain that composure and success on defense. So far, so good, but there's still one more round.
Yep. Next could make or break it. Now it looks like Astralis is slowing down their pace for this round. No rush is occurring, no land on the board. Of course, Iconic is on the Dokkaebi. Last time they were applying all this pressure on top of the CO windows. They threw in the Candelas, they rappelled in, and then things just got really explosive. Right now we're droning, waiting, trying to gain information as to where the members of SSG will be playing. And Rambi once again finding himself on the floor of all places, just holding this guide.
Obviously very similar to what we used to see on console at Bank, defined a ton by its repel play. If CEO is where you want to take hold of, and it certainly is on this open area defense. First logic bomb goes off, and a mini EMP as well will follow. Look at Rampy in this rat position. DP fire cut down by Fultz. I don't know if he was over by the skylight or not, but Rampy pops up, and he's having a much better game than he did yesterday. And with it, the fortunes of SSG seem quite favorable. Yeti now taking down Forest as it leaves Shuttle and Iconic as the only two players still standing from Astralis to contend with the entire team of Space Station.
Yeah, and knowing SSG, they're all going to fall back in safe positions like bomb side in the basement because they're not going to give up any free kills on the top floor. They no longer need this space on the map. They've gained what they wanted. 3 kills to their name. Diffuser, I mean, you can see through the wall. It's outside the CO windows. Nowhere to be found for Astralis. It's another messy round.
Shuttle in the same position, upstairs inside a janitor paper, whichever you'd like to call it. He gets a fairly easy pick. He got 2 from that same spot before. That DMR really does hit like a truck. Iconic walks in, a weaker DMR in his hands, cannot contend against Yeti. Yeti also having a very strong game. The supporting cast from Space Station showing up in spades, obviously buoyed by the fact that Rampy seems to have returned to form. Shuttle's position is given away, and then he's finished off by Yeti, as we talked about. A huge first half for Yito as he gets 8 kills, and Space Station walks away with it 4-2 as we switch sides.
Yeah, now we gotta see what does Space Station's attacks look like, because it's always easier to defend an attack on almost every single map. I don't think Bank is that different, because if you're not approaching the map correctly, as saw in that final round from Astralis, it's just so hard to gain a foothold once you lose that first or second member of your team. There are so many different angles to cover, and you have almost no people to do it with. So you really gotta make the most of the 5v5 scenario, try and push that early advantage, and then like play from there. The aggression from SSG really paying off. They're winning their gunfights and playing well together. I mean, Rambi is hiding in the red corner, you can argue, sure, but he did that with 2 team members helping him out. One guy was bottom skylight, one guy was top skylight. They killed the initial drone, baited Astralis in, Rambi pops up, gets a free kill and runs away. It's coordinated teamwork and it's premeditated from the beginning of the round. That's the big difference there between that and an actual red play just hoping for a missed drone.
A very similar lineup from SSG being brought out to tackle this bomb site that's been played now twice before. Spacestation lost it the first time they defended it, won it the second time, and now it's Astralis' first attempt on their very first defense. A Finka coming out for SSG, and a Lion as well, and a Ying. SSG in the final moments of the operator repick blew up this lineup that at one point had a Sledge, a Zero, and a Thermite. Instead of going for more utility, this is a frag-heavy lineup that's coming out. No nades available, so all of the killing will be direct rather than indirect. But this could be a quick one, as SSG have already taken up space on Repel outside of the CEO windows.
Yep, and there's no Warden for Astralis. I mean, they got the mirror windows, which might bring them some value, but they can be dealt with. You know, the Hibana X-Cars can burn through the castle barricade, and the mirror window position is compromised, and Astralis, they're looking worse for wear, and there it is already in the first minute. The biggest issue that SSG had to deal with has been dealt with. Now, Ying and Lion can do their job with the Candelas and the Lion Scan. You can start executing in towards the bomb site, and this mirror window in Janitors, or meeting to Janitors, gives you almost no value because you've reinforced the wall next to it.
Well, it could have been quick. That's what the assumption was here. Spacestation do love this Ying an awful lot, so much so that it is often target banned by their opponents. Not this time. We'll see what havoc can be wreaked by those 4 Candelas and the 2 smokes that are brought in as well. And I like that you note that there is no Warden in play. So if Spacestation decide to smoke off a bomb site, and not, I don't mean a bomb site as in like a single bomb site, I mean the actual A bomb site, which is what the goal seems to be, then you've got a frenzy on your hands. Bosco in, planting amidst the smoke in a safe position. A Nitro Cell could come out, but it won't. Spacestation sweeping through Astralis. Janino taking damage as Astralis have lost 2 of their players, and Bosco sits over top of the diffuser before taking up space inside of Janitor. SSG still on Repel, waiting for a jump out. Astralis know that they are in desperate times. A flash goes out from Rampy to give the position away on Repel. Forrest inside the lobby, stopped, and, well, he's picked apart by the pitter-patter of Yeti's gun. Astralis cannot do anything right now, and unless Iconic can start picking up some kills, this will be a flawless finish to the very first round for Space Station. Iconic can't do anything, by the way, and Space Station does do so flawlessly, taking their very first round on attack and continuing to build their lead over Astralis. They're now up 5-2.
And they do it in such a beautiful fashion. I mean, Astralis, they had that reinforced wall inside of Janitors, and then the mirror got put down. I can't really see anything. And Bosco made a great decision of where to plant. He ran deep in to win the bomb side, did not plant in that default position, and therefore he juked out the C4 from Iconic. And, well, Astralis had no real information to work with. It was guesswork from below. That's forced Astralis to take their tactical timeout now, which I think, look at the round score being 5-2 in SSG's favor. It makes sense to do it now, because if things keep going this way, well, you look at a match point rather soon. With a flawless execute like that from SSG, you need something else to throw at them to really make it difficult, because you said it, Parker, the Ying is on the board. It's almost always banned on every single map, but this time it's not. In the very first round, it cost them.
Well, I mean, Operator Repick is still available, so this lineup isn't going to hold for Space Station if they don't want it to, but there is a Ying showing for Yeti. Yet again, this Operator could be a staple, but SSG did blow up that composition right before the end of the previous round's timer. So it's possible that they can swap off. This is technically Astralis' second timeout, the only one that they're able to talk to their coach on, but if you recall, back on the second attempt on that CCTV lockers bomb site down below, back in round 4, DP Fire took about 1 minute and 30 seconds of just sitting there, letting his team talk to each other and go over the next steps. And I'm not sure it helped at all, because Astralis has not been able to win a single round since that happened. Will this timeout pay dividends? We await. But you are teetering towards the abyss right now if you're Astralis. They are already in bad shape in terms of the standings. The likelihood of them making the fall major is very slim, given how top-heavy the NAL has been and how consistent the top teams have been. But a win by either Astralis or Space Station could throw some upheaval into the scene. right now it does not look good for Astralis. Spacestation looking like the more practiced team, but there's plenty of time for Astralis to turn this around.
Plenty of time there is, but the thing is, SSG, they've blown up their lineup once more. They changed all 5 operators, no real Harpers on the board. Sure, Bosco, he's got the secondary Harpers, the can openers that we say. But for open area, that's not going to give you that much value. I mean, you can get 2 hatches, but the walls and bottom skylight, not going to happen. And when the thing gets on the table and the line, it's usually going to be aggressive. We see 2 members on the rooftop, but we're going to drop down the skylight and get really aggressive here for SSG. It's going to be an early execute for them.
And there goes a Candela and a hop in very quickly on. Yeti capitalizing off of it, breaking double digits, looking for more. Astralis falling by the wayside. Iconic, the only kill, but
Yeti?
It's a triple kill from Yeti. He's feeling one today. What are they feeding this man? 2 minutes to go, and it's J90 in a 1v4. SSG moments away from moving to match point. Look at J90 accomplished. Downstairs inside of open area, flirting with the main stairs, watching the hatch. A single target is all to be had before his position is given away, and SSG can corral themselves and possibly capitalize off of that pick.
I mean, SSG returned the favor for Rampage 1v2. They're sweating J90 out right now, just droning, blinds comes out, you can't really fight back, drops in the hatch.
Oh, and he misses the opportunity as they drop like frogs through the hatch. Yeti a 4K. Almost getting every single kill. He's just racking them up. And that's match point for Spacestation.
I mean, Yeti really is being unleashed in the last couple of games from Spacestation. He's just having these moments where I feel like when I used to watch Yeti back on Soniqs, it was more of like a lurking role he was doing, right? He would stab people in the back, go from across the map, crouch walk around, and maybe somehow, and finding not just 1 or 2 kills, he found 3 in that round, dropping a skylight half blinded by the Yin Candela. But the thing is, what SSG essentially did is that they would throw out the Yin Candela, blind the enemy and themselves, but when you pop the finger boost, the Adrenal Surge, you remove any blind effects upon yourself, just like with the Warden gadget. So it looked like Yeti got team flashed, and technically he did, but because Foles was on the finger and because of the timing of the gadget, well, Yeti could still see in that gunfight against the Alibi, even though she could not. And that just guarantees the kill and becomes so much more simple for the initial opening for them. Basement is on the menu. It's match point. SSG are guaranteed 1 point at worst if they go to OT. But looking at how well they're playing right now and how much the Stars are struggling to figure them out, I don't think we need overtime for this one, Parker.
Yeah, no, I'm going to agree with you on this one. I do not see a way for Astralis to push us to overtime given how they've played up to this point. Struggling on defense through these 2 rounds. Only getting a single kill on defense. That's it for Astralis, and that is just simply not good enough through these 2 rounds. And I mean, it started off with a tempo that is hard for Spacestation to maintain, but they seem to carry it over from round 7 into round 8. Now as we're on round 9, bit of different tools being brought from Spacestation. They do like this pain train style of lineup. There's no Ying present, but they've got a Blitz instead. So blinding potential for SSG is still very much there. And Hot and Cold is looking to go off to the races, but there's a crossfire established from Astralis that stops him in his tracks. And it looks like Astralis might have rebuffed that early push.
Yeah, it's a really good hold there. J90 playing a nice position with the systems on the shotgun and open area, and now SSG, they gotta change their approach. The thing is, when you're attacking team, they change their pace. As a defender, you're thinking, where are they gonna go? They were just here, 3 members, so they must still be nearby. But all of a sudden, well, Force is top floor. There's a player of SSG on the lobby side as well, and now Astralis have to re-figure out where all these player positions are. That's when things get difficult. With Valkyrie being banned off the board, you don't have any external information to figure out the exact whereabouts, so now it's a guessing game. SSG still have half the round to work with. They do have the Ibana that can get every single hatch they want. And because Bosco's on the Thermite, they can even take server. A nice drop from Ramp. He gets 1. That's the room clear. Done.
Astralis has not had a single uncontested first blood in this entire match. And they're just going to feed themselves to Fultz at this point, who picks up 1 kill. Can't get more than that, though. If an Adrenal Surge is available, Fultz will be able to pick himself up, and oh no, J90, here comes the pain! Hot and Cold brings it right to you, and it's Iconic in a 1v5. Yet again, Spacestation have not suffered a casualty up to this point in this round. 1 minute to go, and Iconic is just going to go and try to get a pick for posterity's sake, but it ends flawlessly for Spacestation. Good lord, we just attended a funeral, it seems. 7-2 for Spacestation on attack. They only had one person die. That's it. That's about as dominant as it can get. A disappointing day for Astralis, a disappointing week for Astralis, in fact, the result yesterday. But for Spacestation, that is a huge mood booster. They pick up all 3 points and very quickly have set us back on schedule.
It's extremely impressive to watch because normally we see a very default style of Rainbow Six Siege. This entire attack inside from Spacestation was anything but default. So huge props to them for sticking it through, keeping up the pace, really controlling everything on the attack inside. Very few teams can do it so well as they did in this particular matchup. It was really fun to watch.
I mean, it was an exciting match just to spectate, and if you like Spacestation, you're obviously going to be very happy with those results. For fans of Astralis, you will very quickly try to forget that this matchup even happened.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a fan of Astralis, though, at least you're buoyed by the fact that they will be present at SI, barring the most incredible, disastrous results. Astralis is going to be there. They're going to have to sort their stuff out before they get to SI, though. That is the problem, because if this team, as they look right now, goes to the Six Invitational, it might be a short-lived trip to, assuming it's Montreal or wherever it might end up being. Either way, that's it for our very first match. We got a break ready for you, and then we'll come back. There's still 4 more to go, so sit tight. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Doa, here, along with Caliber Jacob, Jesse J. Chick, and our special guest, Pro Gamer Penguin, here to add some extra Pro Gamer-minded analysis to the desk. But that one was pretty short and sweet, wasn't it? That was a stomping. We got Yeti standing by over in Vegas to chat with us. You know, Yeti, how's it going? Sometimes you just kind of roll over them. You know, it was a fast, quick match. Congrats on the win. I kind of want to ask you about Astralis, though. I mean, we know there's a ton of good players on that team. In your opinion, what's going on with that team right now?
I mean, I think the funny thing to say would be they're saving strats for invite because they already qualified for it.
Sure.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, like, they don't need these points. They'd basically just be playing to win for their own, like, legacy, if you will. But, like, I mean, it's a stage. A lot of teams have bad stages. I mean, look at OXG. Look at Soniqs stage 1 this year. It happens. I mean, they're all great players, and they all have really competitive mindsets. So I don't think it's, like, anything to harp on too hard.
Fair enough.
Yanni, I wanted to deep dive a little bit about your open area defenses. You played the first time in round number 3. You guys got kind of rolled over very fast. It wasn't the greatest of rounds for you. Then you ran it back in round 6. You made some adjustments. Can you talk a little bit about what you wanted to change from rounds 3 to 6 to make open area a bit of a better site for you guys?
I would say maybe give Bosco a more like aggressive operator, so that way if they do try to hit site, he has a better gun, and just a more like maneuverable operator, so he can like move around inside the bomb site. Open has a lot of like natural cover that the map like delivers by itself. So being a 3-speed compared to a 3 armor there, can be the difference in winning or losing a round. And then us bringing some more traps and more mobile operators on the top floor, just in case they want to hit other parts of the map, so we can rotate more quickly and stuff like that. But I think it's the only changes we made. I think I went like Frost, and then Nate Rampy took Oryx instead of Castle, and we dropped the Pulse.
So you guys have been struggling a little bit on the attacks in the past, but today's attacks, I think, were the cleanest bank attacks I've seen in a very long time. What has changed? Like, what was the what's changed basically?
I think it's a little map dependent. I mean, we've played a lot of Cafe this season. When we played Border, our attacks were pretty decent. Chalet, I think, to everyone's surprise, has kind of changed the way it's played a lot. So that map can be deceivingly defender-sided right now. Even in scrims, you've seen similar results to what we had with Mirage, where it's been defender-sided. And then Bank, I feel like, is pretty balanced. I feel like he can go either way. For us, it's like, I feel like it's a very 50-50 map. Like, our defenses and our attacks are about on the same level on that map. And then Cafe, I think that map is just really hard to attack sometimes. Like, that map can just be a pain.
Well, speaking of attacks, everyone knows that you guys are really fond of running Ying, yet the ban that comes from Astralis is Zof instead, which means Saban is still up and plenty of other operators are still there, and Ying is probably like a primary reason for why you were able to win those attacks so effectively. What was your reaction when you saw that, and why do you think that was what they went with?
I don't know if you guys saw this on stream, but when the game started, they banned Zofia. I looked at call out and I laughed like, you guys left Ying up? And I laughed at him. And here we are.
Nothing more needs to be said. I mean, getting the win, Space Station crushing it today. Congrats, Yeti, on the victory. Good luck next week, and thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you so much. You guys have a great day.
As well.
You too. All right.
my boy.
Yeti from Space Station Gaming with the 7-2 stomp of Astralis. I mean, like Yeti said, Astralis obviously, still looking at going to SI, still looking at probably having the points they need to do that, but no doubt this one hurts. I mean, we saw Callout sitting there behind the players at the end of that one. He was clearly not happy.
He was slouched and saying nothing.
Those players are competitors too. They are not satisfied with losses, so I do kind of still wonder what's going on with that squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing to point out, though, is their cost. They're not getting traded. I think that SSG traded beautifully, especially on their attacks. Whereas, Astralis was going for the trades, but I don't think they really got any.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Typically, you take a player that has like high kills, and that's like expected to have high costs. But Hot and Cold, 4 and 3, 100% cost. He's staying alive. If he does die, he's getting traded, or he's getting one of those picks when he does end up going down in the round. So it's nice to see that from SSG. They also won all but one opening engagement, so you can tell they really dominated this map.
I mean, I'm confused by Astralis' overall plan. They understand that if SSG are a phenomenal team playing for trades, then you have to do the same thing yourself. That was a big reason for why they won that Parabellum game so effectively. They played those trades really well. There wasn't a single time that you'd notice SSG got an opening kill and Parabellum had an answer for it. So Astralis probably followed a very similar routine, yet their only real response in this game was just going faster. They decided if it's an all, like a together push all at the same time, that's the thing that's going to win. Sometimes it was the beginning of a round, sometimes it's delayed a little bit, so maybe it's not the expected play, but you notice several times landslide of kills. It's suddenly a 5v2 out of nowhere, or like a 4v1 within like about 30 seconds of Astralis actually making that same push. It felt like that was the only answer, and there was nothing on the opposite side of the ball where they actually made the half switch and tried defending against a Ying heavy attack from SSG. I don't really know what Astralis' game plan was at all.
Yeah, I mean, it was also just great execution from Spacestation, right? Like Penguin said, some of the best attacks you said you've seen on Bank in a long
They were
time.
clean.
Speaking of some of the best play we've seen in a long time from Spacestation, we got round 5. Jesse's going to telestrate it for us, so head on over there.
Get over there.
And break it down for us.
Though this will not be a squeaky clean attack, but this will be a pretty solid defense. And particularly, I want to highlight the Frost play that we saw from Spacestation on this bomb site from Rampy. We'll play it so that we can get into the building and actually take a look at where those Frost mats are placed up. Right here, we got a good angle. So there's the first one that you can see inside here of the stock, and you can imagine how this one's going to play out. You may remember as well, but there's also one at the very top of these staircases, which is going to be a kind of an awkward angle to try to shoot at if you were an attacker with a gun at the top of these staircases. And there's one kind of here on the banana part of the map, kind of out in the open, not really near a window, but it is somewhat surprising. And I think what you really want to understand about this is that Frost mats are not just being used to down careless players who jump inside of windows, but they can provide real obstacles for the attack. Obviously, Astralis, they're trying to push a solo Monty up lobby stairs. There's not a whole lot Monty can do, though, with that Frost mat there, because Yeti's also, of course, playing right next to it. If Forrest tries to shoot that Frost mat, he's going to have to put his shield down, going to be very exposed to Yeti. So it makes it a very difficult problem for the Monty to try to work around. We'll see how he does, in fact, actually get through that. He's going to have to expend some of this utility in order to make that happen. He's going to back off at first, toss in a couple of those smoke grenades. They get caught by the magnets. That will cover him, though, and that allows him to bolt the gun out, take down the Frost mat. Now, at the same time, you might have just witnessed it down at the bottom. We actually had a player jump into the Frost mat. And sometimes that's how they're going to be used, right? Sometimes that is how it ends up going. When you've got a team like Astralis that you know is going to go kind of fast, that you know is going to push you, might be a little careless with their drones, you can get away with that. Notice as well how important it is to help Faults play this position. With this player no longer a threat, he can focus down the long hallway around the janitor door there and be able to play around the shield. It's such a powerful spot for OMI to play. We see it from many, many teams, and it ends up being a very clean round from SSG all in all. Thought it was a bit of an interesting use of the Frost in this case particularly. I wanted to showcase you guys in case you want to rock some Frost on your plays on Bank top floor.
Always do it, because Frost 1.5 is back, baby. That was the main reason why I stopped playing Frost, was they took the best scope off one of the better guns. And I think she's probably still heavily underrated, but I like that she's kind of seeing even more incorporation now after we got that change again. Not many people are saying Frost is a bad op anymore. Remember when she was memed on?
Yeah, I think Frost is more on par with Alibi now. He has the 1.5, has the shield, kind of has like a similar util you put it in front of windows to give you information. And I mean, we saw it work.
Hey. No kidding, yeah. Wins in action from it. And we got another round to check out as well. This one's going to be round number 7. We talked about the Ying getting through, ended up being very impactful, perhaps no more so than this round that we're going to take a look at.
Yeah, probably one of the most perfect Ying smoke executes on this site you are ever going to see, and also proof that you probably shouldn't play it on defense. Here's what's going to end up happening. They've got a Ying. Again, this was not banned. Astralis decided this wasn't worth it enough to actually ban, and SSG love playing it. 4 people on SSG are about to get on Repel and are about to hold different positions against Astralis for this entire round. And the one guy who isn't going to be on Repel for the whole round is Bosco, because he's going to go in playing Lion. At the same time, Candelas go off and smokes cover all of the necessary angles. He's going to go right into the bottom left-hand corner of your screen inside CEO and plant almost immediately, while every other member of SSG holds different angles and ensures that no one from Astralis actually gets a quick window peek, actually makes a jump out, tries to make a play. This is why this site is such an annoyance, such a nuisance to try and defend properly if you have so much reliance on the players who are on the windows themselves. So it takes a second to get going, but Astralis are already prepared for some window play. I don't think they're prepared for how clean of a take this is overall.
Yeah, I think in these positions right now, Astralis feels very suffocated. There's window pressure from lobby, there's window pressure from CEO, and it's a matter of time before an execute happens. And I mean, we're gonna see it soon enough, I think. Where Bosco gets into the deep corner, they have no information. The only information op they have is the Mira and a BP, which just isn't enough on CEO, especially with the smoke.
They're not playing a Warden here in Janitor either to hold the long angle. Here come the smokes. Lion charge the exact same time. Bosco goes right in. Bottom left-hand corner. Usually there's a drone hole right there. Sometimes you can get shot through it, but the smoke has already covered off that part of it. And the kills now come out as Astralis tried to move in to stop this plan from going down. They fail, and now Bosco is the only one who is ever going to enter this map at any point in time for Spacestation, he'll be able to hold different angles, and for the entire rest of this round, all SSG have to do is wait for Astralis to come into their crosshairs.
But thank God there's no Zofia, because what would you do without those explosives and stuns? You only have explosives on Lion and Finka and Ashe and Hibana, and you only have stuns on Lion, Finka, Hibana, and also Ying. So really, that's utility that you're not having on the board, okay?
Why waste a ban on a
now.
Zof in 2022? This isn't like 2020 where we decided we needed to take more fragging power off the table. I think a Zoe ban is something that we saw Soniqs do from forever ago. Not the same situation, not the same meta. Don't do that against a Space Station team that loves playing Ying.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
There you go. Lessons learned, maybe something Astralis can take into next week. For now, Space Station becomes our first victor of the day here, the last day of week 3 rather, in stage 3. Don't go anywhere though, because the day's just getting started. Our next match is going to be TSM taking on XSET. It is going to be action-packed, and it will happen when we return on the Rainbow Six North American League right after this. We are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Joe and Jesse Jacob Penguin here with you at the analyst desk, and we are going into our second match of the day. It's going to be TSM versus XSET. Should be a fun one. Both teams coming off of close victories yesterday. XSET did have to do theirs in overtime, and they do come in as the team with the most to prove against TSM, who has looked hot here in Stage 3.
Yeah, it should be a very fun match between, I think, XSET, who we think recently has looked like maybe the best team in North America throughout at least Stage 2. You look at the major.
Berlin, anyway.
Berlin, absolutely. Yeah. And then TSM, of course, a team that historically has been very good. Long-time SI team that goes time and time again. Won it, of course, but this year have looked a little bit weaker for sure.
Yeah, I think TSM's definitely found their footing, though, with Gasher and Snake. And honestly, I think this will be an important game for both of these teams. XSET needs to win this game if they have any chance of making the major. And I think if TSM wins this game, they've almost solidified themselves as being one of those teams that will go to the major.
Yeah, it's true. It's a tried and true formula so far for XSET, where it's very much the same expected result that we've come to see only in domestic contexts. Obviously, we want to see them do really good in an NAL stage, so then we have even more confidence going into a major, and they don't just suddenly become the fourth seed, so to speak. But TSM is doing something we haven't seen TSM do all year since SI. Be second in both stat categories in both attack and defense. They're moving very quickly. It feels like they've had a good cadre of opponents to face, which means it's varying in overall skill level. It's a nice test to get both those guys up to speed. It's been really good so far for both teams, I think.
Yeah, I think the surprising thing with TSM as we start to focus on them a little bit more here in our pregame is that they played a close match against Oxygen, which is a little bit weird for Stage 3. It's maybe not so weird for the year overall, but Oxygen has not been looking good in Stage 3. So for TSM to kind of struggle to get it over the finish line a little bit was kind of surprising yesterday.
It might have been a case of OXG making a couple role swaps that threw TSM off guard, and TSM also expecting to play an OXG team that was struggling in those areas and maybe wasn't expecting them to make any adjustments. I think there was a lot of, there was a lack of confidence, specifically of OXG really doing much to adapt when they've already kind of doubled down on the fact that they wanted to make that roster change. But TSM just kept on doing TSM things. They still escaped with 3 points in that game, and it was a close contest, but it also gave an opportunity for both Snake and Gasher to prove yet again why they were phenomenal additions to this squad. Gasher, I do not know how you play like that, by the way, but that's impressive.
He's literally trying to enter Rainbow Six, as in he's trying to Tron his way into the game itself through the monitor.
Genuinely,
it's gotta be right.
Who do you think's closer to their monitor, Gasher or Karjeka? Which one of the two is closer?
I think Karjeka, like that guy is literally in his monitor.
Yeah.
Gasher's close, but he's not in the monitor.
I feel like Gasher is like a couple inches away from doing like a reverse like Girl from the Ring thing where he's like gonna go into the screen instead of like coming out. Like it's happening.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the big thing, what you were saying, Jacob, was they had a close game against OXG, but I think it was TSM being cautious. I don't think it was like OXG doing anything crazy good. I think TSM gave OXG a bit too much respect. There were rounds where they were going a bit too slow and letting OXG make the plays, where I don't think they're going to be able to, like, I don't think TSM will let that happen today.
Yeah, I'm really not worried for TSM, right? It felt like that was a game where they went up 4-2 at the half, and then some little plays from Auction maybe caught them off guard, but ultimately they still closed it out. I don't think it was too big of a problem. I think that like one player that we've really seen pop off for them has been Merc. He's been one of those guys that's been really top of the board for them, and it almost gives me little hints. You look back to their 6 invitational run. I know I'm not supposed to bring it up because it's a different roster. I don't care. That tournament was one where Merc popped off and played better, I think, than he's ever played in his entire career, and he's showing signs of that once again. He's really doing well on the entry in particular. He's got a 1.5 entry KDR right now. Back at the 6 Invitational, it was over 2.0, so maybe got a little bit ways to go to get back up to those levels, but it's still the highest that's been all year, and he's still looking very, very good in a lot of these pushes and holds for TSM.
Yeah, Bolo had a really good game yesterday specifically. Merc is showcasing the old Merc that we've been very accustomed to that felt like it hasn't had nearly as much of an opportunity to showcase himself this year. Gasher and Snake aren't nearly as highly rated. They're now tied with Bolo in overall rating, but everybody on this team is positive. Everyone's costs look fantastic. All of them are 67% or above on the stage, which is a very rare thing to say for a TSM team that had a myriad of problems. I think the only thing I want to see from this TSM squad now that they've been established, how deep does their map pool go? Have they made improvements on ones that over the past 2 stages they've been struggling with? And are they going to keep on trying to right the wrongs that they had from those previous stages? I just want to see them expand to more places than just the maps they've won on so far this stage.
Well, they're going to have a chance to do that against their opponents on the other side of the stage. It's going to be XSET, a team that has been a little bit up and down, a little bit of a roller coaster of results for them this season, but they did get that win over Mirage, and although you would like to be it in regulation, over time, at least a win is a win. This XSET team, though, does seem to be still a little bit trying to find their footing here in stage 3.
Yeah, when I talked to Diaz over the weekend, one of the first things I said, I got into the call, I was like, hey man, how's your games going? This was evening, so I was like, how are the scrims today? And he went, not good. And I went, oh.
Yikes.
I feel like we saw maybe some of those problems that they may have had in scrims peeking through yesterday, right? Their pushes were super disconnected when they were attacking on Villa, whether it was Spirits on Monty kind of way ahead of his team, or kind of Spirits and Diaz being a bit disconnected in a 2v4 that they really almost won and I think could have won. It's unfortunate to see maybe some of these problems on attack creeping up for XSET. I think something similar on their offense happened against Soniqs earlier in the stage on Clubhouse, where sometimes, again, it's kind of Spirits getting a little bit over aggressive or just ahead of the team when the other guys really aren't there next to him, they aren't backing him up. And I don't even think you have to blame that on him. I think a lot of the time it is kind of just a team cohesion. They need to be faster or he needs to be slower. Something has to go a little bit better for these squads if they want those pushes to come through for XSET.
Back me up on this if it's something you agree with, okay? Mirage so far has gained a reputation of being very, very aggressive when it comes to defenses. They'll play up in your face. XSET didn't seem like they were a team that was really prepared for that kind of thing. So when Mirage play more passive, all of a sudden XSET's composure kind of gets thrown off. It means, wait a second, we're expecting to meet them way earlier when we enter the map, but for some reason it's taking a long time for Mirage to actually make those engagements. So I feel like XSET maybe came in and Mirage had a bit of a tempo change. It's a good thing that they recovered from said tempo change, but I think that was what threw them off initially.
Yeah, I agree. I think another thing though is XSET, I don't know if it's the update where the nerfs to the LMG or whatever, but I feel like XSET's almost lost a bit of their identity. They were this very aggressive team. They were going to win every gunfight they took, and now they're not taking as many gunfights. They're not jumping out windows. They're not making these crazy plays that XSET stage 1 and stage 2 were doing. And I think
everyone's kind of taking their identity though, isn't it?
I think it would be good for XSET to not change how they play, but like reassess and get everyone back on the same page again.
There's 2 aggressive flex players that I really want to highlight on both these teams. I've talked about them both already, but there is a little bit more to say. First of all, Spirit's coming through, and despite everything that I said about him being a little bit disconnected from his team, he was the MVP in that match yesterday, right? He got so many kills on the defense, either holding down the site with Kino or roaming around site or off the site with Gomez. Each round you could count on him to get 2 or 3 kills, which I really do think added up for him. He was fantastic in that most recent game. And then you take a look at Merc. On the other side, playing some similar operators often does like to get in and aggressive. Second highest EPS of anybody, only behind Blaz right now, and he is finding multi-kills 31% of the time. This is something I like to track. That means that he's not only getting his one and being like okay, average, keeping the game in the same state, but he's at least giving his team an advantage or fighting back that man count in almost a third of all rounds, which is an incredible stat to have, and it really does push TSM forward.
Yeah, indeed. Merc's been on fire so far this stage. We'll see if they can keep it going on the map that will be revealed shortly as the bans are in. Let's see where we're going.
Well, we start with Cafe Border, 2 permabans, nothing too exciting there. We were never going to see those maps today unless things got really crazy. Villa going to be taken out. Last Playday, TSM, of course, ended up losing that in Stage 2 against XSET, is what I'm trying to say here. 7-4 in Stage 2 when they last played that match. TSM also a 3-game losing streak there, and XSET won it yesterday, so it makes sense to take it out here. And then Clubhouse coming through the final ban. XSET looked really rough on Playday 3 when they played against Soniqs, so it makes sense to take that out of the pool as well.
If only for these last couple of maps, it's a more limited selection, I think, for TSM. Or if they end up going back to a map that they've played so far, it's one that they haven't played nearly as much as Theme Park. That would be the one that they've played the most out of these last 3. So no Oregon, which means it's just down to a Chalet pick or a Theme Park pick for XSET, who themselves haven't really played either of those 2 maps that much this year by comparison to their other big 3. So XSET will take the one they've played 5 times this year off and go for Theme, which so far this year they've only played 3 times. They have won it earlier on the stage. They won it 1 time in Berlin, and the 1 time they've lost it was back in Charlotte. But for TSM, we don't really need to go into their reputation on Theme this year. 3 straight losses in Stage 1, decided it wasn't worth it, took it out of their map pool, then went back to it, won it this stage. Bit of a weird one for both teams, I think.
Yeah, I think both these teams have felt a bit rocky on Theme Park at times. I think XSET hasn't played it in the past, or played it very little.
Very little.
Played it twice, undefeated, but
yes, but I would say it's not really in their map pool or their perceived map pool. Whereas TSM, Theme Park's always been in there. People have said, oh yeah, TSM plays Theme Park. So it'll be interesting to see if XSET brings something new and surprising for TSM to deal with.
Probably going to need to, but it's time to make some predictions. Time for us to say who we think is going to win. We've got all the data. Time to make a choice. And first, we're going to send it back over to our casters, Penguin and Taro, see what they've got to say. So, how'd your predictions for game number 1 go? We didn't get to do this before the last one.
They were great.
Good?
Both
all right.
And they won.
There you go. They did indeed win. That was a little bit easier one to predict. This one's a little bit trickier.
No.
TSM or XSET? No, not at all?
No.
Well, make your prediction.
TSM they've lost so many times in Theme Park that they gotta win it back to back. They won it and they played it in Stage 3.
Sure.
Gonna win it again today.
All right.
Yeah.
TSM.
You can't keep losing on it. It's impossible.
TSM for Silent Bob over there as well. All right, there you go. 2 for TSM. Thank you, Pengu and Taro. We'll check back in a moment when the map begins.
I really hope there are more people that get that Silent Bob reference.
I'm sure there's some
I
people out
hope.
there. It's not that old. Come on, they just had like another, movie that was like kind of reboot. It wasn't necessary.
It wasn't a reboot, but yeah.
People like it. Moraps is the best one. Anyway,
sorry.
Let's move on to our desk predictions. Jacob, go ahead and start us off.
Yeah, it's genuinely just a problem of one team still having some things to fix. I think the identity problem is interesting, mostly because both of these teams were notorious Finka users back when, like, before the nerf, and now I wonder how much that actually does seem to affect XSET. I do agree with Pengu's point. You do not go to Theme Park, especially after losing it 3 times in Stage 1, if you're not confident in your complete restructure and maybe even a different way of playing the map altogether. So I'll take TSM. I like XSET as a team, but that loss against Mirage yesterday doesn't really inspire confidence against a TSM team that's doing better.
Fair enough. Pengu, or a Penguin.
Oh,
we got a Penguin and a Penguin. I knew it
finally happened. It finally happened.
Oh,
no.
Well, go over to that desk. We're going to bring him over here.
I'm done.
You're casting with Parker now.
Well, my prediction is going to be the same as Pengu's. I'm going to go with TSM.
All right.
But I don't know. I don't think Theme Park's XSET's map. That's why I'm going to go with TSM. I don't know if they've played it enough to be fully comfortable on it yet. So I'm going to go with TSM.
Fair enough.
I'm
Gonna be the contrarian?
No, I'm going to back them up. Because although they did have a great game against Auction earlier in this stage, right? They beat them 7-2. OXG's attacks on Theme Park looked really, really rocky. That was when Auction were very much in a state of everything's kind of going wrong. They don't know how to fix it. They made some really bad mistakes in that game. Not that XSET played horribly on it, but I do feel like TSM are the much stronger team right now. They're much more stable of a roster. They feel like they have everything going in their favor. So I'm also going to go TSM here. I think they figured out their Theme Park, and I think they're going to take another win on it.
I think that's logical. Everybody going TSM. Let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads TSM, tails XSET.
I almost dropped that.
It needs to be XSET.
No, I just I just want to make an extra good flip because we didn't get the first one on camera.
Okay.
Oh, it's heads.
Uh-oh.
The coin says TSM.
Uh-oh.
There you go. And we know the fan vote says TSM.
TSM.
Uh-oh.
Right? I mean, there it is,
I lost the
obviously.
fan vote.
Obviously. So by, process of historical evidence, everyone has picked the same thing. Therefore, the other team will win.
One of us needed
How
to
it goes.
sacrifice.
TSM doomed.
Which one of us could? Oh, wait.
Sorry.
Wait, no, put the percentages
Too late.
back.
It's over.
Put the
It's over.
percentages
We're
back.
already moving
Locked
on to the
in,
community
Jacob,
poll.
locked
It's
in.
way
Hang on,
too late,
hang on.
Jacob.
Which one of us could have...
Are you actually going to change it?
No, you could have sacrificed.
Sacrificed.
I can
I
sacrifice.
gotta make sure I got a good
I was just-
percentage.
Why does he
You know
have to? Why don't you do it?
Don't make
Hang
the
on.
guess the sacrifice.
Hang on. TSM are going to get this win. I'm flipping my prediction. XSET's going to win now.
Are you really?
I'm going to do it.
He's
Change the
throwing
doing
graphic.
it.
points for
We changed the
for
graphic?
Switch it up.
We
Just
call
switch
this
it up.
throwing for content.
Yep.
Yes, we
We do it. There it is.
This is throwing for content. Okay.
All right.
Now we're good. TSM's going
Watch
to win.
now.
Cool.
XSET's
Brave
gonna
man.
win.
We're
He's
good.
gonna get the percentage.
It's a brave man. We've got one for XSET.
had
We'll
some
see
to
if
spare.
that's enough. He doesn't really believe. He just wants to play the odds. Let's see what our community poll is. Let's see what happens. Which team will have a lower average cost today, TSM or XSET? I see what
Lower.
you're trying
They're
to do.
tricking them.
I see what you're trying
Bolo
to do
stands,
there.
don't fall for it.
We'll see if the
gonna do it
TSM
again.
fans actually read the question before they vote TSM. It hasn't gone well before. That's going to be it. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, the game begins. XSET versus TSM. Who's going to take it? Find out in just a few on NAL.
Oh, hey everybody, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in for our second matchup. You might have seen that I didn't say a single word during predictions, and that's because I prefer to let the match do all the talking.
Wow, such a smooth talker. Really.
Thank you.
With how game
Are you
one
talking
went,
about
they
me
could...
or TSM being the smooth talker? Because I think that they're going to win.
You can both be smooth. Smooth couples make great couples.
I'm not in a relationship with TSM, so.
Not yet.
But you know what TSM is in a relationship with? Winning.
Oh.
They've been doing a lot of...
They've been doing good, they have.
They haven't been doing good. They've been doing well.
Great. Fantastic.
No, I'm correcting your grammar.
Okay. It's kind of low blow to bully a foreigner regarding their, foreign-speaking language capabilities.
Give me a
Because let's
break.
try it in Danish, Parker, shall we? Hvordan har du det? Går det godt? Ja, god dag. Ah, fantastic. All right, so you didn't say a whole lot, but you did great, sweetie. Don't worry about it.
I hope production is enjoying this. You could have said anything right there. I have no clue.
Oh, I could have thrown them, for a run there.
Yeah.
Could have had to cut the audio, but no, I was being nice. I was.
That's very kind of you.
I was asking about your day, how's it going, and yeah, I was feeling like great because it's been a great day so far. First game was a banger. Second game should be one as well.
Day has been great. It's been really Danish.
It's been very Danish. We went for a walk today together.
We did go for
that
a
was
walk.
wonderful.
While there were some issues connecting to Twitch and YouTube and all other platforms that we stream on, we decided to go grab some coffee. So we went for a wonderful walk in the Los Angeles heat. It was great. It was very warm out.
Yes, it was.
I'm confused as to what's going on right now on our monitor. Why is his jacket half on and half off?
Yeah, that is... Oh, I mean, okay, so... Yeah, actually. I assume that's because like he's cold, but he doesn't want to play with his sleeve on his right arm. A jacket sleeve at least, because he has like a gamer sleeve on, but I don't know.
Great deduction there, young Nicholas.
Just roll your sleeve.
We're going to Theme Park, by the way. TSM squaring off against XSET. Different stories for these two teams. XSET have not had as strong of a start as we've come to expect. They currently sit in 5th place. They were actually in a major spot until Spacestation absolutely demolished Astralis in the very last match that we witnessed. Spacestation now in sole possession of 4th overall. That's pushed XSET down to 5th, as you can see on the top scoreboard right now. XSET enters with 8 points. A victory here, getting all 3 points, would catapult them up to 3rd, tied with DarkZero, just behind Soniqs and TSM. TSM and Soniqs are tied in 1st right now with 12 points apiece. If TSM get all 3 points right here, right now, that leaves 9 points remaining for this stage, and that puts them, frankly, an excellent spot, because nipping at their heels, all the teams have 8 points if they win out from here on. That means that 9 plus 8 is 17. TSM will have 15 points. They are only 2 points away from clinching a spot in the major should TSM win. Mathematically, they could clinch a spot in the major actually next week.
Wow.
If they win their matchup on Playday number 7. But that's just us talking about the stats. The player stats are especially interesting. TSM's had a bounce back stage. They were in the basement of North America for both Stage 1 and Stage 2. Significantly improved, adding Snake and Gasher to the roster. We talked through the operator bans. Nick, is there anything that stands out that you want to address?
Asami is open and being played in round number 1 by Merc, so I think that's the outlier right now. You can also say Valkyrie is open, but honestly, that's more of like a 50-50 these days. More and more teams are willing to, 1, play the IQ, and of course 2, just deal with the Valkyrie, the old-fashioned way of looking for cameras as you're journeying throughout the map. But yeah, all eyes on Merc and Asami. We know Merc loves to play this operator, plays it very aggressively, plays it front heavy, can use it to fall back, of course, or reinforce a position. Speaking of operators, XSET out of the gates. It's Spirits on the Monty again. We saw that yesterday on Villa, where the success with the Monty was not really quite found from him, but he's trying again today with newfound confidence perhaps. And Diaz on the Ying, another execution-based operator. And I like this. When you're playing theme park attacks, kind of like Oregon basement attacks, you also need to bring out some utility operators. You can't just walk through a map and expect success. You need to brute force away one way or another. And with Nuke being banned, you just don't have as many grenades available to you. You only really have 4 you can run. 2 on Sledge, 2 on Iana. Then you don't have a lot of ADS clear. So I like this setup from XSET. See how TSM they deal with it. They are bringing out the Tashanka, which I don't know, I guess Gasher is a Tashanka fan or something, but I don't know why we're not playing Smoke in this scenario. You get the same stuff. Maybe it's with a better gun. I don't know.
Who knows?
Who knows?
I mean, Tachanka is not that outside the norm.
No, he's not a bad operator.
He's not a bad operator.
Not at all. It's just like, preference-wise, if you do Smoke versus Tashanga, Smoke wins in like 95, if not higher than that, % of cases. So it's just a bit peculiar, but it's not bad.
Do you want to? Did you crunch the numbers? Is that the?
I crunched the numbers twice, sent them over, and those are the results.
Oh.
And Yagi gets a kill.
And it's on to Merc. So Azami is down for the count, and the Nitro Cell does almost all of Spirit's HP, but he will soldier on. They've got him back on the Monty, as he was yesterday in the matchup with that wonderful Black Ice shield. That will continue to take up space as he moves towards this Bunks Daycare defense for TSM. I mean, the Shumika launcher, by the way.
The Shumika launcher can very easily take out Spirits, right? 1 take of fire damage, and he is injured at the very best, dead at the very least. The very worst.
I think it would actually kill him.
I think he would die as well.
I think he would die as well. And he's going to try to walk into Daycare, Bunks rather, and he can't do just that yet. Instead, the Selmas will go off, open a small line of sight in. Bolo under fire. XSET's guns hitting their marks. Gomez with 2. TSM didn't know what hit him. It leaves Gasher and Achieved up. Nobody from XSET has perished yet. You hear the Candelas go off. Gasher with the jiggle peek. There goes the Shumika launcher, but Spirits evades it somehow, taking no damage. You can't fire through that shield. Gasher completely blind, but he'll fire away with the Shumika, and it finally does kill Spirits. Yaga goes down to Achieve. TSM have made this more winnable, but they're still in a very tough spot, and Gomez is having a baller first round. Now it leaves just Gasher. A 4th kill could be on the board for Gomez. Yaga got one earlier, so there's no ace potential, obviously. And there it is. Gomez, a 4K. Put the F2 in his hands, and he does pretty well. XSET start off strong with a victory on their first attack.
One of the worrying things about TSM, even back with their Miracle Run in the Invitationals, where they beat the odds and they won the entire thing, is that Merc will often be the playmaker or the person to fall first for TSM, especially on the defensive side. Normally we see Merc on like Vigil and Asami if Asami is open, and he will play very, very front heavy, typically with very little support. And then that first previous run that we just saw, that exact story played out. Merc is very much alone, very far forward in the defensive side, on an operator that recharges the gadget over time, right? When you play Lee Sin, when you play Womai, when you play the Asami, you will get more of your gadgetry over time. The last keep it barrier, you get about halfway through the round, so if Merc dies early, you lose a lot of value on this particular operator, and it's one of my few critiques I have of TSM right now, is that Merc doesn't seem like the best person to put an operator that needs to stay alive for longer than he is, just because of how aggressive that he plays, but I love the fact that Merc is applying all this pressure to his opponents, just unlike the operator that he's doing it on. By the way, I would say Merc usually comes out ahead more often than not, so of course it's not all value lost. We are changing the bomb site though to Armory Throne instead. This is usually where teams they start their defensive half because it is typically seen as the best bomb site to defend on Theme Park, pretty much regardless of what operators are banned or not. You can in-by trick the walls, you can ban trick the walls if you want to, you can roam extensively. There are so many different ways to play out this bomb site, and TSM, they're opting for a bit of a 50-50. They do have impacts on 3 different operators. Some of those are on site, some of those on the roam. TLDR, they can play a very dynamic round here across multiple floors of Theme Park. That's exactly what they're doing. Gonna look for drones and slow down XSET's offense.
Well, they've actually put a gun in the hands of Spirits, by the way.
Yep. Usually it's one of those, if it doesn't work, we swap off it. And honestly, the Muncie wasn't that it didn't work, it's just that they didn't need it, right?
Yeah.
Gomez just found the kills.
Well, yeah, they basically just needed Gomez and maybe one person droning him in. That was it.
That was it, yeah.
Very simplistic take, I know. Yesterday, we talked about how Spirits is a feast or famine style of player. He either drops 2 kills or he drops 20 kills. There is no in-between. And yesterday, he ended up top fragging with like 17 kills, I think. Today, it's the Gomez show, though. He's 6-0 with still half of the round to play out here in round number 2, as he just dismantles Bolo and Snake, stretching his numbers. And he's playing on that Thatcher utility op, was on Twitch previously, so he is not necessarily the first one into the building, nor is he the one responsible for getting the first picks, yet he's doing it nonetheless.
Yep. It really is a matter of XSET clearing out the roam very effectively right now for TSM. I mean, sure, they trade 2 for 1, they lose Sledge, lose their only set of grenades, but I would say if XSET can deal with the last roamer of Achieved, who was roaming at least 2 seconds ago, and I believe that, yes, he still is, they're going to be in a great spot. The clock might be problematic. There's a minute to go, and we haven't really started doing any of the breaching yet. We still have impacts on Merc on the bomb site itself, 1C4 from Achieved, so things can still go south for the attack inside, but usually teams, they struggle with the roam clear. That is not the case for XSET. They've done a really good job in that first stage, or stage 1 rather, of this round.
Waiting out the storm now. TSM hears explosions all around them. They tried to patch up some of those holes that have been created with the Kiba barriers from Merc. No more available. We're starting to hit the end point of this round. 30 seconds to go. Merc off site in pursuit. There go the EMPs, Candelas to boots, and some smokes as well. But Merc just totally stops Kino in his track. It's a hot drop. Merc is prepared for it and grabs yet another. Can out dual spirits. They burst into the bomb site. It's an even 2v2 though. Things started off very bad for TSM, but they're in much better position. There's no diffuser to be found, so kills are the name of the game for XSET. Achieve just has to ensure they can't get to him. He needs to hide, but he runs in. I don't know if they knew that. XSET made a huge blunder not having the diffuser. And then Achieved misplays it off of information that he thought might have been correct, but ultimately wasn't.
Yeah, so when Merc swung the split door in that 1v3 before the hatch drop, he killed the one member that had the diffuser, and right when he did that, well, the other two, they dropped instantaneously to try and get the refrag, and obviously Merc didn't realize he killed the diffuser carrier. I don't think XSET realized until they're on the bomb side, and Achieved also had no idea, so from Achieved's point of view, it looked like a 1v2 with 5 seconds left. It makes sense for him to try and approach the bomb side, thinking that they're probably going to be planting. I have my 1 versus 1 gunfight. If I win that gunfight, the last guy will just have to stop planting or stick to plant, and either way, he has a chance to win the round. So just a lack of information there, and what looked like a possible throw ended up being carried out in a success for XSET. They win the round 2-0, and TSM, they gotta start getting around on the board because this is theme park defense. This is where most teams, they thrive the most, and so far TSM cannot find any success. I will say though, XSET's roam clear has been phenomenal so far. Decision making has been simple yet effective.
Back downstairs they go to Throne, trying again. TSM having some struggles on the theme park is not outside of the ordinary. It was talked a lot about by the desk, about their consistency issues. Well, I mean, I guess they are consistent on theme park. Consistently not the strongest, but this is not the start that they wanted for TSM. Obviously struggling to get some kills on the board. So far only 5 kills through 2 rounds. Not going to cut it against this XSET squad when Gomez has more kills than your entire team.
That he does. 6-1 to his name. Merc playing very aggressive once again on this outside door to the balcony of Cash, and it gets read out by XSET. They're holding it from spawn. They're not really approaching it in a rush. They're taking their time, drone out the area as well. And then it's gonna burn almost the first minute off the clock with XSET just being on the roof and being all the way outside where they started the round. So TSM's, presenting a problem for XSET right now. Now the question is XSET gonna speed up, get aggressive, shut it down, or they're gonna continue to take their time, because then all of a sudden the clock becomes a utility piece for TSM they can leverage against the attack inside. So they're doing a good job so far in this round.
Oh, Merc is really flirting with trouble right now at the top of Dragon Stairs. He's not the first one to die, though. Yet again, TSM on the wrong side of that first altercation, losing Bolo. Gomez in hot pursuit down below, trying to track down Merc, but he's escaped into the midst of the bomb site as Gomez stands outside empty-handed. Achieve tussles with Diaz, and Achieve dies. There's just no fighting back from TSM right now. They are feckless against this XSET attack.
That they are, and I mean, unironically, we know this because we can see all the operators, but TSM could in theory hide on the bomb site with impact grenades and deny the Ace from breaching any of the walls, and then what is XSET gonna do, Merc fights back, finds 1 kill, that's that's Gomez on the Twitch off the board, but you need more than just that, and you're not gonna find it because Diaz is right there waiting top of yellow stairs, and now in a 4 versus 2 with Snake and Gasher, well, they're very far apart. 1 member on the bomb site, 1 member off the bomb site. They need to find 1 apiece just to neutralize the numbers. With 45 seconds left to go, XSET, they can take their time and figure out what they want to do next.
Diaz still searching above. They've only lost Gomez on XSET's side of things. He was 6-0 to start off with. The similar drop from XSET will come in now towards Split, as there go the smokes, there go the Candelas, to try and paralyze both Gasher and Snake. What can be accomplished from these 2 newest players from TSM? Gasher already under fire, can't out dual spirits at all. Kino with diffuser at the halfway mark. Snake on the flank gets 1, 2, a third as well. Snake makes it work. Suddenly it's him versus Yaga, but Yaga's got the upper hand. Upstairs. This is good coverage from XSET. They just need to sit on the diffuser very patiently as we hit 30 seconds. The timer will continue to work against Snake. He's a single bullet away from death. Yaga almost assuredly knows that. Yaga in position. He'll sneak up. Snake looks for the swing, gives his position away. Yaga can just kill time. That's the name of the game at this point. 10 seconds to go until it hits the point of no return for Snake.
Oh.
And Yaga's so patient. Snake's going to take the engagement. He knows exactly where he is, but Yaga just backs away, and Snake won't have enough time. Yaga gets it based on the timer, and even though Snake gets a quad kill, it's too late. It looks pretty, but it doesn't accomplish the goal. XSET up 3-0.
It was a well-played round from Snake, but it came out way too late. I mean, if the flank had happened 10 seconds earlier when that initial push came from XSET, maybe you can help out Gasher before things get shut down on the bomb side itself, and then you have a round on your hands. But in a 1 versus 4, yes, you can get 3 kills, but the bomb has been planted. And what that means is the post-flank can be played beautifully by Yogg, which he did. He didn't even fire a single bullet as the attacker. He just took his time, danced around the corners, and played the clock down. Well, you get the 4K, but you don't get the round. A tactical timeout being forced here from Pojoman, the coach of TSM, who has to talk some life into these players because right now it's looking like a really, really rough start for them.
Yeah, I would agree. Really rough is absolutely correct. It's just not TSM playing their game, frankly. They've been outmaneuvered. They don't really fight back on attack. Bolo, I don't think, has had any success on his offsite play. Merc hasn't really had any success either. They've been just getting shot out of the sky like clay pigeons for this XSET squad, which is in stark contrast to what we've seen out of XSET on a few occasions where they start slow, but they're able to find their footing and then keep it close. I mean, hell, look at yesterday's matchup against Mirage as a great example of that for this XSET team. And one of the things that we talk about when we mention XSET and Astralis as well is that historically they're never really out of a match. They can always claw it back and be competitive. But when you give XSET a lead, it's so seldom that they lose it. TSM as a team have performed so much better this stage, but they're still working through things with their 2 new players of Gasher and Snake. And while they've looked comfortable, there's going to be hiccups. You're not going to win every single match. There's going to be setbacks. I don't know what Pojoman used that timeout for specifically, but if you're a fan of TSM, you're hoping that it's given them a bit more confidence because it does seem like while TSM have some issues, confidence is certainly one of them.
Yeah, and you know, we can speak about TSM's roster change and how it can be difficult to adjust to a new climate, but TSM looks better with this current roster than it did in Stage 1 and Stage 2 in the past. Whereas XSET, they haven't made a single change. Only XSET and Astralis are the 2 teams that have made 0 changes to their core roster between the stages. And that made me question, like, yo, XSET, are you good? Like, do you feel like you just have the best players in the market? Or do you feel like you don't need a change? And when XSET's slow start to this stage, I was thinking maybe they made a mistake in not changing something up, but they are looking better and better Playday by Playday. And right now, as you mentioned, a very quick start from them. I mean, Gomez at a fork in the opening round, and then no one slows down. But as I say that, Gomez is off this round. He gets shut down by Snake on that opening engagement. You still got Spirits on the Monty, you still got Diaz on the Ying, you still have your utility members, but your most lethal gun is now gone from the attacking lineup. And this is what TSM needed for this round, especially taking down Gomez, but they still got more things to worry about, of course. And XSET, they are being slowed down. The smoke is on the table now for Merc, who's going to play very front forward with that, with the FMG in hand. Get that 1.5x scope, use these Toxic Babes early in the round to slow down Spirits from entering where he wants to go.
Well, there goes, opening things up for Kino upstairs in cash. Gomez had those first 2 good rounds. Since then, he hasn't been anywhere near effective and has been on this revolving door of operators. The Jackal, not obviously beneficial, getting caught out on the very ensuing fray. Speaking of ineffective, that smoke is effective at pushing Spirits back, not doing as much damage as I'm sure he would have hoped. Spirits still on the Montaigne. Kino engaging. Snake decides to push it. I don't know what he was thinking there, but it allows Kino to get a relatively easy pick and retrieve the diffuser. Candela's going off. Merc next one lined up, but he's got the Monty breathing down his neck, and there goes the shield. Pistol out. We've seen the Monty do some damage so far today in both of these matchups, and their Spirits to continue the trend of this shield menace. Down goes Merc. TSM had the opening pick. They've now fallen behind in numbers, and XSET with the final 30 seconds here can make some noise.
They can. I really wish TSM had reinforced these walls and played a more passive style because it seems to favor them more, but now we see Monty's walking on in, and Diaz can follow up momentarily.
Gasher far enough back that he can watch this cross, but the Monty spots him, and Gasher knows that he's in a bit of trouble. He misses out on an opportunity against the Monty. It's a shield smite that comes in with Kino cleaning up on the kills to leave Achieved on yellow stairs. Toiling and tussling and ultimately shut down by Diaz. The timeout does not work. The first pick does not work. Neither good enough to put TSM over whatever hump they're dealing with right now as XSET are up 4-0.
I was really hoping that the tactical timeout from Pojo on TSM's side was going to be, guys, we got to change our playstyle around, or up rather, because this is not working out. I was expecting like a really passive hold, reinforce the walls to top yellow, to office, reinforce the walls from bunk beds in towards that China security area. But instead, that does not happen. They're still playing with open walls, deployable shields, and what happens? Well, Monty will walk in, he will force you off that position, and you're just going to go all the way back towards the bomb site, and you lose your entire win condition. I feel like when you're up against this lineup from XSET, punish the fact they're not playing any, Thatcher in half of these rounds. Punish the fact they're only bringing the Ace by Bandit or Impact tricking it out. You have so many different tools and options, and TSM seemingly choosing the same set of operators, or at least the same playstyle of operators, time and time again. And this round is not really any different. I like to go into a new bomb site. I like this office situation they got going, but this is statistically the weakest bomb site on this map. So statistically, not the greatest choice, but it might favor them more based on how they played, how everything works out, of course. But Spirits, again, just gonna bring them onto, because why? It's working. If you don't shut down Spirits when he's playing the Blitz or playing the Monty, he will bring it every single time until you end up punishing it. So it's up to TSM to force him off this operator, rather than for Spirits to give it up himself, because why would you? Gomez started off hot on Twitch. He's back on operator as well for this round. So everyone's comfortable from XSET. From TSM, I think it's a very opposite story.
Spirits with 6 kills again on the Monty.
Yep.
So picking up where Gomez left off. Despite it being 4-0, that's not an impressive kill tally from XSET. I mean, yeah, you've got the 2-6 kills on both Spirits and Gomez, but nobody's really running away with it. And then you've got a lower kill total for 5 rounds, or 4 rounds of action for Kino, Diaz, and Yaga. There goes Merc. I don't know what was happening there, but Merc is gone. Again, XSET formidable. They'd surrendered first blood in the previous round, but they're right back to where things have been all so far this match.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up killing Kino there, from Merc's point of view, you get the hard breach. Bolo finishes the job instead, so no Selma charge will be in play for now. This means TSM, they can play it back heavy, but the difficulty, of course, will be the Monty and will be the Ying. That's what XSET's current situation will be, to problem solve this situation. Soft walls to the bomb side favors TSM's ability to rotate around the map, but with all these smoke grenades, 6 of them, 2 on Monty, 2 on Ying, 2 on Twitch, there really shouldn't be a big problem. They have the tools to deal with it. Bull, of course, can see through it, so he will be a threat. Gasher's Toxic Babes can also stall it out. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Plenty of time to go about this.
So these TSM players are underwater in terms of their stats as well, and need to be able to hit their shots properly. Gomez dies to Bolo, so TSM getting an answer back and now have the advantage in terms of man count. So Bolo will decide to take the engagement to Spirits and actually win that one out. XSET trying the same strategy, but TSM seemingly have figured it out now and can handle it much better. XSET have just under a minute to head to the bomb site. Yaga and Diaz can clutch, absolutely, but they're outnumbered, doubled up on by TSM, and neither of them are particularly close to one another. Yaga trying as he might, and he's doing a lot of damage, but he gets swung on by the shoddy Bugatti of Gasher, and now it's Diaz alone. He's got a lot of targets and a lot of bullets, but he's just simply out-muscled by Bolo. TSM find themselves getting on the board in round number 5, and if they want to come back and to keep this one close, they're going to start here now.
Bolo's aggression got rewarded with 3 kills in that round. Even got Spirits and the Monty in a peculiar position there, and that really sealed the deal for them. And nice, as you said, shoddy Bugatti, is that what the term was? From Gasher.
Yes,
yeah,
that's correct.
I like that term a lot. They do still need a second defensive round, I will say, if there's any hope for them. I mean, if you go 5-1 down onto your attacking side, you better have some like SSG bank-style attacks in your pockets, because you need every single thing to go in your way flawlessly, if anything. The final defense will be on bunks. So we've seen bunks being brought out 3 times now on this final round, thrown twice in a single office round. That is how TSM's 6 rounds have looked like. And as we tell by the score, they have not found a ton of success. Orbital lineup, I like what they're doing now. They are bringing out the Kaid, which of course will help mitigate any heart breach that they might be bringing from Kino right now. So they have 2 spare reinforcements. We can see top left of our screen, the HUD. 3 now as they stop reinforcing a wall. I expect them to have reinforcements ready for the mid round to reinforce off the bomb site walls if that's what the playstyle is they want to go with. Whereas in the previous Bunk's defenses, they had 0 spare reinforcements. It was not even an option for them if they wanted to. Still got 1 to go. And yep, side walls have been reinforced. They've changed their mind. Any EMPs in the attacking lineup? No. 0 EMPs, no Thatcher. These walls will stay intact, assuming you can defend that Kite Claw from the 2 grenades of Yogg. I like this adjustment from TSM. I think it's the right approach. Question is, you're going to get too cute, too aggressive on the roam. Because if you lose 2 members early on, those walls being Kite Claw does not matter a whole lot because you don't have the manpower to hold on once that execute comes through.
All quiet right now. This Bunk's defense significantly slower than we've seen out of these teams.
Or not.
Maybe not. Gomez trying to kickstart that offense for himself and himself alone. Again, pointing out that all 6 of Gomez's kills came in the first 2 rounds and were absolutely impactful and crucial for XSET to win, but relied on the rest of the team to cover that ground. Look at the patience of Gomez just waiting. What are they waiting on? Is it map control? Is it the Candelas to go off? Is it the all clear once they've sorted through that there's nobody in that position and they don't have to worry too much? All we can do is speculate, but great patience from Gomez to sit there on the Amaru.
Gonna wait for the execute to come through. The sound of the Candela should be the telltale sign of the Amaru, so that's when you go in. It's a distraction, if anything. But so far, we are still waiting for XSET to push that button to go. Gomez still ready with his gadget, and this should be it.
Oh, Snake catches Spirits looking the wrong way. TSM the opening pick. Does it snowball from here? The answer so far is no. Both teams trade out 1 apiece, but Gomez is in the window. There's that patience paying off. But TSM is slaughtering this advance, and they shut down XSET's attempt to get in and get out in time. It's 2 in a row for TSM as we switch sides.
And they need that 4-2 split. We can work with this for both sides. XSET, of course, will have to defend, which can go in a similar fashion as TSM, where you have a hard time in the beginning, or it can just go very, very well for them. I like this attack from XSET. I think Gomez, had it turned out differently with that second kill of his, perhaps that round plays out differently, but he ends up only getting 1 for his troubles worth for that rush, which is not quite enough in that scenario. And we are indeed starting downstairs in Throne Armory for XSET's side. They are bringing, again, that kind of mixed batch of operators. They can play both passively, they can play aggressively. Kite Claw, Mute Jammer speaks to Wall Deny on the bomb side. The Alibi, the Valkyrie, and the Asami speaks to the early roam and slowing down the attack from TSM. This also means that if you lose your roamers, your sidewalls will still be covered by those pieces of utility. We already see Jammers being put down. Then the question is, will the hatch above be opened up or be reinforced? Because that's where the Kite Claw is the strongest. It's always going to be on those hatch positions, as they're so difficult to clear from the middle of the bomb site. And Valkyrie will indeed go for that reinforcement. So if the roam fails, the site is very stable. If the roam succeeds, this is a very dangerous round for TSM. They need to shut it down, try and get that early advantage, and then work their way through the motions of all this utility. And that's the thing that TSM did not do that good of a job of on their defense. It was the utility game. So I like seeing the difference here in playstyle from XSET.
First half, by the way, just in case anybody's curious. 4 first bloods for XSET, 2 for TSM. TSM burned their timeout. First blood is not a given indicator of you going on to win the actual round, but it certainly helps. Snake is going to give his team a leg up as he kills Spirits. Spirits deciding to swing the doorway into Cafe. It's ill-advised. A second could be found on Aquino with the grenade primed and ready, but instead it goes on to Gomez. Kino was the intended target, it sure seemed like, but now he's repositioned.
The shadow.
Also, would you like to do?
Sorry, that was it.
You want to say the shadow?
Do
you believe in the power of shadow?
He saw the player's shadow, but didn't realize it, so he almost lost the kill.
Still ended up making it work. TSM's comeback is quite impressive right now. 4v2 with over half of the round to go. Again, early action happening fast and furious. XSET barricaded inside of the bomb site. Diaz and Yaga to contest whatever TSM will throw their way. They have plenty of time for TSM. What do they want to do now? Go back to Discovery, figure out where these last 2 players from XSET are located. If you can determine that they're both in the bomb site, then your job becomes a lot easier. But we don't know exactly if TSM have figured that out or if they're still wary of somebody being roaming.
I definitely think step 1, figure out if it's 1 or 2 members on the side, and step 2 is which walls do you want to breach? You've lost your thermites, you only have your Selma charges. There are impacts, 4 of them on the defensive side. If they get used correctly, it might not matter in this case, but if they get used correctly, the breach should not go through. When you keep finding these kills as TSMR, the round is basically over. This lineup right here from Diaz is a guaranteed impact trick on the wall, even against a crouched exothermic charge on that maintenance area. It's a very good angle, and Diaz has to find 4 apiece here to win the round.
I mean, he has a good idea as to where they are, but he can't outduel Merc. Try as he might. TSM shuts the door on a potential comeback. XSET won 4 rounds to start off this match. TSM now streaking of their own as they've picked up 3 uncontested.
And it's really pretty much off the back of Snake in that round, right? 2 opening kills, 1 with the gun, 1 with the grenade to follow it up afterwards. And that really has been the story of Theme Park so far. If you clear out the room successfully, you pretty much are guaranteed to win the round. Looking at the previous rounds, of course, that can change. TSM, they didn't even need to breach any of the walls to the side because they found another kill vertically onto Diaz, who was on that Valkyrie operator, and that just made the round so much easier for them. Now we gotta see a bomb side change up from XSET. As the frustration of losing Throne Armory occurs, they're like, well, Bunks is next up on the list, and again, decisions to be made. Opening up the walls or keeping them closed. TSM's lineup right now can of course change with attack or repick, but it's pretty stable for the moment. Bolo seems to do most of the flexing job for TSM. Hovering the IQ, showing the Thatcher. I like the Thatcher pick for this specific attack because if they want to reinforce the side walls, you can then open them up. And given how passive XSET played last round with both playing the Mute and the Kaid, it makes sense to assume they might do it again. So this really makes sure that both Gasher and Merc can utilize their Heartbeats gadgets if that is the case. And if it's not, well, Bolo's a free gun that can just go crazy if that's what he wants to do instead. 4 grenades from TSM as well. Again, utility is the name of the game for them. And XSET, they are bringing the Frost, which is not as common on Theme Park as other maps, but I know that XSET likes both the Capcan and the Frost Operator in general when they play Rainbow Six Siege.
I think there's a spot for Frost on this map, obviously, but yeah, not exactly a meta choice, but
she didn't get buffed. She got her scope back.
She did, yeah.
1.5x.
I think the bigger thing, and why some teams do like to bring Frost, as they've stated in interviews before, is that if you feel that your opponents are particularly sluggish, or on the inverse, you think that they're just going to rush in as quickly as they can and not do their due diligence to drone things out, then you end up with Frost providing an immense amount of value. Because just like Capcan, just like Legion, these trap operators are designed to catch you off guard when either you're going too quickly or you haven't done enough work and are now having to go quickly because you've taken too much time. As we saw yesterday in matchups where the Frost mats actually netted some kills, especially on that Villa game that you and I casted between XSET and Mirage. Frost had incredible value because teams were too slow, and the lethargy ultimately leads to sloppiness, and sloppiness leads to you getting into the mat.
There was a statistic that Ubisoft released many years ago where it's like the higher the rank you were, the higher frequency of Frost trap you would get trapped in. Just like, you know, we're going fast mentality. Like, I know what I'm doing. We're going to just walk in this door. Frost trap. So, oh, there we go. Wall gets reinforced at the 1 minute and 15 second mark. The shield does get left behind here. So it's a soft timer for XSET saying, we got the clock that we want. Now we're going to play passive on side. This is where Bolo's Thatcher pick really comes into play if there had been any wall deny operators from the side of XSET. Now there's no Mute Kaida Bandit being played from them, so it won't matter. But this was the box that TSM ticked early on saying, in case this happens, we got it covered. Merc trades 1 for 1. It's Merc who takes down Kino and gets straight back by Yogg. At 4v4 now. TSM, they're still in this.
Yogg took a lot of damage in the process, but again, still upright, as we saw yesterday, and as we've seen many, many times, but referencing the match yesterday because it's so recent, even if you have 1 HP, you can do an awful lot of damage. Late Kiba goes out. Diaz has been downed. It sounds like by a nade. Could be a Cheats, could be Snakes, who knows? Bolo now in the midst of the toxic fumes, side by side with Gasher. they can taste the bomb site, but they can't quite get in just yet. They have to watch the cross. Down goes Yaga. Diaz has been retrieved, so he's back up. Suddenly, XSET is winning every single gunfight, seemingly certain that once they get Gasher, as they do, they break TSM's streak. XSET do not allow TSM to tie the game. So close yet so far, and XSET stretches their lead again back to 2 rounds.
One thing that breaks my heart is whenever you go for an execute like that TSM just attempted, there was a very big kind of difficulty in their execute. Basically, their breach from Merc on the Ace, it was a vault hole into the bomb site. It is so difficult to jump or vault through a rotate in towards the bomb site, fighting multiple angles, toxic babes, etc. And it really made TSM hesitate, it looked like, because you can't just step in, step out, clear an angle at a time. Once you press that space button, you are fully committed to that action. Otherwise, you gotta look away from your opponents to jump back out of the bomb site, and that is so messy. So a very small detail there. The fact it's a vault hole in towards the bomb site makes it way too difficult. And it's why the Thermite, of course, is the simple choice. But even if you got the Ace, even if you got the Habana, make sure to, angle and aim your gadget a little bit further down to allow yourself an entry point that is easier if that's your intended goal. Now, if you're ever afraid of the defenders using your own hard breach against you for rotation, you can make it a vault hole. Then you as an attacker get a sound cue if they go for a flank. But again, if it's your intended entry point, that is not what you want to be doing. Makes life a little bit too difficult. 5-3 now in favor of XSET. Actually opening up the hatch for TSM, it sounded like, on that alibi secondary shotgun pistol. And TSM bringing the same lineup with one exception. Merc is on a looser gun, I would say, on Sophia. No longer being leashed onto a hard breach operator where he has to stay alive for a bit longer. And that might speed the round up, because if you recall, the previous round on Bonk's attack was an incredibly slow round for TSM. And it was only really because XSET fell back and reinforced the side walls that they got the ground in the first place. Gasher opened things up. He killed the Spirits. He's had a quiet defensive half so far, I would say.
Yes. I would say so as well. Spirits, again, either he goes 0-5 or he goes 15-5. There's no middle ground. Spirits started off strong, as did Gomez, but then Spirits has gone quiet. Gomez picked things back up yet again and broke double digits for his team, as has Snake. And again, Snake has been huge, and he had that 4K impactless clutch, if you recall, where 4 of those 10 kills came from. Ultimately still cost TSM the round, because by the time they did get that final pick, the diffuser was past the point of no return. Not much else you can do. If Snake can keep things up, keep measures close, then TSM can claw their way back into this matchup. But again, First Blood is not a definite indicator of success. It gives you a huge advantage, but the team that gets First Blood has not won every single round so far. Oh my. An engagement.
Awkward.
That is an awkward engagement. Absolutely. Gomez looking for more than one, but that's all he can get. Bolo loses a bit of HP, but ultimately gets the kill in the process and can now take control of the top of Dragon, getting to pivot towards that throne defense down below.
It's a hard decision to be for a Chief to make there, because either you swing the gunfight and you stop the Roma from falling back to side, or you take the risk of maybe losing your gunfight and then you play a 4 versus 4. The good thing with TSM is that Bolo was on the balcony rather close, so a trade comes out for them, and that heavily favors a team who already had the opening kill, which happens to be TSM. And because Bolo, again, he ticks that box, bring the Thatcher, they can actually get these things opened up, whether it's the hatch or the wall. They got tons of options, only because of the EMPs being brought out. Now Kino might try and trick this. He is downstairs below, but no, it won't matter. Exothermic charge is too fast, it goes through.
He also has no Electric Claw in his pocket, so unless he had retrieved it, if it was in a position to grab it and try again. But a moot point, nonetheless. I don't know if they're trying to clear out the Electric Claw here. I don't know what the intention of that nade from Snake is, but it is not successful. There's an EMP to go. The Claw is in a position where it can very easily be naded, and they're not going to contest on the side of XSET. Instead, Kiba barriers will go out. Merc just sustaining some damage, and now as they filter on through, somehow TSM wins that engagement. Kino with the sidearm can't do much. Yaga, the last man standing, as Bolo goes for the plant. Can it be stopped in its tracks? Down goes Snake. Yaga can get there in time. It's not enough to kill Bolo. The diffuser goes down, and now Yaga will contend over towards Split, but Bolo does Bolo things, and TSM takes the round.
What a chaotic round. I mean, the Asami could have ended things right then and there, but a bit of a potato whiff goes out, and well, no one from TSM seemingly died from it. Kino, I believe, got 2 kills, but forced onto his secondary sniper pistol, which really is not a great gun to use. We saw it here, the struggle A lot of bullets flying out, but no kills occurred. Then it was a good decision there. Both Bolo and Snake instantly looked behind them to see, okay, where is the diffuser? Because there's 2 seconds left. And thankfully, one of them, that was Bolo, picked it up to get that plant down immediately. Snake tried to cover, ultimately fell to a wall bang, but it bought enough time for Bolo to get the clutch. And that has triggered a tactical timeout from XSET. They now, second team, both teams use their tactical timeout now, want to discuss what is going wrong and how to turn this boat around.
If you were the coach, what would you assess as being the problem?
I think right now, for XSET,
walk me through it.
I think they're suffering the same issue as TSM on their roam. They're either playing A, too loose or too far apart, losing members without trading one another, right? Because Gasher gets an open kill, nothing happens, no one fires back. Then you see Alibi roaming. Sure, Alibi kills a Chief, but then dies to Bolo right after. No trades are occurring, so you're always losing one more man than you're gaining, and then you're playing from that disadvantageous position. It looked like XSET had that round because they're playing safe on side, the walls are reinforced, but then, what do you know, Bolo's playing Thatcher. So that really is more of a false sense of security because those walls will get opened up and they're just going to be storming through. I think the roam game is everything for both teams. If they both fall, so they both struggle. Let's see if TSM fans, they mess up this poll. Which team will have a lower average cost today, TSM or XSET?
Hold on a second. Do you think they messed up the poll?
Yes.
10 seconds.
Show us.
Oh!
They did not! I mean,
learned.
either they're learning. TSM fans, you're learning. We're very proud of you.
Good job.
XSET will have the lower cost. Right now, I don't think that's the case. We don't have active cost numbers, so I'm not entirely certain, but they're ahead.
I actually think, if I had to guess, based on like the trades, the plans, etc., I think the cost is surprisingly close between these two teams. Obviously, it's 5-4. The round score is also close, but I actually think it's relatively close numbers. Not gonna lie to you.
You ever just have a good stretch?
Yeah.
I just stretched for like 15 seconds.
And it was
you know
good?
What? I feel wunderbar.
Wunderbar.
Oh, sorry, that's not Danish.
No, it's not.
How do you say wonderful in Danish?
Vidunderlig.
No.
Yeah.
Nope. Not even going to try to attempt that at all.
Okay.
In terms of cost, I do agree that it is probably even. Gomez and Snake have been topping out on their team. Bolo not too far behind. Again, I want to just point out that not all of Snake's kills have been the most impactful.
There it is.
First pick is Gomez.
And it's Merc off the board again. Usually the first to fall. XSET now. You asked me, what would the coach say? Well, if you get the opening kill successfully, now you gotta play a tight round of Rainbow Six Siege. If you die, someone's better be nearby to trade you back because now you have the initial advantage. Don't fall alone. Don't leave Yaga upstairs to die for himself because then you surrender what you've gained, fall back together, or stay together, and that's what Yaga's gonna do. Well played so far for XSET, but we still got half the round to go.
This Nitro Cell has no target nearby. I mean, maybe. Wait, maybe. Maybe, Yaga. What do you know that we don't know? He's pinged it for his team. He's sitting perilously close to a soft wall, though, and could be subject to a bullet pen kill. Instead, Yaga wants to take engagements with his gun out. There's nobody from TSM nearby. TSM doing this with a single hard breacher, by the way, and that's just the Thermite. They've lost the Selmas. When you're attacking this lab bomb site, those Selmas can be so handy to open things up, but it's more on the shoulders of Gasher, who's now used both of his exothermic charges. This round has flown by, Nick. Only 45 seconds to go.
Yep, TSM's checklist right now is to do a bit more verticality. One member stays above to clear these angles. Then either gotta go through bathroom, hallway, or into that bottom arcade position, but we got Goyo canisters on the bomb side prepped and ready. DS and Throne can pull for a flank, hold the arcade stairs. There's 30 seconds left. TSM, it's going to be difficult for them.
Oh, and Snake getting softened up through the wall. He marches forward towards the bomb site. The flame's still in front of him. Gasher down for the count. Snake taking some damage from that fire. Bolo now in a position where he's been downed and killed. XSET coming back alive. They can move to match point here. Snake is the last one standing, and he gets swung on. The kills came in very quickly, but once they did, XSET just toppled TSM in the gun battle department. And now it's XSET on match point. They've secured themselves at least 3 points out of reach for TSM.
And XSET played the exact way they needed to, right? They played super tight. No one swung out necessarily. No one died to the vertical play from Achieved, which is massive, of course, because that would be an individual loss. And then when the execute finally came through, you're popping the Goyo Fire canisters. You're trading every single member, right? I mean, only one member of XSET died, but upon that death, 2 kills went back from XSET. So again, just furthering their lead in the man count department. And that really has been the story so far. Opening kill does not mean you get the round, but it sure makes it easier. You gotta play accordingly. If you're playing in a 2 versus 5, you gotta swing. You gotta play super aggressive, try and just play absolutely, you know, balls to the wall playstyle. But if you're playing in a 4v5...
What to the wall?
The balls to the wall. Yes, sir.
You can't say that on TV.
Yes, you can. I said it yesterday and you didn't make a single comment about it, so I can say it again today.
Oh, my bad.
Bolo actually... surprisingly was showing the Monty, but it's on Ossa instead, so that means Bolo gets a gun and still a shield, if you will. If you count the Talon shields as a real shield, I think they count.
Do you count it?
I count it.
Okay.
I saw one of the TSM YouTube videos actually about, you know, it's about it's like a trivial question video that they had. They were like, how many shields are in the game? And then there's a big discussion like, does Ossa count? Does Clash count? Because they said like ballistic shields or whatever. There's a lot of people in the YouTube comment section that was very angry about that particular question. They're like, that's wrong. So, yeah, that's a soft topic, or a hard topic to talk about at least.
I fashion Ossa as a shield operator because she can carry the shield
exactly,
with her.
right?
And when she's got the shield out in front of her, it makes her very similar to a Fuse or to a Monty or to a Blitz.
Thank you. This is why you're my favorite caster.
Shouldn't you be your own favorite caster?
No, that would make me egotistical. No, are you
I think that would make you. I think that would make you confident.
Okay, that's also. I mean, ego and confidence are, you know, they're similar.
Gomez will take the engagement right now. Nade goes in though to dislodge him from his spot. This bunks take from TSM. Need to be quick. They can't win outright. They have to go to overtime to accomplish that. They got the tools at their disposal, but are struggling to gain a foothold inside of Cafe. Down goes the shield. The follow-up for XSET not there, so Bull just pull out another shield. Maybe not try the exact same thing.
It's a hard position to be in right now because TSM is going for a very limited direct attack, and it's, well, they got a really strong hold on for XSET. They got impact grenades, toxic babes, and a crossfire and a shield, so I don't know if this is the right approach at TSM. They might have to reconsider their options right now. Just slow things down. Diffuse, of course, is on the balcony outside, so that seems to be the entry point they want to approach, but I don't know if they can.
Well, drones flying in, XSET punishing them for that, swatting them away like the little flies that they can be. Surya gates back up. Kino sees the Ossa. I think there can be a reset on the gate leading into Cafe, which would mean either damage to be taken by TSM or a little bit of utility, but it has not been reset just yet. TSM strike first. The grenade takes out Gomez, but Spirits answers back onto Bolo. The gate has been now brought back, so that's a Candela burned off. Kino on arcade stairs, punishing Achieved, but he gets blinded for his troubles. And now Snake is the one that's taking some serious damage. He's in pursuit of Spirits, and Spirits will be finished off as Snake on yellow stairs is doing significant damage. Yaga the next one to tussle with TSM. Kino will be a pivotal player right now, but so too will Yaga. And he gets both with Kino finishing things off. And we were wrong in our predictions. TSM looked mighty fine, but XSET, they had the answer today. 7-4, they get all 3 points, and they're much needed in the standings. TSM still first overall, but you know they're not going to be happy with this performance.
Yeah, and it all comes back to the first 6 rounds, right? TSM on defense lost the first 4 in a row, and that is essentially where, statistically, they lost this entire matchup, because you need more than 2 defensive rounds on Theme Park, unless, again, your attacks are absolutely phenomenal, of which TSM's rounds, they weren't necessarily, but they got 2 attacking rounds to their trouble's worth. It just wasn't enough.
Well, maybe NAL is a little bit closer than we had thought. TSM are not demoralized after that victory, and it's always nice to see the smiles on their faces. Some teams obviously taking a loss harder than others do. Despite the setback today for TSM, they are still in a very favorable position to make it to the major in the fall. XSET competing obviously for one of those 4 spots, and by picking up 3 points here, have now shot up to tie with DZ at 11 points in the standings and sit in a current spot for the major. But there's 3 more matches to go. Nick, Yep. Stokes and Blue will be taking you all the way for the rest of the day through those matches. You and I are done for the week, but the matches, of course, are not done. The analyst desk is up next after this break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Like glue, the leather stuck on me. I wanna move. And you, yeah, they all want a piece of me. Everyone in the crowd wanna feel it, they wanna be me.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Joey, here, along with Jesse, J. Chick, Jacob, Caliber, or Caliber Jacob, depending on how you want to say it, and Penguin. And guess what? XSET did it. They took down TSM, and you snuck in there with that sneaky XSET pick at the very end. Huh?
Represent, man. Ultimately, I was doing it because I was hoping to flip the curse, but I'll take the up on my percentage, and it's good for XSET to get the dub.
I mean, it turned out the theme park curse for TSM was a more real one today, but let's talk to Yaga over in Las Vegas, standing by to chat with us a little bit about that game. Yaga, you got the win over TSM. Coming into this one, first of all, congratulations. Coming into this one, though, what was kind of the plan? What did you have in mind to take down TSM?
We didn't really have much in mind, to be honest. We just figured we'd go theme. We knew we were better at theme than them. So we just picked what suited us the best. We weren't really counter-stratting or anything.
All right.
Yog, the attacks yesterday were not the greatest from you guys. You did struggle a little bit coming through. Today you start off with 4 straight attacking wins in a row. What changed between yesterday and today, and that made those attacks so much better?
We just had a slow start yesterday. We weren't like bringing the energy in the first half, and then once we realized we're down like 2-5, we kind of need to start winning. Then we kind of started picking it up, and even going into today.
You guys were very, you used a lot of smokes. You had 4 to 6 smokes on most of your attacking rounds. Is that because of the nade change, and is it something we can expect more in the future?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the nade change definitely is a big reason for that, but I don't know for sure if you'll see it a lot in the future. It was more just for like this one map, I think.
So far, there's 3 games left. It's been a good stage for you guys overall, and I know that there's sometimes that conversation about for the first 2 stages, it was a 4th place finish for you guys, and you kind of like barely snuck in because of that, and then went on to have a much better performance at both of those majors than a lot of people assumed. So what do you do for these last 3 games to make sure that you actually lock in top 4 earlier than that?
We just gotta stay motivated and keep the energy up. You know, like the first 2 games this stage, we just were not motivated. There was no energy, or the first 3 games actually. And then as long as we can keep what we're doing consistent, then like we'll be good. We chilling.
All right. You know, Yagi, you've talked about energy a lot in this interview, but I'm not sensing a ton of it from you right now.
Oh, come on.
Before I let you go, I need you to go yay XSET in your loudest voice possible. Just do it. Just do it.
I can't give you a loud one. I can give you a yay XSET.
Yeah, go for
That's
it.
all I can do. No, I just gave it to you.
Oh, no, one more. We got to be ready. They weren't ready. The cameras are rolling now. Go for it.
Oh, my God.
Yay XSET.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
all
Congrats
you
on the win over at TSM. Good luck next week. We'll catch you later.
Thank you.
Gotta put him on the spot like that, man. Come
Yeah,
on.
of course. Yeah, I mean, you can't talk about energy in my interviews and not show any energy. Come on, Yaga. Come on.
It was good,
Boy,
though.
it's just Yog Dog.
It's the Yog Dog. Hey, I mean, he put up the numbers. XSET got it done over at TSM there. But yeah, I mean, a little bit surprising, right? I mean, TSM coming into this one looking very strong. XSET strikes back. Like today, they were winning those gunfights. They were doing kind of what we were talking about before the match began. They looked a little bit more like the old XSET that we remember in stage 1 and stage 2.
Yeah, surprising, but good surprising, right? I really was missing out on this XSET. We want to see this team succeed because they've been such a strong team for North America in the past, and now to be able to come back in after a game against Mirage yesterday that really wasn't, I think, up to expectations from them. I'm happy to see them back bouncing in against TSM, and really those first 4 rounds, starting off with 4 attacks in a row, not an easy feat on Theme Park, so for them to start so dominantly in that sense was really impressive.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly. Like the first 4 rounds is where XSET won the game. Winning those 4 attacks put themselves in like great position, and I think like them getting the entry picks as well. They weren't perfect on entries, but they were definitely a lot better than yesterday.
If only because we saw a more tightly contested second half where we saw TSM, it wasn't even trying things out of their wheelhouse, but it very much felt like they were better at getting the ball rolling. They were setting the tempo, so to speak. XSET did that for those first 4, and that's the entire story of this round. Because it was a 4-0, TSM put themselves into a hole that ultimately was just like too much for them to come out of. It's still the same TSM playing the way we kind of expect TSM to play. It's still the same XSET. They did understand when they had to tighten up on some of those defenses, like on that lab defense where they didn't roam nearly as heavily, didn't get aggressive, didn't swing, and then TSM just comes into lab and dies. That might have been the one time where we saw XSET doing something maybe slightly out of character, but still, it goes to show that both teams were still usually playing like they did. XSET was just better today.
Yeah, I mean, XSET, I think the biggest thing was their smoke play. On attack, the defenders would have a crossfire on the Monty, they'd have a crossfire, there's a lot of long hallways on Theme Park, and they'd be like, oh, the defenders are holding the crossfire. Let's just throw a smoke and walk in. They can't hold the crossfire if it's smoked. And then they did that and controlled beautifully. And then on defense, they just played standard Theme Park defense.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm curious going forward now if TSM is going to stay away from Theme Park again. I feel like the success is suddenly a little bit dubious here. But let's take a look at one round in particular here that we wanted to go back over again. This is round number 4. It was the last win for XSET on their attacking side, and it looked impressive all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, Penguin speaks it and production puts it into our sights. This is one of those smoke plays, and you can see you've got Valkyrie up on that top yellow stairs on the north side of the map. The team needs to get in. They've got, of course, lots of smokes in their pockets. Those Candelas as well can get in right away because this is a bit of a crossfire, right? If there's somebody kind of in that bottom bomb site and somebody on yellow stairs, you really can't safely cross that. But there's the smoke number 1. There will be a second one being thrown in as well. Pops off just there, allows Spirits to walk perfectly through. If those smokes aren't there, he gets shot in the back. It's GG. Doesn't matter anymore. He gets all the way deep, actually downs, and then teammate finishes off Bolo. Great pick there. Really well done to pushing with the Montaigne, and these smokes so important.
Yeah, and then just to point out the other smoke that was on the arcade balcony, like just blocks the entrance. Like they were using the smokes beautifully, and that's why they won this game.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Well, getting it done. And XSET, I got to say, I'm excited if XSET continues this through the rest of the stage. That could make the end of the stage very, very fun.
They've been one of those teams that for this stage is kind of middled, maybe around sometimes like 5th, 6th for a little bit. They've had brief appearances in the top 3. A full 3 points over TSM puts them only 1 point below TSM now at this point. And it also knocks TSM down to 2nd because of the round differential, even though Soniqs have yet to play so far today. So I'm hoping that we see XSET continue this trend, but I also wanted this TSM team to face adversity. They need to face losses here. If they somehow end up going to the next major, they need to understand what it's like to lose, how to refocus immediately afterwards. Even your plan is to win as many games as possible, but if you don't go through some conflicts like this, you're doing your whole team a disservice. So it's a matter of how you bounce back from this, and you've got 5 days before you have to play your next game anyway.
There you go. Yeah, more to work on in that time. We'll see what happens. But don't go anywhere. 3 more games to go. When we come back, it's a rumble in the rubbish, a throwdown in the dumpster, a battle at the bottom of the barrel. That's right, it's Oxygen versus Beastcoast. Our 2 winless teams go at it. We'll see who gets the first W in Stage 3 right after this.
with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with they just give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. Flipping every digit that they been should've paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know the season what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not for peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding dotted line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win in my I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't. It can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting with the old well, need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Can I got you feeling wavy? Way too early to be easy. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy in your head, got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name.
My biggest rival, it's got to be someone from Beastcoast. Probably Surf. I have to put Surf down. I have to.
Our biggest rival would probably just be OXG because they have our former player, Sweater.
Obviously, he's going to come in wanting to beat us a lot, and we're going to come in wanting to beat them. I think it's going to be a really good game.
The process from like me leaving Beastcoast Oxygen was more of like, I didn't really feel comfortable anymore like on the team. It was more of like a business decision because like I really, want to win.
I'm just going to say this, I'm happy Sweater finally got freed from playing the best op in the game every round, so hopefully he's enjoying his new freedom over there.
I'm excited to see the way Sweater plays on his new game with his new roles, from him being our main Finka player stage 1, stage 2. I'm waiting to see what he does stage 3 when he's not on Finka.
I've become like a super flexible player over the time. I kind of strayed towards that towards the end of like Beast Coast because that's what I wanted to do, instead of the whole Finka main thing kind of wasn't my thing, but someone had to do it. But I prefer like, the flex role, like sledge buck, all that.
And the idea was that the flank watch role, or the traditional flank watch role, it's transitioned into a more flexible role, a more floating role, where flank watch is kind of a rotating door of players. A player like Sweater would allow us to have more doors and availabilities in what we could do going forward.
Now that we have Sweater, we can actually like push together, pinch together, like everything like that.
With me being able to like play flex now fully, you can do so many more different like pushes. Now that I'm there, I can help these people like push out the other people. I think with me and the place of Lax, they actually have a real like team player to like give them the extra step.
They're a team who thinks very highly of themselves, so they're always going to come in, I was going to say a little egotistical, but I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth.
We just got to get into Sweater's head. I know it's pretty easy to get into his head, so try to come up with something leading up to the game.
We're just going to try a bunch of new stuff and just try to get Sweater comfortable, all of us comfortable. Should be better than we are. It's only up from here, so.
We definitely know it's going to be a tough game. It was a tough game stage 1, stage 2 when he wasn't on the team. We just need to go into the game with the same amount of energy we have for every other game. Hopefully we come out on top.
Welcome back. Wow, a lot to unpack there, isn't there? I mean, first of all, obviously we have these two teams coming in, Beastcoast, Oxygen, both winless in Stage 3, and you got the added factor of Sweater, of course, going from Beastcoast to Oxygen between Stage 2 and Stage 3, and then, Jesse, all the talk about what Sweater's going to bring to Oxygen, the opinions that we got from the players before the stage began. Interesting how things worked out, huh?
Sweater's become such a more flexible player. He's going to play all these different operators, except, ooh, that didn't work for the first 2 weeks. So yesterday they were like, never mind, you're back on Zofia, you're back on permanent entry, you're not flexing anymore. Pretty amazing, the change-ups that we've seen from Oxygen, but I do like it. Regardless of what their mindset was to start the stage, things clearly haven't been going well for Oxygen, so they're trying things.
Yeah.
Last time we saw Oxygen play just yesterday, Sweater was on Zofia the whole time, played one low round on Sledge, and that let Vertical get a little bit more flexible in his plays. Vertical was taking some of those ops like Dokkaebi, like Lion, like Zero to be able to kind of hold down that flank watch a little bit better. So, despite what you may have just heard in the video, we are seeing Oxygen move away from that mentality of how Sweater should play on the team, and I think it worked a little bit better yesterday than what we've seen from Oxygen previously.
Foxegg called this a mid-off on Twitter, and he's not kidding. Exact same record, basically the same ranking. It's the worst attacking team against the worst defending team, and OXG's defensive rank is not that far behind. So in spite of OXG having 2 wins so far over Beastcoast this year, it's not about to be the same level of stakes. It's not the same pressure. It's way different for a Beastcoast team that just had a new player finally come into the limelight yesterday and didn't do that well against a team that's looking to use their old teammate against them today, and that hasn't been working that well.
It's been bizarre on the stage for both of these teams. Let's zero in on Oxygen a little bit and talk about them specifically. I mean, so much has been said about this already. Sweater, obviously a talented individual player, coming together with Newers, another very talented gunner. Oxygen obviously had a lot of confidence coming into the stage. I certainly got that impression when I talked to them in Vegas before the stage began, but the results have not followed through. They have struggled without laxing in their corner like they had before.
It's interesting they opted to pick up Sweater because Oxygen, throughout every engagement they've ever had with Sweater, they've beaten him, and they've beaten him pretty solidly. 7-5 in Stage 2, 7-2 in Stage 1. OXG undefeated against Beastcoast in regular competition, a 5-game win streak. They're gonna need some of that magic to bounce them back here out of their 5-game losing streak when you consider all matches, not just against this opponent. And so when we talk about this team and kind of the journey they've been on, I think, we're looking forward to making some more of those changes on attack, right? Well, one thing that we've kind of established is that the major hopes are pretty much out the window, but if they can make changes now, they are set to go to the 6th Invitational. So once we kind of see OXG there, that's where we want to see maybe some role changes coming through, some playstyle changes coming through, and this is the time to test that.
When Beastcoast added 4 new players to this team of their team at the beginning of this year, when they made those changes, they built around Sweater because that's somebody you need to be building around. If he has effective communication, if he's getting all those frags, that's somebody you have to make a cornerstone, a pillar of your squad. Now he's being brought into a system where he's not that. It's been built already, and he's coming in to supplement someone else's activity. And I think it was a good thing when we saw yesterday when he wasn't playing on the role that he was specifically brought in to fill a hole on, and they're trying to utilize his skill a little bit better. If you ask the question, is Sweater a good fit for OXG, and you just look at his stats and you don't look exactly at what he's playing, it's incredibly mid. 44 and 46, 5 and 8 on entry thus far, mostly playing Nomad on attack, which means you need to make some kind of switch if you want to utilize him to the fullest extent possible. If he's a fragger, let him frag. Don't pull a Cryan on G2 where you put the wrong guy on the wrong roles in spite of knowing the skill that he has. You have to let him off the leash, and OXG need to understand you're not going to make the major at this rate, so you might as well experiment.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly. OXG's not making the major. They've hit the point where all teams that lose, it's almost like an effort where they just, all right, we're just gonna do whatever. We're gonna play ranked, we're gonna try stuff, we're gonna play different operators, people are gonna play different roles. And if you lose, oh well, it's just another loss. But if you win, okay, now we have somewhere to build off of. And for a team like OXG, Stage 3, not important for them. S-High is gonna be the thing that they're building towards. So if they can find their footing towards the end of the stage here to build, I think they're fine.
And we've talked a little bit about the role changes that we've seen experimented already with Oxygen. We've got a graphic as well. The 2 players that kind of did a little bit of a role swap in yesterday's matchup, Sweater and Vertical. The thing is, the attacks still weren't all there. Maybe it'll take some time for this kind of composition of Oxygen to really show its strengths, but they still lost 4 rounds attacking on Chalet. Not what you want on an attacker-sided map. Felt like a lot of time they really didn't have that initiative going. They were standing outside of windows, waiting for a double C4 to come out at them, waiting for Merc to jump out a window for them, waiting for somebody else to swing them. So I want to see maybe a little bit more action coming out of Sweater. Maybe he kind of forgot that he's not on flank watch anymore. He needs to get into the building, get into those gunfights a little bit faster. But of course, it's going to take time with him readjusting to a new role.
And we keep on having the questions on attack, specifically on defense. It's still kind of the same thing. On attack, it's right now they're 15 points below the average when it comes to how everyone else in the league is doing. On defense, it's still 10 points below. So even if you might think that the rank about exactly where they're at, 9th or 10th, maybe there's a couple of other teams in contention. When you think about exactly how bad it is comparative to the rest of the teams in the league combined, it's still not great. So they have to pick it up on both ends.
Yeah, true enough. And it's interesting to see as we shift over to talk about Beastcoast a little bit, just how much those Beastcoast players had to say about how they thought Sweaters and Newers were going to get a little bit exposed by the changes, right? Not being able to crouch on Finka as much anymore. But let's shift and talk about Beastcoast a little bit. The big story here is that Ferda, as of yesterday, has been able to play for the team. We saw him first time out in their match against Soniqs. It didn't go great. He was 1-10 on his first round here in the NAL. But hey, I mean, you're rookie. You're going to have a rough start once in a while. A rough day doesn't mean a rough week. We'll see what Ferda can put together today.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are in points where single games aren't important to them. If they lose, like Ferda has one bad game, it's not the end of the world. It's not like it's making the major or not making the major for them. So I think just getting Ferda comfortable with the team, to like OXG, get the stepping stones, like get to a position where you're like, okay, we have a platform to build off of and start our team to make these majors, not to win them, but to make these majors again. And I think OXG's there, and Beastcoast is on the way soon.
It feels very strange for Beastcoast. It feels like we're back in week 1 as opposed to week 3 because we're adding another component into this team. We already understood where Mark's skill level was through 4 games, and now we have to throw that out the window because it's a non-factor anymore. Now that Ferda's in spite of having a really off performance in his first game, there were still some good redeeming qualities about it. He was playing line. I feel like he was doing his job. It's not all about kills, especially on that first half where we were concerned he wasn't going to do anything after not finishing with a kill in the first half. Not the end of the world considering it's just his first game, but it still feels like we're now in a discovery phase where Beastcoast are not going to be identifiable by what happens if they only have 4 players operating at peak efficiency. They need all 5 players to do it. And before yesterday, the argument could be made that maybe they had 3 guys doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing, maybe 2, because not everyone has been performing in their role as much as they have needed to in order to find success in a league this tight.
Penguin, do you believe in miracles?
Yeah, I mean, my CL team went through a miracle in itself, so I would say so.
Okay, well then I would advise you to stop talking about teams like they don't have chances for majors, because technically both of these teams still have a chance, but they might not for long. Either of these squads, if they lose in regulation, that will be mathematically eliminated from Stage 3 major contention. So whilst it is unlikely, and you're right that these teams probably will both not make the major, it is technically possible for the winner of this game to go on and make it to the major, but they will really need to improve on a lot of different fronts to make that happen.
And it's not overtime game, regulation specifically?
Yeah. Regulation loss specifically, if it's an overtime loss, they may be eliminated later today.
Cool.
Well, we're going to find out what map it's going to be on as far as who the ray of hope will shine upon at the end of this next match. Not going to be Cafe, not going to be Bank. Where are we going to go?
Yeah, Bank was played back-to-back in Stage 2 for the team of Oxygen. Didn't go amazingly. Beastcoast also aren't that good with it, so they're not too devastated. Chalet out in the next kind of set of maps, a map that Beastcoast lost, also a back-to-back to open Stage 3, winning just 3 rounds across those 2 matches. And then Theme and Skyscraper Theme Park, a newly dangerous map for Oxygen. They used to be so good at it, but dropped it back-to-back versus Mirage and XSET. This stage means that it's one that they're probably happy their opponent's banned for them.
The thing about this is for Beastcoast, because their map pool hasn't really been that stringent, now they have a couple of options for what they can do that's like a bit of a comfort pick. There's Clubhouse that they haven't played nearly that often, but they do still have the possibility of playing Villa instead, but it's down to what they choose to ban. Honestly, you probably want to take Club off the board because it's not something that you've played more than really one time this year. So OXG's choice between Oregon or Villa. Do you take Beastcoast back to the map that they just lost in weird fashion yesterday, or do you try something different and maybe give Beastcoast a chance on a map they've played even more? Instead, it's Oregon, which for both teams this whole year is 50-50. It's very strange. For Beastcoast, including the loss from yesterday, they are 2-2 on the year, only 53% on attack, 42% on defense. And for OXG, similar story, 3-3, still 50%, but 2 of them were overtime wins, and they haven't been able to do anything on that map for quite some time. First time they're going to be playing it in this stage, but the last 2 times when they played it in Berlin, they had 1 OT win, and then before then, it was a loss in regulation. Foxay, again, called it a mid-off. This was probably the most mid-map we could have seen both of these teams play, given what their collective records have been on it over the past year.
I like it, though, because that makes predictions all the more exciting, which is where we have to go to now. And first of all, of course, we have to talk to our casters. We'll send it over to Blue and Stokes to get their opinions on who they think is going to get the first win of the season for their respective teams in the NPL and Stage 3. Go Packers. Stokes, Blue, what do you got to say?
Well, first of all, I don't like you for that comment because you know I'm a Chicago Bears fan, and you still had to say it,
don't make me go over
especially after what you did to us last week. Like that's not even. It's not even nice, man.
It was so
that's not even nice. But I will say this: in between the battle of wind and water, I'm gonna have to go with wind here. I think Oxygen's got it up against Beastcoast. Beastcoast just not looking very good, and I mean they really haven't showed us anything to really consider them to be getting better. Ferda had a terrible game, 1-10. Anthony's still not looking that hot. I got to take OXG here.
It's going to be similar thoughts for me. I think we saw a start of a nice rebound from Oxygen yesterday. I think there's still definitely things being worked on, but they should have enough strength, specifically considering we're going to Oregon as well, which is a map that most of North America should be very familiar playing on, even with new players on the roster. I feel like Oxygen's still going to be able to take control of this one at the end of the day.
John, what's your NFL team?
I don't have one. I don't really watch football, I want to be honest with you.
Oh, there you go.
Wrong answer, man.
We're all esports fans at least. We got that in common. I agree with the Oxygen picks. We'll check back in with our casters in just a moment, but it makes sense, right? That Oxygen coming into this one looking a little bit stronger. Beastcoast has the added thing of working another new player in on stage. Different from Scrims. Anyone willing to pick the Beastcoast?
I will say Beastcoast's glimmer of hope is that they got 3 attack rounds yesterday. And that's
fair.
the good thing. The bad thing is they didn't win any defenses on Oregon. So I'm going to go with OXG, but if Beastcoast can figure out their defenses, I think they'll take this game.
Wow.
I just asked the question, if you look at the individuals on that team, as opposed to the team, both teams are having struggles with coordination, figuring out exactly where they want to put who. So if you strip that away and you just look at the players for who they are, who is better pound for pound at their peak or otherwise? The answer keeps on falling on OXG. Beastcoast still has some inexperience, and even when they try to figure some things out, I still have a lot of questions. So this needs to be an OXG game, but I do kind of like the idea of Sweater switching teams and then getting gatekept from the major by his old squad. I like the story. I just don't think it's going to happen.
You know, though, things move a little slower out in Nova Scotia. And so for Ferda to only really be confirmed to be playing in that game about 10 minutes before it started yesterday, I think maybe it just didn't get to him in time. I think they still use telegrams out there in the East. So maybe now that he's actually kind of warmed up to the idea of playing on Beastcoast, I think we're going to see a bit of a different game from him. So I'm going to put my faith in Beastcoast one more time. I'm going Ferda boys, Beastcoast over Oxygen.
What do you have against the Maritimes, dude?
He actually
I love
did
the
it.
Maritimes.
Crazy man. All right.
Well,
I genuinely do.
Apparently not.
I don't know Canada very well. Even though I live close to it. Never went there. Never been to Canada. Maybe someday.
Wow.
Oxygen heads. Beastcoast tails. We'll flip the coin. Oh, it's heads. The coin says that it will be Oxygen. And there you go. All right.
Twitter could go either way on this.
Twitter could go either way. Popular players on both of these squads. Obviously, there's a lot of talent on both these squads, but it will go Oxygen's way. Didn't hear the percentage, but either way, I'm sure it was a bit 69% Oxygen.
Nice.
There you go. And such it is. We'll see if Beastcoast ends up taking it. I think it could go either way. Either way, it's going to be exciting. Community poll that you have to think about is who's staying on the bottom of the leaderboard today, Oxygen or Beastcoast? Well, I guess we kind of just answered that as far as what we think.
It's the opposite of a who's winning question. So we had the main Twitter poll and then this one.
Yeah.
There you go. We'd like to shake things up a bit. Well, that's going to be it for us here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will see who gets the first win for their team in Stage 3. Will it be Oxygen? Will it be Beastcoast? We'll find out in just a moment.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again to the NAL. It is time to get ready for our third match of the day. Bound to be an interesting one. Obviously, not a whole lot of major playoff contention coming into this matchup, but we still need to check in with the teams and see how they're doing. It's going to be Oxygen up against Beastcoast here, trying to best each other. And Soniqs, how's this one going to play out in your mind?
You know, I think it could be a pretty close ball game, depending on how Oxygen's going to play. I think that Oxygen has a much higher skill ceiling for themselves in comparison to Beastcoast, so I definitely think that we'll more than likely see Oxygen take this one, but that doesn't mean that Beastcoast can't have worked on things that have been recently going on. Obviously, across the board, the team hasn't been looking too hot. Surface currently their top-end player with simply a 1.02 in the rating category. The very next player, a 0.83 on SlashUg. So you can see that Stage 3 has definitely not been Beastcoast's, but they're looking to switch things up here on a map that we haven't had a lot in Stage 3, Oregon, and one that we've, well, in recent history, at least for this year, had a pretty big back and forth on for both of these respective squads, so should make for an interesting affair.
All right, well, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be on Oregon, a map that, at least for the two of us, we haven't been seeing played here in the NAL all that much so far in Stage 3, so it'll be fun to dive back into it for the two of us and see exactly how this plays out. Not going to be the first ban, still seeing a lot of use for her to try to sneak in through areas like a small tower and whatnot, so she's going to be first on the chopping block for Beastcoast. Oxygen, of course, have their attacking operator to take out as well. They're going to follow through with the Ying ban that we've been seeing pretty often on this map.
Yeah, smart bans across the board. The Noct just very annoying. She has all the secondary utility you could ever really need with frag grenades or hard breach or EMPs or what have you. She has access to all of it, and she can also sneak inside unbeknownst to the defense past cameras and everything else in between and deal some serious damage to your defensive setup or some of your roam games. So good thing to have her off the board. The rest of this making a whole heck of a lot of sense when it comes to Oregon. Ying, great for execution. Valkyrie, great for the info game. And then Azami, fantastic for your site setup or trying to assist with some other angles that she can build up for some of your roaming units. So we'll jump in here with Oxygen being on offense and Beastcoast being on defense. And wouldn't you know it, it's going to be a laundry supply room initially.
All right, so no surprises there. The initial site choice coming in from BC. Operator selection also lines pretty well with what we've tended to see here. There's going to be a little curve on the Tachanka pick, but again, considering the site, this is something we've seen plenty of times before. The double delay composition coming out for both Anthony and Slash combined, of course, with the Tachanka and the smoke there, just to try and bleed out as much time as possible. It's more than likely Oxygen will use the first 2 minutes to try and clear out the specific route on the first and second floors, and only then will they worry about the basement. Beastcoast's hope here is that they can use that utility to bleed out that remaining minutes when Oxygen finally focus on the descent into the actual basement here.
Yeah, a strategy that was TM'd by TSM a handful of stages ago. I actually believe it's all the way back to last year now, like middle of 2021, where we started using, or seeing them use this setup quite often with the Tachanka worried about freezer, smoke being able to use those toxic babes in between construction as well as laundry, whatever the situation calls for. So Oxygen will have to try and work through that, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal. They're going to end up bringing in Habana for the hard breach here. She's going to be the lone soul in that category, so they'll have to be worried about keeping Dream alive, but that shouldn't be too hard, especially with Vertical along for the ride. Those EE1Ds will back up Newer's info game on his Gemini clone, so should be pretty easy pickings when it comes to this clear.
Beastcoast Quite mobile here in the opening few seconds, and more than likely going to see that peeled back quite a bit now due to Fox opening things up here on the second floor. No spots for him as of yet, but of course he has Overwatch of the freezer stairs now, so anybody from Beastcoast that did end up staying out and about after that slam from the hammer is potentially going to be exposed to that. However, it looks like everybody has fallen either away from that part of the map or down into the depths before he made that final slam to open things up towards the stairwell. Oh, what a catch by Surf, though. His stalwart position here on the back tower stairs is going to finally be able to catch Foxe as he tries to rotate over towards the window, and unfortunately he gets caught. I believe it's going to be through the wood paneling as well, so nicely shot from Surf right there.
Yeah, just a little random wall bang catches Foxe. He's at least going to be able to assist Beastcoast with the clear on that top floor. Has a lot of angles open for the stairwells and everything else in between, so Oxygen now have control of the mid floor. Just need to get Dream in and start working on these hatches so they can actually start getting towards an execution. That's the thing about Oregon. This initial clear just takes so very long. It's going to allow Beast Coast to skimper off back to site, and they should just await the arrival of Oxygen. If they try and play up these stairwells, John, they're just going to die for really no reason at all. So why not wait for your opponent to actually have to push into your setup and use this utility to try and circumvent that?
Yep, so we can see Beast Coast have given the amount of respect they feel is necessary here, and I would generally tend to agree. All 5 players now back and comfortably seated in the depths of the site, waiting for Oxygen to call for their initial execute here. Now keep in mind, no Ying, no real storming execute utility to come out. We are going to have the EE1D from Vertical, of course, when they drop in. And speaking of which, there it is, and it aligns pretty well with an opening kill from Vertical as well. Verta will be able to trade that back now as he still holds control over the main hallway. He's going to be the big player here, keeping all the members of Oxygen on the extremities out of the fight for as long as possible. And of course, hopefully holding and preserving a little bit more of that delay utility. As you can see, quite a bit of it already used. Slash nearly taken down there, in fact, as he now throws out his last Toxic Babe. The Magnet can eat up one of those nades. Got to be careful there. Dream, as he nearly steps into it, goes down to about 20 HP as a result of that, and now Oxygen stunted here, trying to figure out how to move forward. Only 3 of the Incendiaries left onto Anthony, and of course, Slash has now bled out all the Toxic Babes, so the delay it's going to be limited at this point, but Anthony, if he can time the final 3 charges here, he can still use them quite effectively. But Dream, regardless, has found positioning to go for a plant. Anthony tries to creep back out here. That will scare Dream off of the plant, so he'll have to go for it for a second time now. But Noors, of course, will get the kill. Where's the rest of the peak from Beast Coast? Haven't seen it yet as Noors shuts down 2 more here for a triple kill on the round, leaving it all down to Zeno in the 1v3.
Patience for Oxygen. Noors stalwart here on Pillar. He'll take down the last member of Beast Coast, giving Oxygen the very first round. And pretty easy round overall for OXG. Yes, they end up losing Foxe on that top floor clear, but Beast Coast still have to respect the pressure that Oxygen have on the mid floor. They'll go back downstairs, and this gives Oxygen a really big opening to work their way in through E-Box. Now, I will point out a couple of different things. Number one, Oxygen's clear of that wasn't exactly clean. They had a couple of issues, especially with some of the magnets being around there that dealt some serious damage to Dream. So there was a lot of different ways that Beast Coast could have worked their way back into that round, especially given the circumstance of Dream's HP. The big thing there for Beast Coast that I didn't like was the pick from the Tachanka. We still have 3 fire grenades. Why are we not using these fire grenades? Just silly at the end of the day. We shouldn't be going for that when we know that you can just bounce those off the ceiling and prevent the plant that way.
So Beast Coast, with a potential few blunders towards the end of it when the situation got tense, cost them their first round. Oxygen now in pole position here as they start things off 1-0. Looking to continue that conquest here on the upstairs hold from Beast Coast as well. Obvious changes are going to come into the operator lineups on both ends of the spectrum here. The second floor and basement sites are very different from each other, as you can see. Still going to be a pretty good emphasis on the delay comp coming out here from Beast Coast between Surf as well as Anthony now on the smoke. Slash in the meanwhile has moved over to the Aruni as he's going to be on team utility mitigation now. And that's actually the only bit of that they'll have in this round here. No Jaeger or Romai to accompany that, so they feel the laser gates are going to be competent enough to eat up the nades from Oxygen.
Oxygen, quite a few of those. There's only a maximum of 6 frag grenades available on the offensive side now. It's on Slash, Yana, and you guessed it, Nook. And Shield will be obviously banned out, so it won't have access to those, but still will to Yana and Sledge. That will be inside of the Oxygen arsenal. So Vertical still have those secondary EMPs, and they'll be backing this up with double hard breach this time around. This is going to make it to where Dream's a little more free to swing things if it does actually end up working its way into a situation like that. It's always a beautiful thing when you can try and allocate some secondary hard breach or just bring some extra that loosens the chains on some of your other members inside of your lineup. So here for Beast Coast, they're still trying to stand tall, dealing with this initial info clear from Oxygen. Got a setup here inside of Trophy to bear down onto Master. But speaking of bearing down, Noors, he's already got a position here in Split. He'll be able to hold Z, but
Surf.
My God, what is up with these wall bangs today? Playday. He pre-fires through the wall, takes him down inside of Split. I don't know if they had some info game there or
Look,
what.
even yours is like, what?
Yours, you and I are in the same boat, bro. Let me tell you, Foxy's going to be able to take down Slash, and Xeno, he's going to be taking some serious damage here, so he'll swing for the hills. Right outside of the master balcony.
You have to wonder how he's lining these up as well. The first one, you could more than likely reckon it's off of an audio cue from the barricade being broken, but this one as well, I don't know if there was any prompt for it, so you got to wonder how exactly is he figuring this out, because we don't have a Valkyrie on the defense either to potentially be giving out cam info, and I don't even think that spot was near a default. Nicely traded out here, though, by Oxygen. They are able to get back their control, of course, by taking down both Ferda and Slash. Xeno now down to a very low point as well, so it seems like, despite these surprise frags coming in here from Surf, Oxygen are still able to control most of the situation so far.
Yeah, Oxygen's pretty worried. Surf is still alive, and he's clearly hacking, so gonna have some big issues with that on the entry. Vertical works his way in through Attic. Has to worry about the smoke, though. Anthony has 0 toxic babes, and he might not have a head here in a second if he keeps doing this. He's just walking around the site aimlessly, and he's dead. It's actually Xeno to go down instead. Apologies on that. Surf will take down Sweater at the bottom of the white stairs. Anthony fires back. Oxygen been boxed out. Stun grenades in, but no one allowed to push forward just yet until Dream finds the gap here in the master wall. He'll start the plant here for Games. Foxy takes down Anthony. It's up to Surf. Can't get the big kill just yet. Might try and go through the fire and flames.
Oh, we got him.
One, but luckily Foxy shuts him down, and Oxygen will get their second round.
Surf just giving us all kinds of spicy frags today. Nicely done from him, of course.
He literally said in chat, not gonna lie, I'm cheating.
All right. Yeah, Nerd is even like, nah, that was crazy. So,
Larch is going to walk over to him and be like, yeah, ha, 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 show me your moss.
Let's take a 10-minute pause here, folks.
Guys, we're going to have a tech delay right after this. I can't tell you why. But no, so far, some crazy shots coming out from Surf. Insane prediction, I gotta say. Just knowing some positions and where a lot of these soft panels line up throughout the building. Now, if you kind of want a cheat code on this kind of stuff, if you can kind of look at the maps of Siege without the walls in play, right, and you know those lines of sight through the walls, that's where big plays like that can happen. There's plenty of times throughout history where we've had people just randomly die through floors, through walls, or whatever else. And really, that's the beauty of Siege, because it's not just knowing the map with the walls up, is it?
Nope, no, it's not. So some nice play showing up here from Surf. Definitely running his scrims on this map, and a little bit of extra pieces of training as well.
T-hunts are really paying off.
Yeah, the T-hunts. There you go. It's been working out quite well here. Interesting piece of delay from Beastcoast. They're actually going to throw into the Goyo canisters on the small tower barricade there, so that'll hopefully just bleed out like 20 seconds for them, or at minimum force them to wrap around in towards the kitchen, where they do actually have some players positioned that are going to try to extend their game a little bit more here. So this could be a little bit of a bait and switch attempt from Beastcoast, and it might work pretty well. We'll have to see, though. The early game has had some decent results, mainly off of the back of Surf from Beastcoast, but they've really been struggling when it comes to the actual in-sight fights off of those harsher angles. Oxygen has really taken over the round from that point forward, so it's there where we need to see changes from Beastcoast. We're not too worried about this early round right now.
Yeah, Oxygen have been very, very good at committing to the clear and making it hard for Beastcoast to try and fight back in some of the longer angles, like you're saying. The good news is that they've brought some weapons that can contest at longer ranges now. They've got the Roni for Xeno. They also have the MX4 Storm, and both of these pretty decent options if you're looking for it. Obviously, the Roni not having nearly as many bullets as it once did, but still that 1.5, so you can try and swing for the hills if you so choose. Surf has access to one as well, but instead he's got the Hollow, the Vector. Just an amazing weapon with just how fast the rate of fire is, and you're about to see it here. Just look how quickly you can decimate somebody. He breathes on the shoulder of Foxy, and he is dead to the world. Tries to slinker on back. What a kill from Vertical. Nobody knowing that he's inside of White. He's unbeknownst. He'll be able to get the kill because of it.
Sweater also successfully able to trade out onto Surf upstairs as well, so his threat from the second floor now gone. Once again, very similar situation to what we've seen play out in the past 2 rounds, where it's Oxygen getting the majority of the opening kills for themselves, but Beastcoast getting the actual first kill, just unable to keep that player advantage stable, unfortunately. And this time ending up in a bit of a worse situation, too, because they lose 2 of those players upstairs, not on the initial entry, like we saw back in round number 1. So Oxygen, still a few things to take care of, as you can see. They're not fully satisfied with their clear as of yet. They are still trying to make sure they've fully cleared out the back stairwell, so they've kept eyes on that one. I believe they have full committed to this now. Xeno is going to back up.
What? I just noticed this. Beastcoast still has 4 reinforcements in their pocket. And some of these hatches aren't reinforced as well. So, question mark? I don't know. Mark, somebody's got to be running some laps around Villa for this or something. I don't know really what to tell you, but that's just.
I guess like the hatches to an extent make sense because it was clear
How
they
does it make sense,
well,
though?
they kind of wanted to use it as a rotate, as you could see there, for at least the meeting room hatch. It looked like they wanted to use it as a rotate for someone, but. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out here in the late round. Once again, the execute's beginning and goes directly into Oxygen's hands. Another kill for Sweater to open things up as he takes down Zeno. Rest of the defense, unfortunately, not looking like it's ready for the fight here as well. Ferda goes down. Good trade from Anthony to at least hold on to the freezer control, but of course, now alone in a 1v3. Takes out that drone, but the drone's a perfect bait for Norris to swing and finish off the round for Oxygen.
All right, so my gripe with it is the fact that they only have technically one character in that entire lineup that can actually destroy that hatch, and it happens to be Alibi, which we really didn't see around the top floor near that area at all. The other two people being the shotgun wielders that they could technically, I guess, just pop it from down low, but it's still just super awkward that you have 4 reinforcements.
Yeah.
If it was 1, John, then I'm like, oh, okay,
Yeah, it's whatever. It's
But
40%.
It's 4 reinforcements. That's nearly half of your reinforcements for the round, and you didn't utilize them. That just feels very awkward because that's lines of sight that you could just make really difficult for Oxygen to try and use. There's a bunch of different options when you have that amount of utility still left in your pocket. So definitely interested to see what Beastcoast's thoughts were with that defensive round, but either way, it's going to be a TT for them.
Yep, going to be a quick timeout coming in for Beastcoast now. Potentially part of that being the discussion here is Mark is obviously going to be able to chime in now. For those who are unaware with Siege's rules, coaches are muted during general gameplay, so this is their only opportunity to give input in the game. And of course, if their opponents call for a timeout, they can also do it there as well. So Mark, you can hear definitely giving his input on this one. I'm looking to see what Beastcoast can correct. So we still have 3 more rounds to play out in this half, of course. Just interrupting them about a quarter of the way through the game here to see if they can at least try to tie things up at 3-3 on the second go-around.
And Beastcoast are going to throw it back towards the sky and see if they can get one over on Oxygen finally, who have had a pretty swimming offensive half thus far. Been pretty easy pickings, especially on the initial members of Beastcoast, minus Surf. Surf has been having a heck of a game, especially with some of the pre-fires we've been seeing out of him. But past that, it's been a ghost town. Beastcoast not really able to do much with the rest of the lineup. Yes, Anthony's gotten some kills, but most of those just exit frags, not really meaning much to the overall story.
So, setup complete once again, and we are going to see a much greater emphasis on the first floor hold as well. You can see rotates being opened up as well for Zeno and at least one other player to continue moving downstairs between there, the cafeteria, as well as the showers room. Definitely looking to extend that play out once more. Rely a little bit more heavily on the early game where they've had a better capability to catch Oxygen off guard and more importantly find kills that actually aren't traded back against them, unlike what we've been seeing in the actual sites. So, doubling down on this one. It's going to be an interesting strategy for Beastcoast. Let's see how it plays out now as, of course, Oxygen already on the board and beginning their clear. Looks like they're mainly moving in from, I would think it's Big Tower at the moment, just based on the fact that we don't see them down here. And yeah, there we go. Now we can see as they do need to go for a little bit of clear over here.
And we just had our last reinforcement use from Beast Coast, so just to go back to the other thing really quickly, I definitely think that last round had some pretty big issues going on.
Going on there.
Yeah, definitely something that Beast Coast is going to be like, Ferda, did you know where to put your reinforcements? Or like just something, it's going to be something like that. It always is. So it is what it is, though. That happens all the time in Siege, ladies and gentlemen, so don't give them too much crap about it. I already did enough. So Oxygen's going to be pushing themselves towards the building now, just trying to wrap themselves around some of these different avenues that they can try and use. Specifically here for Trophy, they've got a good bead on the deployable shield setup they have going on. It's going to be the secondary hard breach out of Sweater yet again for the attic hatch. Fox is going to play patiently here, as he knows he just needs to hold things down on the top of main and make it really annoying to try and swing around this area for Surf. And obviously with that threat being there, he always has to worry about somebody hopping in that window and immediately killing him when he takes a fight for Master.
Nitro out there from Surf, but it is immediately shot away. Not able to effectively impact here. He can tell the crunch is coming towards him, though, so he's going to impact out the first of his Goyo canisters to delay any potential push from the inside of the master bedroom itself. Threat is going to start to work its way in from Arsenal side, too. You can see Foxay's already opened this up. Drone presence will have already noticed the position from Surf deeper into Trophy. So I believe that has led to Surf giving up that position here. Oh, maybe not just yet. We still can see that little silhouette sitting above Sweater as he tries to clear things out towards Classroom. So it seems like Beast Coast do want to try and hold this a little bit longer into the depths of games now, of course, is where we had to see that player rotate towards.
Well, Zeno is going to be on the opposite end of this, so he'll be forced back towards the top of white as soon as the master wall explodes. Has some assistance from Ferda on white stairs, so he can just occupy the top of this space as of now. Frag grenades in. Foxay approach the smoke, but won't take any damage from it. Oxygen have done a pretty good job of slowly walking Beast Coast back to the site with simply pressure. There really hasn't been too much past that where they've actually gotten into a gunfight or anything. Simply Oxygen existing in key parts of the map has made it to where Beast Coast aren't as confident confident in their setup until now is when they spring into action. Sweater will falter. BC still having control over White, and Oxygen in desperate need of a place to plant.
BC doing a much better job as well of avoiding the open fights that they've been getting into in Oxygen towards the site for the past 3 rounds that normally they've ended up on the losing side of. So really good stuff here from Beastcoast. Not the most interesting play to see, but it's working, as you can tell. Foxe just now getting the first kill for his squad. Slash able to move in here, secure another down against Oxygen. At the moment, just Newars up and alive, and he's got no time left to play this one out. He's able to get that down, but he can't find the positions of either Anthony or Slash. So Beastcoast win it on the timer and finally get on the board.
I love that Newars just at the end of that knew he couldn't get it. He was like, I'm going to go get my frag real quick. Hey, I got mine.
Just going to pad the stats a tiny bit.
Exactly. Well, Beastcoast with their very first round, and I think you can really chalk it up to the respect of Oxygen's pressure. Yes, Oxygen is able to utilize that and force Beastcoast into a position where Oxygen can get the walls open and start looking for plants and doing all of these things, but they lost some very key members in some parts of the map that you really can't, specifically Attic. If Vertical ends up winning that fight, that's more than likely a completely different round there, because you have so much control over games and just a huge potential to plant, but it goes awry, and Beastcoast get their very first round off of some fantastic patience.
So like we said, Beastcoast finally into it. Now they're going to be able to start wrapping themselves over towards the other sites they've played into, which at this point is really just the basement site, because they haven't actually been able to rotate onto any of the first floor sites as of yet here. They've been trying to figure out a win on both of these, finally locking things in upstairs. Let's see if the same strategy will work to the same level of effectiveness in the basement play, where once again we're going to see quite a bit of player power committed to the early roam game, but probably a pretty passive play in the late round there, as they've had a real amount of struggles trying to play out those extended fights. You also notice that they finally kind of ditched the delay composition here for the third attempt too. The Chanka has been moved away, and they're just going to be relying on the smoke from Anthony now.
All right, well, very similar operator lineup to what we had on the previous defensive round, and some more used reinforcements. So more than likely setting things up over towards the west side. I believe we saw some reinforcements over in Shower, as well as just the double for Cafe, so making it a little bit more difficult for Oxygen to just get immediate control of Small Tower. Like a lot of offensive teams they really like trying to get inside of security and getting this initial hatch, and then just slowly working their way over towards Moto as they back things up with their clear. Xeno's going to be on the top floor, so Oxygen's clear, speaking of, is going to have to be quite solid to not allow him to slip through the cracks.
Quiet round so far, but
Wolf
Dream,
found two.
Yep, Dream's going to be able to get a nice spot there as a player crosses through the inside of the kitchen. You have a pre-placed Nitro sitting above this hatch as well to open up a quick rotate for the players upstairs if need be. Also opens up that sight line, of course, too. Surf really being tested here right now. His composition, he's going to need to keep himself very, very well composed here, and thankfully he does. Doesn't take the bait on either of the fights on the inside of Meeting, is forced to back away. Newars, though, finds a nice little pixel shot against Slash down below. Thought he would have been safe from there, but unfortunately off by just a few meters. And that's going to lead to the opening kill, finally going over towards Oxygen. Took a while to get to that point, though, as we bled out nearly half the round before this kill against Slash was found.
I love this hammer and anvil setup from Oxygen. You have Vertical out on the white van, occupying lobby, and then so many Oxygen bodies applying pressure from the big tower side. It makes players want to try and rotate down like main stairs and through classroom and things along those lines. And Vertical, I hope he hears him. I don't think Xeno's actually going to make the rotate here. I think he wants to stick around and try to continue to play out his life. And this timer, remember that hatch is open upstairs, so if he's able to play this out long enough, there's a big potential for him to just drop right into the back line of Oxygen and deal some very considerable damage.
Foxe with a nice nade, sinking in against Ferda. Things returning to normal as far as Oxygen is concerned here, as they waste quite a bit of time, of course, lining up the opening kills, but past this point, they haven't struggled. Oh no, Anthony with a potential mystery, but as well the utility use from Sweater gives away his position, gives room for the correction. Anthony now coming in for the closeout. That most recent shotgun shell, not going to down anyone, unfortunately, against Oxygen, but the Toxic Babe will force Newars away from Anthony's position and allow him to extend this play even further. Newars, though, with no respect, swings it anyway, takes him down and leaves only Surf in the fight. He cannot maintain either. Vertical finishes things off, and Oxygen are right back on the warpath towards victory.
And Beastcoast trying to go for the swings to equalize, but Oxygen ready for it, especially Newars. If you didn't notice, he actually pushed himself through the Toxic Babe in order to get that position in construction, which is fantastic. Really catching the smoke player off guard there, Anthony. Completely discombobulated when he goes for that swing. Not prepared for somebody to be so close to the angle, able to take him down. So Oxygen up 4-1 here, and this offense is looking very solid so far. The team as a whole playing very, very well. I love some of the clears we've been seeing, especially with Beastcoast Coast roam game starting to come through on a regular basis. So it's just been a really, really great thing to see from OXG, especially in comparison to what we'd had in recent history.
All right, so OXG, like we said before, right back on the path at 4-1 here. Potential 5-1 also in the cards here, considering the Beastcoast is no longer going to be able to make a return to the second floor. Still locked away when they won it on round 4. Would have been unlocking on the next round, but of course this is the final round of the half, so they're not going to get that opportunity. It's down to the first floor instead for them in meeting room specifically, where they've been untested so far in this half. Same can be said about Oxygen and attacking this site, though, so we have to see how ready they are to face off once again. It's an extension from Beastcoast. It's going to be deployed heavily into the second floor. You can already see Xeno and Surf positioned up here. And you can bet that a few more players will be keen on supporting this if the moment of opportunity arises.
Okay, so Fox is going to flex over to Ace. They'll have Vertical off the line over to Sledge. Newer's going to maintain the Yana, but we've got a Capitao working its way in from Dream with some extra secondary hard breach here. I mean, past that, obviously, you do have Sweater on the Twitch, but that one's pretty self-explanatory. A little bit more drone, economy. She does get 3 drones, technically speaking, with that prep phase drone, as well as the 2 Twitch drones that she has. Frag grenade out here from Newers, but it's really going to be the F2 that we're looking at on Sweater. Oxygen, at least initially, taking their time. They don't want to try and just rush into the site. Going to be able to at least get the single panel open here. Anthony won't even be able to stop it with an impact. He'll get a drone for his troubles and another impact going out, but it's actually going to be Foxy. It gets taken down initially by Surf. It's a refrag, and Sweater getting 2. Newers will go down to Ferda. Anthony's downed inside a site. It's technically speaking a 2 versus 3, so we'll finally get that lit up on the board after Vertical confirms Anthony with a nade.
Ferda as well as Slash now going to be the only 2 standing here for Beastcoast, both pretty heavily split up from each other as well, so very much a solo game that they'll have to try and play to bring this back from the 2v3. Obviously going to be a chance for them to link up a little bit later on in the round. I think we're drifting towards that point here. Miss Slash was positioned on the inside of the site. Not going to give anything away here either, as he was waiting for the Fer to rotate to work itself over towards the back of the main stairs. That's worked out well here now. Over towards Tower, where Ferd is going to be able to maintain a position. And Oxygen don't necessarily have an easy plan to clear this one out, as you can see here. Just slowly proceeding forward. We're going to see, of course, that incendiary charge forcing out a move from Slash to go a little bit further back. Gets him, more than importantly, away from the plant position. And is now going to allow for Dream to put this down. But Ferda winning a very important fight upstairs. There's going to be a repick, and oh no! The cross just doesn't work for Vertical here. His teammate goes directly in front of the line of fire. He has to pull back, and that leaves it open now for Slash to down Dream, leaving Vertical alone with sub 10 HP in a 1v2 clutch. However, does have the case down, so he wants to. He can just play this on the timer. Just needs to scare Slash or Ferda off of that counter defuse, but they've already gone for it. They've jumped on him. He's got the ace kill here, though, with the spray transfer as well. Tries to go for the drop deeper, but unfortunately doesn't catch the breach that had been made earlier on in the round. So Ferda trades it back out, and with plenty of excess time, Beastcoast will finally net a second round on the half.
The timing does not work out for Oxygen, causing a critical blunder. Dream should not have been going for that rotation right there. That's the only angle that Vertical had in order to cover the door.
Too.
He could have just went right, and obviously, we can see silhouettes, right? Like they don't have any info in Z more than likely, so could have been a riskier thing. But occupying the angle of the person that's overwatching you put a plant down, probably not the best thing to do. So
it's just something they're probably going to learn when they VOD review this game.
Yeah, exactly. But it's always those little things in Rainbow Six Siege where you're like, oh man, that was stupid. Why'd I do that? Right? But hey, the good news is that not only are Oxygen looking better, but it's a 4-2 split at the half. They're going into the defensive end of Oregon. This is looking pretty good, John.
Yeah, except for a couple of blunders from Oxygen, things that looked very, very promising overall throughout the half. And like we said, if that did not end up happening, if Dream ends up going right instead of left there, very realistically would have ended up on 5-1 for that round. Just unfortunate the way things ended up playing out. We did see, of course, that very nice success from Beastcoast as well, able to slowly bring their second floor defense back, bait Oxygen into the Lion's Den, where they were finally able to shut them down with a bit more confidence. Back, I believe that was on round 3 or 4 as well. So that's where the 2 rounds come from Beastcoast. Now, of course, they have an opportunity to increase that on the attacking side, but Oxygen will be playing out their game just as aggressively as we saw Beastcoast do. You can see this as well from the operator selections. We've got the Legion coming in for Foxay, the Alibi on Sweater, the Malusi for Newers. These guys want to be mobile in the opening minutes or so of this first round here to support the timer on their basement defense.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Beastcoast literally saying, if you can do it, we can do it better, and bringing almost the exact same lineup that we saw from Oxygen in the previous round, minus the Lion, but that was obviously something Vertical was playing for the majority of the half. We just had the sledge for that very last one. So that's the only switch up that we're going to see out of BC. This should make the clear game pretty easy when it comes to these roamers, but that doesn't mean that we can see some considerable damage done either way.
Still on the small tower clear for the most part for Beastcoast here as they continue to proceed forward. Oxygen is going to respect that, as you can see, not playing too heavily into that game. It's the second floor where Beastcoast are going to have to spend a lot more time properly clearing this out. A Sweater more than ready for the challenge, even has the pre-fire for the White Cross right there, but realize that there is probably a hunt that has been called out against him, so he's not going to stick around for it. Backs away over towards the tower stairs, but he'll more than likely start his descent, as we are getting close now to that minute-and-a-half mark where the team is more than likely going to be comfortable giving up these positions.
An aggressive Dream awaiting Freezer's stairs. Has a shotgun in hand. A little interesting there when that drone did roll in and you just got that free shot on there, even though the crosshair wasn't there, but that's the spread of the shotgun for you. Some of those bees able to catch that drone, but obviously that's going to give up his positioning. It's going to be swinging here from the Gemini. The shotgun will quickly dispatch that, but now he's going to have some problems because there's going to be pressure coming in from two ends. A frag grenade out. Foxay's really not, well, occupying the angle that he needs to be. Should have been the opposite end of that if he was trying to help Dream out at all, because Anthony can just maneuver to that side and bounce a grenade in, and that's exactly how it goes. They're going to be able to take down Dream, but Oxygen have had a pretty solid delay, I would say. You know, it sucks. It definitely sucks that they've lost Dream and the smoke to try and delay some of these different stairwells and stuff to work their way into, but with this timer, it's still definitely doable.
Indeed it is, but they need to speed things up here and now. Spam comes in. Foxay thrown off initially by the Gemini, but now going to back up just in case the flood is too much for him to deal with. Goes all the way into the hallway as well, since we still have the breach to play through a little bit deeper into the actual site. Yours as well, ready to take the challenge from deep side of Laundry as well. Oxygen just sitting back at the moment, waiting for Beastcoast to make the first move, but there's hesitation from Beastcoast, even considering the fact that they have the 5v4 advantage now. Still working on opening up hatches. You guys only have 20 seconds left. You need to move through this. Thankfully, this is just a supporting hatch, I'm pretty sure, for the Laundry push, as Zeno is attempting to make a solo play here. We'll get some support from a secondary teammate, but we need to see these players move in now. If it's not going to be now, it's never going to happen. Sweater shuts down the first player, attempting to move in. Slash does find room to at least put the case down on the ground with good smoke coverage, but Oxygen still shutting it down, and they'll shut it all down as they take control of the first round of the second half.
Yeah, kind of what I thought was going to happen. Yeah, Foxay makes a blunder inside of Freezer and lets Dream die, but past that, they're still
no
not
pressure.
pushing. Yeah, there's no pressure at all. In fact, their pressure was, let's have Zeno stand on top of a dryer at 15 seconds and see if anybody swings through Freezer hallway or Freezer. That's not actual pressure. That's just you waiting for Oxygen to mess up. So don't exactly agree with that, especially after you get the leadoff pick. You really should be trying to play with that man advantage and just take it to the house, man. Take these gunfights.
Take a one-for-one.
Yeah, exactly. Like even if you do 1-for-1, you're still in the league because that's how that works. So it just kind of questionable there from BC, but either way, they were still able to at least make a chance or make an opportunity available to them to try and get that case down.
I did miss paying attention to this, but I wonder if like drone count got really desperate for them in those final like 30 seconds as well, and they just like didn't have proper intel. So that's what's really the only reliable strategy, was to sit back and kind of wait on their opponents to mess up, and unfortunately just didn't happen. Like I said, I didn't catch the drone count, so I don't know if that's the case, but that could at least be one possible explanation as to why we're seeing so much hesitation there from Beastcoast, if they just didn't have good intel.
Yeah, could be. I mean, past that though, they still have Lion. So if you really want to just go in kind of blind, right, just make it to where your opponents can't move.
Very, very true.
So, you know, I think you can kind of look at it through a bunch of different lenses, but obviously that's in the past, and we're in the future now. It's round 8, and not only that, but we've already started into the action phase. Sweater is going to be playing a hallmark of SAS mute players. Security with some angles up top, and more than likely be trying to play out his life. They did have those other reinforcements in there. There was 2 in there, and the single panel on the other side needed to be secured. So I don't know if Sweater's actually going to stick there, but this is definitely a place that we see quite often. And actually, it looks like he is. So just wanted to try and see if he could work his way over towards lobby and find himself a lone BC member.
So slow start to things once again for Beastcoast. This obviously is going to be a little bit of a trickier puzzle to figure out the second floor this time as well, so we somewhat expect this. Ooh, first Terror drone shot out as it goes through the window as well. It's not even going to be able to get that alibi clone, which obviously wouldn't necessarily be a great use of the Terror drones, but at least it would take down something. Beastcoast will be denied that outright. Anthony, though, getting adventurous here. This is what we need to see more of here. Oxygen are going to be expecting a very tame, very straightforward attack. Not this type of play, as Anthony creeps right up to the top of White and catches Dream on a cross back into the site.
Foxay going to deal some damage, but only on the tailcoats of Anthony. Those ankles will feel his wrath, but won't go down just yet. Fox A is starting to take some heat as well out of the frag grenades, I do believe, of the offense. A lone one in the pocket of Anthony. Another one out, and yet again, it's going to hit its mark. It won't take out Fox, though. Anthony gets a drone going. He'll be able to clear out the bunkers, but Beastcoast aren't prepared to try and push this forward just yet. Sweater's made a move as well out of security. He's now at the bottom of Freezer stairs, and this is a pretty considerable play. Could try and get himself around Anthony here. I actually think that there's a drone coming down low, and there is indeed. He's going to go for the play right now. They know where he is. He'll switch back into security. No one able to get any shots just yet, but he is flirting with death.
Yeah, Sweater more than anything lucky he didn't just get clipped off there on one of the crosses he went for, but very good timing regardless to be able to control it. And his presence is still here. The damage he's doing is now a factor as well. Zeno dropped down to about 20 HP because of that secondary peak to come in. There's the full commitment from Sweater, but he missed the second pump. Zeno trades it instead here. Has to swap over to his secondary now because he's still not safe. Has to back out of the building entirely, I'm pretty sure, to be able to get the reload done and make sure that he's going to stay alive here. But the damage now done, the player count even out. Health pools are looking pretty similar as well with both Foxe and Zeno down to detrimental HP. This is once again going to be tough for BC coming into the final 30 seconds.
What a damn rat Sweater was in that situation there, but not able to get that last blast off onto Zeno that could have been the round decider. Instead, it's 18 seconds remaining, but make it a 3 versus 1. Newers, he'll tear the head off too, and Foxe will put him in the grave. Oxygen continue their rampage.
I want to say that was from the same flank as well, came from the bottom of White Stairs there, because I don't think Newers was up grouped up with the other two players. So.
Newers had to wait like 10 centuries for Hopes to come over and give him a fist bump. He's like, are you coming?
Do it. Don't let me hanging. But that's going to put Oxygen up onto 6 points. Obviously, just one more to go as they're now on map point here. Beastcoast still down 4 rounds at this point. They need to win consecutively just to be able to take us to overtime and guarantee at least 1 point from this matchup. The odds not looking great, unfortunately, as Oxygen does have to go to a tertiary site at least, as they're going to head for meeting room as well. But Beastcoast here needs to show us something new if they want to give us at least that 3rd round, let alone 3 more after that.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, if we get any more Oregon past this moment here in the Stage 3, we need like a gents agreement where there's like 3 roamers that are just way too aggressive. Just to make it where the opening 2 minutes isn't just watching people open hatches. I think everyone would be very happy with that, but you guys would have to talk to the league and see what you can get done with that. We're going to have the Thermite thrown off of the ship here. Surf is going to instead don the Zofia, but he's going to double back down into the Therm. Get some extra hard breach, and honestly wouldn't be a bad thing, especially for the site that's been selected from Oxygen, Kitchen, and Mating. Now, usually when we see this site, we are usually looking for a plant on stage right around the area that Foxe is, and that's why Thermite is such a considerable force in a situation like this, because he blows the biggest hole out of all of the hard breaches. So when you use him on a wall like stage wall, there is no longer any paneling that you have to deal with. It makes it super easy to work your way in, get that plant down, and have the supporting angles already open for your other teammates to try and use to help you stay alive while you do get that case down. So Oxygen are obviously going to be doing their best to try and prevent that from happening. It all starts with this early aggression, trying to hold big tower and things along those lines to delay as long as humanly possible.
Very, very quiet game once again as Beastcoast are worried about the potential jump outs or just aggressive moves in general we might get from Oxygen. And they're right to be as well. You guys can see that little silhouette up in T3 at the moment. Player from Oxygen going to be trying to waste out time and so far doing a pretty good job of it. A minute gone from the clock, and I don't think Beastcoast have even entered the building, but that'll be far too aggressive a move from Sweater. It's not even pre-damaged on the barricade there. Has to whack it open himself, and that gives the room for a player on Beastcoast to respond to that. In the meantime, though, as we can see here, Vertical has just slid down the ladder and escaped into the basement as he realizes, yep, I've wasted enough time. I don't need to sit here anymore. So finds a moment of opportunity to escape and takes it.
I cannot believe that he made it past that window player right there. As soon as that stun went in, I was like, oh yeah, Surf's going to grab the bottom angle and it's over. He's going to come down the ladder and get shot. Nope. Not at all. Instead, he skimpers off into the basement, practically off into the ether. In Beastcoast's case, is they're not going to have a single bead on his location, and they'll have to try and work their way towards the site now. And the big thing is that it's 1 minute and 15 seconds, and Beastcoast have spent all of this time on Big Tower. We haven't done literally anything else.
A similar problem from the previous 2 rounds as well. Beastcoast time management has left something to be desired inside of this half here, as they've really struggled to clear out the extended game from Oxygen. Oxygen knows this too, so they've doubled down, if not tripled down on it in quite a few occasions, such as what we saw towards White Stairs back on the previous round here. Final minute of play, Nitro prepped as well. This could be very poor timing for Beastcoast if they're going to try to get this hatch open. Thankfully, it looks like they back away from it. They've got their own form of explosive. That doesn't mean, of course, that Foxay is a moot point in this situation. Could still go for the hold, and then DD will. It's going to be the Gemini first up, of course, though, so he's able to counter that. That will more than likely stem the tide for the other Beast Coast players wanting to jump down there. Problem is, though, they were relying on that to get themselves in. So what's the plan from this point forward? Vert, oh no, gets caught off on an angle just barely here from the Yana coming back in on the bottom of those stairs. Another frag is found by Anthony also here. So it's a 2-to-1 trade overall, leaving Oxygen with just 2 players alive at this point due to the earlier kill they also found. Foxay and yours. Foxay still with a very forward position, of course, so he could very much on his own pretty much win this one. Ferda, though, going to be able to take out his only other teammate. That leaves Foxay alone in this position, but he's not done fighting yet. 1 down, goes for the second. Anthony wins it, however, and Beast Coast stay alive.
Yes, indeed. All from the tower position as well. They get all of those kills. Really, the only forward thing past that was getting control over Attic, but not even much was done with the Attic hatch or anything of the sort. Oxygen just kind of giving it up at the end of the day. They try and go for some bigger plays near the tail end of that round, especially for Vertical, trying to go for the flank up big tower stairs, but he's caught off guard by a prone Anthony in the stairwell. That was kind of a weird one to...
I think that's finally Oxygen being hyper-aggressive with flanks finally catching up to them, and the fact that Beast Coast probably just have someone like fully committed to watching those types of angles now. Like, they're not taking any chances after what happened on the upstairs take.
Yeah, absolutely. Anthony with a pretty big sixth sense there to be able to catch him, and very well done.
That was a great, that was a great counter to go prone there as well and catch him just leaning out like an inch too farther. And it's like, oh, I gotcha.
Yeah,
spams in to kill him.
Exactly. You know, for every angle there is in Rainbow Six Siege, there's actually 3 because you can stand, you can crouch, and you can prone. So. Yeah, there's a lot to worry about. Sometimes you're not exactly worried about somebody's elbow sticking out on a staircase. You're like, what is that? Oh, I'm dead. Wow, that was really weird. I don't know why Anthony was prone in a staircase, but whatever. Oxygen still have 3 attempts. Make it 2 attempts, really, obviously, to try and get this done in regulation. Beast Coast otherwise will force us into OT here. This offense keeps going the way that it is right now.
Big change up here for Oxygen they can immediately switch to as well. If they are being caught too heavy-handedly playing into this aggressive game, they can just cool it off, especially for a basement hold here, and just play entirely into that. A little close to the Rotero drone here, as you can see. Dream wraps around thinking he can maybe shoot it out, but that's obviously not going to be the case. It quickly deals with his deployable shield here. And removes that angle from Oxygen when Beast Coast finally start to pressure into construction, probably about a minute or 2 from now as well. Beast Coast still have a lot of clearing to do. As you can see, the first floor is rampant with Oxygen players, 2 of them, it looks like, in fact, here. And Beast Coast have yet to set foot in the building, but still sending their drones through here. Probably have a semi-good idea as to the setup here, so just need to actually get those players in position to force them back down into the basement.
Mid hold here from Oxygen. Newers on the contact point here for Freezer, where we usually see things at least spark off for these basement defenses. Sweater will be occupying the attic as of now. No BC members around the area to capitalize on either of these, though. Still trying to stick to the info to clear things out initially, and that's what's going to allow Anthony to start pushing himself through small tower and over towards security and Z. As for Oxygen, they've backed off, all except for Sweater up top. I do believe we have the potential of having one other player roaming around here, but I do believe, yes, indeed, that we have just knocked it down to the lone soul. So Sweater more than likely looking for the late flank if he can get it. If you do remember, Oxygen was going for a lot of top clears when they were clearing the building, and this is exactly why. You want to know what's going on this top floor, because a lot of roamers, especially the more dire a game gets, right, like a situation like this where Beast Coast has to worry about Oxygen just getting a single round over on them, that's when these plays can start to seep through, and you really, really have to worry about some big highlight moments that Sweater could potentially cause a ruckus with here in this last minute.
Ferda backing up away from the situation, starting to lean himself more towards the execute, and good timing as well. Newer is just getting caught, knocked out. The highest fragging player on Oxygen right now by a pretty big margin as well, 14 and 5 compared to the next highest teammates, both sitting at around 8-7 and 8-6 right now. Good stuff from Newers, but unfortunately, a moot point in this round is going to be taken down outright. Falls to the other 4 members of Oxygen deeper in the basement to hold off the remaining 35 seconds. And what's this? A surprise! Suddenly around the corner here, Sweater realizes he's got a little bit of resistance on his wrap back down, over peaks into the play. Surf gonna clone him out a little bit here as he finishes off Sweater, knocks him down, and it looks like the rest of the execute is going off without too much of an issue as well. Dream still in the way though. Could cause some problems, and so will Vertical a bit deeper into the site as we enter again the final 15 seconds of play. Here we go. Dream with one pump. That's the case down as well. Gets clipped off from the top though. Now all the pressure shifts to Vertical. Watches for the flank first off. We'll get some good damage down onto Surf, but he'll be smart. Back away from the scenario and repeat just when it's right. He'll get down, but not fully knocked out. But he will claim the kill on Vertical and another round to come with it. BC still wants that overtime game.
Loving the mentality of the Surf here. Just like, I'm like that. I'm like that. Get that flank shut down and played it to a T here. Just to remind you, Sweater and Surf were on the same team for a very long time. So this is not something new to Surf. He's like, oh, Sweater, you're going to roam? Oh, I'm so shocked. I wonder when you're going to flank. Oh, wait, it's a minute left. I bet you're coming. And he just goes in armory and waits for him. I don't even think that Surf was there for like over 20 seconds.
No, I
think he got there like 10 seconds before Sweater showed up, and he's like, oh, that's pretty funny, isn't it? Like, very well done, especially from Surf to recognize the overall situation. You know, it's a big thing to be able to identify a roam and know what you need to do, but past that, he not only got that done, but he immediately got back with his team and helped them spearhead into sight and attempt to get that plant down. So he did a lot all in that singular round for them.
All right, it's nicely played out here by the players on Beastcoast, refusing to give up even when the odds seem very much against their favor. And of course, correcting on the mistakes from the first go-around of these site takes as well. Nicely played by Beastcoast here. Some good adjustments to play out against Oxygen. But Oxygen are tired of that. They, of course, as you guys just probably saw there, took their tactical pause. They're now going to come back into this one, hopefully with a fresh take that will finally cut off Beastcoast's chances of a comeback here, as well as any points they might be able to scavenge from this match. Mind you, that's not really the focus for either team at this point. You can see that over at the top. Both of these teams, unfortunately, have had an 0-5 start to the season, which leaves them both locked in 9th place. So playoff contentions are pretty much donezo in terms of making it to the major. As Jesse said, though, it's technically not 0 yet. It's going to be 0 for the team that potentially loses this in regulation. But if we go to overtime, then I'm pretty sure both teams are also potentially still in the mix as well. But just with very, very low chances, like less than 1%, I'm pretty sure is what it would be at this point.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Technically, yes. Just not a very good one.
Just not a very good one. Well, still a big chance for Oxygen to close out the game in 7-4 fashion here as we'll hop right in. Beastcoast going back to kind of what we saw inside of their first round, minus the Flores now coming in, as well as the Twitch. Everything else making quite a bit of sense for, BC. Well, they want to go for this full clear, though. It is going to be the downstairs hold, so we should see this mid-floor dealt with as, once again, Newers back in that prime position around security and freezer stairs, waiting the arrival of Beastcoast.
Beastcoast taking it slow as always here, wanting to make sure they get a full analysis on the first floor take before proceeding forward. As quite obviously, once again, we've got tricks at Oxygen's sleeve. A little bit more tame, though, in terms of what they're potentially throwing out this time. Just a little bit of a poke over towards the freezer stairs as well as the back tower stairs as well. Aside from that, though, it seems like it is going to be a more standard bunker setup coming in from Oxygen this time, just trying to lay things out, and that'll be doubly so when you consider that Fox has brought the Cade in for this one to add the electrical to the hatches as well. Did we see our attackers bring a counter to that? It does not look like that is the case here, so they will need to try and get access below to open that, which more than likely means we're not going to end up seeing those open since we don't have any secondary EMPs to account for that either.
Absolutely. First minute's going to be off the clock for Beastcoast. They've sprung to inside of Small Tower and begin working their way west to east, and that includes the outside of the building. They want to drone things out, make sure that Sweater isn't trying to sneak by as a stowaway on the top floor or anything of the sort. Beastcoast is actually going to go for the full rotation already, all the way over to construction, so Ferd is more than likely going to be getting rid of that elbow shield and looking to do some other sort of atrocities to the setup of Oxygen. Ferda's initial Flores drone will be quickly dispatched, though. It's going to make it pretty easy for Oxygen to just try and pay attention to that throughout, unless obviously there's some other things going on that'll draw their vision away and he can try and sneak those drones in.
Beastcoast proceeding on schedule here. Seeing some smoke utility blocking out the access to the back stairs, so not going to be able to move themselves in from there yet. But the pressure's still going to be on for some of our front runners on Oxygen right now, specifically Newers, having to watch out for both the construction pressure as well as the back tower stairs play. Very much a situation in which both sides of Beastcoast could end up pushing those angles and lead to him being pinched out outright. But he's been able to manage these types of scenarios before with gusto as well, so we're going to see if he can do so once again. Impact comes in from the attacker. Zofia deals with that ADS. Dream as well, still trying to aggressively lean out towards Freezer's stairs. So Oxygen want the fight. That's wasting a lot of time, as you can see. Beastcoast now down to 30 seconds. Full commitment from Dream to at least guarantee the 1-for-1, even amidst the Rotero drone as well. Slash marks another entry in against Sweater, so Oxygen will be weak, down to a 4v3. As the final 17 seconds are thrusted upon them, but as that time gets slower, Oxygen gains an advantage in the fact that Beastcoast can no longer drone things out. Great intel is there for Anthony, but as well, Newers leaps into it on the flank from Freezer's side, shuts down one. Foxy now can finally activate to pick up a second kill, gives out the intel in the hallway, and it's a straight lineup here for Newers, all the way down with the spray control to lock it in as OXG lock out this matchup for themselves.
Oh my, what a play from Newers right there. Disgusting mechanics to shut it down at the very end inside of the 2 versus 2. Love the play off of him, and I believe Dream over there off of the single panel, who slowly just backs off and allows Newers to do exactly what he does, shut it down with that huge frag potential. What a game from Oxygen, and finally in the win column for Stage 3.
Absolutely the case. Took quite a bit of effort, but indeed, finally a win for Oxygen going on the board. Came very, very close yesterday in their match, but was unable to keep things together. Today, a little bit of a better showing versus Beastcoast here. Still some issues to be worked out, and very much the same thing will be said about Beastcoast here, of course, but both teams showing us a little bit of what they have to showcase overall in terms of what they brought to bear for the stage, and for Oxygen, maybe a sign that things are finally starting to turn around.
Yeah, Beastcoast definitely not happy with that loss, but I will say this, Surf does look pretty happy, especially with the way that he played today. He had a lot of
first 2 rounds.
Highlight rounds that were just disgusting. Yeah, he started to kind of pitter out near the tail end, but, you know, Oregon, it's a long map, no matter what happens. Even if it's a 7-2, it's a long map. So it makes it pretty difficult to keep your head in the game, especially when you are kind of spiraling near the tail end. But either way, a great game in between Oxygen and Beastcoast. If you want to know what was better, wind or water, well, it's got to be that good old air, baby. That's going to do it for this one, folks. We'll be back with the very next game after this break.
Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Bring around the rosy, pockets full like OD. I can move just how I move, cause don't nobody know me. Low key, still do more numbers than your fate. You can hate, but you can't say that I've been missing any place. Any fool, what it do? Moving quick, bustin' moves, steps ahead, cause I'm not working while you tryna catch a snooze. Keep it smooth. Not concerned with other dudes or what they do. Keep it true, I kick the truth. I'm not in so I can lose. Yeah. How'd you like it back? Tell the bank, tell her on us. Put in overtime so I do what I wanna. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Alright, yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Yeah. Full court press, none stress when I work on. Full court press, none less than 100. Full court press, straight flex, close the curtain. Full court press to the top from the surface. Yeah, and I stay humble. Hit me for a feature, don't you come with no petty numbers. Talking about
Well, as you can see with that win by Oxygen, Beastcoast has been eliminated here in Stage 3 from major contention. Obviously, they're still going to play out their games, and it's a great opportunity for them to get more experience with their new players, work them into the system a little bit more, reinvent Beastcoast like the players wanted to do coming into the stage, but that is that. In the meantime, Oxygen has gotten their first win of the stage, and we've got none other than Dream waiting to chat with us over in Vegas. Dream, congrats on the win today, and I gotta ask, because it's been talked about in some interviews with some of the Oxygen players already, where are the priorities right now for the squad? Is it Stage 3? Is it SI? What are the players kind of thinking about as they go into kind of the remaining weeks of the stage?
The priority right now is definitely to get into the best form we can for SI. We're just kind of looking into the future. We know we fucked up major this stage, or sorry, messed up major this stage, and yeah, we're just trying to like iron that out, fix that up going forward, and yeah, hopefully we'll be better in the future, or I know we will be.
Dream, I want to get a little more specific in that because obviously you've made some changes, it looks like, coming into this week. You seem to have moved some roles around, particularly with Sweater. It also feels like you're pushing a little bit more kind of together as a group. Can you kind of describe what the biggest things that you've changed coming into this week have been?
I think our priorities from the first 2 weeks, like, we changed completely. So we moved Vert off of entry. We put him on flank watch, like that sort of flank watch flex role. And then we moved Sweater up to entry just because Sweater plays like way more aggressive, and that's his like preferred role. So we put him on that. And even though we lost against TSM the other day, we did feel a lot better in that game, like more cohesion, more working together. We're like just trying to work out like those kinks of kind of being a new team a little bit, and just ironing out the mistakes, and going forward it'll be fixed.
Now with this first win under your belt, do you guys feel like you guys are going to be treading in the right direction?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know we lost against TSM yesterday, and we won today, but it does feel like we are moving in the right direction. Like the pieces of the puzzle are like fitting together, and with the role switch up, and like we're being way more team oriented, it should, like, the future looks bright.
Dream, I'm happy you were able to get your first win on the board, buddy. I know it took a while, but congratulations on finally getting there. I did want to ask. Hey, there it is. I wanted to ask. You started off most rounds by being in a deficit, I think, but for all but one round, Beastcoast always had opening kill. There was always like a hole that you had to dig yourselves out of, so to speak. What do you do in moments like that where it's a consistent trend? It's always them getting the opening kill. You kind of have to find a way to bounce back. How do you do that if it happens so consistently like it did today?
Well, honestly, for our team, we just like if somebody gets picked or whatever, it's fine. We just try and like isolate a player. Like you find out like where their weaknesses are. You get the man advantage, like at least even, and then you can like execute off that. And it seems to work like pretty well the past 2 days. So I mean, yeah.
All right, well, that's about all we got for you here. Congrats on the win again today. Good luck with your matches next week, and good luck with the SI prep as well. Excited to see what Oxygen can do.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Dream from Oxygen, kind of confirming what we've heard a little bit from some of the other players, that the focus again is going to be on SI. That didn't stop them from getting the win over Beastcoast, but frankly, I think it's going to be hard to stop anyone from getting a win over Beastcoast based on what we've been seeing. The map differential kind of showed us coming into this one that Oxygen was a little bit of a step above Beastcoast, and after this map, man, the stats kind of confirm it in spades.
Yeah, I think the most disappointing thing for Beastcoast is their defenses. Like, they've played 2 Oregon games now, and they're not getting any defensive rounds. On a map like Oregon, you have to be getting your defenses, and I think if Beastcoast wants to be taken as a serious team, they need to figure out their defenses.
Yeah, Jacob, you talked about it in the interview, but only 2 opening picks from Auction that entire round, or that entire time, and it was only 1 for the vast majority of it. Dream's opening pick came in round 11, the final round that we just saw played out in that game. So for most of it, it was Beastcoast finding that entry, in particular on attack. Surf was round after round after round, fighting that opening pick, but then it felt like there was always a trade back. There was somebody then getting in on Oxygen and being able to retake that man advantage, or even just in the actual push. The fact that they were able to all come in together, it felt like they all were pushing on the same page. It definitely did manage to get the best of Beastcoast, who a couple of times felt like they should have been in strong positions to win in the execute, but then it was an over peak here, it was a misstep there, they would fall apart, and Oxygen would just take advantage of it.
Yeah, I gotta ask, how common do you think it is for a team to get the opening pick 80% plus in a map and still lose it?
Your odds of winning a round on average are about 66% if you get the opening pick.
Yeah, I think
about 2/3.
The first pick is the most important pick in the game.
Wow.
So.
Crazy. All right. Well, Beastcoast obviously with a little bit to work on. It doesn't seem like opening the round strong, at least against Oxygen, was a problem. It's just kind of a matter of closing it out. It's a matter of getting those final kills, right?
Probably down to their confidence in their early game and actually being able to make conversions. But when you have so many rounds starting off well and then not being able to finish, I think it's a sign that you need to stay away from Oregon for the near future. I don't think it's a good opportunity to really showcase Ferda's skill set and how this team is going to be working efficiently down the road. I think you're putting yourself in a hole if you play a map like that where it's played out the same way so many times over, and if you're not following through with the same formula because that's how you play this map, then you're doing it wrong. So don't go to Oregon again in the future. I think you need for these last 3 games to showcase a totally different skill set.
That's right. Well, let's showcase some plays from that last map. We're going to start with the very beginning. We're going to start with round number 1. Oxygen pushing in. We'll see how it went.
This is one of those rounds that Oxygen, again, they were all kind of pushing from one side. They don't have advantage, okay? Surf got to work early. He got that opening pick. Watch Anthony on the Tachanka. You've got both Smoke and Tachanka on this defense. There's no universe that Oxygen should be getting a plant down here. They use a lot of their utility early, right? Slash has used the majority of his, but Anthony still has some. And what's going to end up happening? They've got full control of his backside. Again, one-dimensional push from Oxygen. Neuer sets himself up outside of pillars. Watch out for him. Anthony, what's he gonna do here? He's still got 3 fire grenades he can use to stop this plant. He's in a really good spot. Plant goes down, and Anthony, MGS, swings. What? What?
I would just like to point out Ferda and Zeno in no man's land.
True?
Zeno was going up the main stairs, decided to come back while Plant was going down. I don't know, it just seems like a lot of disconnect on the defense for Beastcoast.
It's not even that Chanka there is a bad pick either. I feel like you've got area denial, you just have to use it in the same way. It's like if you're out of smoke, Babes or Slash is dead, cool. If you're out of a nitro cell, cool. You've got 3 different opportunities at that point if utility still remains on the board to use it, so use it. That's really the only critique there.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you saw Neuers getting the triple kill in that round too. Obviously, he popped off a little bit today. Round number 11. The next one we're going to look at was another kind of instance of that. We looked at the first round. Now let's look at how Oxygen closed it out.
So this is the round that we just saw to end the game, and the first thing to notice, of course, the Electric Claws being brought, they put them on the 2 hatches, E-Box and Freezer. No EMPs. I think one of the first rounds that Beastcoast didn't bring any secondary EMPs. It was Ferda. He switches off of it. OXG switch off with a perfect opportunity. Immediately makes it a difficult push, right? Dream and Freezer has the absolute freedom to play right up close on the stairs. He doesn't have to fall back. There's no pressure on him. He's going to get at least 1 kill here. It does get traded, so shout out to Anthony for hitting that shot. I know we were criticizing him earlier, but he did pop off in terms of the frags this game. But still, it's a difficult position. Somehow, Beastcoast manage a man advantage, and they just need to get in and plant this defuse kit onto the ground. But Penguin, it doesn't exactly go to plan here.
No, I mean, they find out Vertical is in Chala, they get that pick, but then they decided they're going to flood deep, which is an okay call, but Surf's way too far ahead to actually make this flood work. Slash and Ferda are a little bit too far behind. And ultimately, again, it's a disconnect with Beastcoast. I think the name of the game for Beastcoast right now is they're disconnected on their attacks and their defenses, more so on the defense.
I mean, we're back at a point where we're looking at Beastcoast statistically where they're in one of the worst shapes they've been in since they were the 9th place team in the league for all of last year. We're back in 2021 shades of Beastcoast. Even if it might be a slightly different play style, you've got the entire team minus Anthony is completely restructured. I'm sorry, man, but we got to harken back to when in 2021 they were making a lot of the same mistakes and they were down here statistically on both attack and defense. It might just be the same fish in a different ocean, dude.
I mean, we'll see. It's you talk about players playing for their job sometimes in other sports. I feel like with Beastcoast, you got to kind of keep that in mind a little bit, even though they just brought 2 new people in. If it's not working out, if it continues like that, you got to look at off-season changes. We'll keep an eye on Beastcoast as the games continue throughout the stage. But for now, we look ahead to our 4th match of the day. It's going to be Soniqs versus Parabellum. Should be a fun one. Do not miss it. NAL returns in just a few.
like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me a notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping more for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bad face. Now he's got a LB on the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I balance to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you.
You said hello and I lost my control in just one tiny second. You do to me what I've seen in the movies, but this really happening. My mind explodes. I can feel my bones shaking to the beat of my bleeding heart. An overload. Don't know how this goes, but I'm pretty sure you just made my world stop. I can't believe my eyes when I get close.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doa here, along with Jesse J. Caliber Jacob and Penguin, our special pro gamer guest as we go into game number 4 of the day. It's going to be Parabellum, a team that you're fairly familiar with, I would imagine.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Taking on Soniqs. Should be a great game. Soniqs with 4 wins on the stage. Parabellum with 3. 2 of our top teams. How's this one's going to shake down?
I think this will be, honestly, the game of the day. I think this is the game of the day. I think both these
Might be
teams
right.
have a lot to prove. They've made a couple roster changes, and I think everyone's saying that the roster changes are going positively for these teams. And I don't know, I think we're going to see really who's the better team.
I don't know, it's been a weird kind of fall off so far for PB. Started off super hot on the same map, and then for the past 3 games, it's definitely not been the same level of confidence. I know a lot of people picked them to beat Astralis yesterday, but even that wasn't that convincing when you go all the way to the max point OT.
This can be.
It totally can, but this also might be statistically like one of the most lopsided matchups on the day because PB in 6th, not one of the better defensive teams, and yet now Soniqs, because of the TSM loss, have vaulted up into 1st place, and now they're trying to defend this for as long as they can.
Gunnar has left his team to join SQ. He now faces them. We will see if it was the right call from him.
I was gonna say, Parabellum are looking at that contract being like, should we have let him go? We're gonna find out.
I mean, they've looked good. Obviously, you know, Gunnar playing against his old team, it could be kind of fun to watch in that regard. But it seems like everyone's been kind of happy, right? I mean, Gunnar's contract was bought out. Parabellum brought in some new exciting players. Soniqs got to replace a couple pieces they wanted. So I feel like in this case, there's probably like, I don't think there's any drama or bad blood in this one. Maybe you can like correct me. What's your take on it?
I don't think there's bad blood, but I definitely think there's like a rivalry or like a want to win and prove
they're
that
1-1 against each other on the years.
Exactly.
Fair enough,
like
yeah.
both teams want to prove that they were correct.
Okay, well, there you go. Let's talk about Parabellum specifically then. So, Parabellum obviously making some changes coming into this one, picking up, or I should say dropping a gunner, of course, picking up Doc, picking up Asian, and so here we are. The new kid's been doing pretty well. I feel like Asian's had a little bit of trouble adjusting. He's been a little bit of stage nerves kind of popping out here and there, but obviously the talent is there. The question is, can we bring it out consistently?
Rough game from Asian yesterday, particularly. He went
Yeah.
4-12, and I feel like he was very often kind of dying earlier in the rounds, which would put Parabellum in general into a bad spot. PB then would have to rely on guys like Kool-Aid or Blaz to make those swings, turn things back in their favor, and really like pull Parabellum back from that game that they just played against Astralis. I think Asian in general has been kind of inconsistent, and that's kind of what we expected from him. He's a very talented guy, and I think coming in up from Challenge League, right, there's a lot of expectations that he would be able to pop off, but because he's kind of got those nerves on him, because he's kind of played, on in different levels at different, proficiencies in the past, I think there was kind of the expectation that he might not be the most consistent player on earth, and we've seen that. You take a look at the last 3 games, and against 2 of them, against SSG and of course Astralis yesterday, he's got 7 kills total. When you look at a couple of those games, he has been struggling, so we want to see him having a good game today.
Yeah, I think if PB wants to win this game against SQ, they really need Doc, Eska, and Asian to show up. We don't need Blaz dropping another 20 bomb, and we don't need Kool-Aid bailing them out when they lose man count.
I mean, you want those things, but you don't want it to come at the cost of them doing poorly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that makes sense. And I feel like for Blaz, he's definitely already done his part to kind of carry this team. Still one of the highest rated players in the league. And still at this point, proving that this was kind of the tip of the spear for a Parabellum team that had to restructure after making 2 roster moves. But then you go down the list of how far everyone else has been performing. Kool-Aid's right up there, probably a little bit higher than you'd want from somebody who is really the only support type player that exists on this roster. Then Doc, then Asian, then Eska in descending order, and it kind of gets worse the further you go down on the score sheet. I'm waiting for Eska, I think, to wake up a little bit more in his new role. I think Blaz having primarily taken over Sledge definitely unlocks the potential for Eska to do more things, but it keeps on looking like this Parabellum squad needs a little bit more adjusting, and it may come at the cost of a major if they don't figure things out in this game in particular.
Close 2 stages in a row. We'll see if they can maybe make a bit more progress here in stage 3. But now it's time to talk a little bit about the team on the other side of the arena. Soniqs, a team that is 4-0. Now, before we get into it, we did get a chance to sit down with some of the players before the stage began, get their thoughts on a couple topics. Here's what they had to say.
Out of myself, just uphold my high standards already and just do positive, do my thing, and help my teammates out.
Good individual performance and, just top 4 finish as a team.
Like top 10 performance, CGG rise.
Expectations for stage 3 would say obviously pretty high just because for the fact that the Soniqs have always done good domestically, but obviously it's a new team, so it might take some time, but I'm pretty confident that we'll perform well. Doesn't matter how much you look to improve a team towards international play if you never get there, right? We just gotta make sure we place top 4 this season and let's go to the major and then hopefully qualify for invite.
I expected my teammates, just to play together, have a great time, and take first place.
I think it's just on us, at the end of the day, obviously everyone says that, but if we want to have major success, I definitely think it's just going to be focusing on our game, I think moving forward, prep and just teamwork. I definitely think if all 5 of us are playing together and playing our game, I don't think anybody can stop us, so.
First, I'm pretty sure every team is going to be like, yeah, we can get that major spot, but I genuinely believe with Geo and everything, we have the talent and we have the experience to back it up too now to get first, second, third, fourth, go to a major and do well at a major.
Yeah, obviously our expectations are to get top 4 every stage, so we're not looking for anything less than top 4 of the stage.
I definitely think, obviously we want to make the major, but that doesn't mean we have any extra pressure on ourselves because we're just going to play our game and at the end of the stage, finish top 4.
One of the things that struck me about the Soniqs roster when I was talking to him over in Vegas is that they all seem to be a unit already. They all seem to be getting along really well. Things seem cohesive. There seemed to be chemistry on an interpersonal level between the players, and that's something that's really noticeable. When you get all the teams coming through the same place, you really get to see which teams have factions, which teams have players that are kind of the odd person out. Didn't get that sense from Soniqs. Everyone kind of seemed to be on the same page, and that certainly looked like it's proven true in stage 3.
Honestly, from a domestic standpoint, the only real time we've seen this Soniqs team do poorly since they brought the E-United core in was immediately after SI this year, when they self-admitted, we don't know what we're meant to do with attacker repick. The maps are throwing us for a loop. We didn't have a lot of time in between the end of SI and when stage 1 started, and that's the one time they've ever done poorly. Every other time, top 4 finish, even when it was unexpected at the beginning of last year. It's the same kind of pace that the Soniqs have set over and over again. And even though we had some weird expectations about Gunnar and Geo coming in and this not being the same team with Super no longer being at the backbone of it, they're still doing basically what everyone expected them to do. The one time that they were off, that isn't at a major, obviously, is a time that is basically so far long gone in the past, and most people probably forgot it even exists at this point.
Yeah, I think Soniqs was the one team that's made 2 roster changes that haven't even looked like they've made roster changes. They look like just the same Soniqs team that have been playing for the past God knows how long.
If you blinked, all that would have changed was usernames, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when you take a look at those roster changes, Gunnar in particular has changed a bit and I think evolved since his time on Parabellum. He's now playing so many different operators. He's been very versatile. He's been one of those players that can really sneak into the bomb site on attack, make something happen, and be able to kind of grab those opening picks. You see the number of attacking ops and number of defending ops. This is 3 attacking operators and 3 defending operators for stage 3. I believe that's a little lower than what it actually is. He has been flexing around quite a bit. Currently, he's been playing a numerous of different operators, 22 ops total. That's what my stats say here in stage 3. Really has been popping off on those operators. So whether it's that or fewer, regardless, it is exciting to see him bouncing around 2 different operators because it felt like on Parabellum maybe he was a little shoehorned in on what he had to play, had to kind of go on those entry roles. But here on Soniqs, it feels like he's really found a home and found a role for himself.
I mean, for SQ, it's like if it's not broke, don't fix it. If you've already got Grixer, Rexen, and Kansan firing exactly the way they need to, you don't need to then suddenly pull somebody off of any of those roles and then slot Gunnar in just because that's what he was doing on PB. I think he had a nice in to Pro League when he started last stage, but it's not like he necessarily needed to then immediately change his entire repertoire when he went towards a team that was probably going to give him better long-term success, right?
He certainly hasn't been looking like a rookie lately. That's for sure. But let's take a look at the map we're going to. The vetoes are in. What's it going to be?
Well, the map pools for both these teams aren't exactly the most congruous thing in the world, so there's a couple maps I think are going to or should get taken off the board pretty quickly. Parabellum don't like Bank, Clubhouse, and Theme Park, and the Soniqs are massive cafe haters and also hate Theme Park too, so I'm pretty sure we'll see that one taken off pretty quickly. Actually, wait a second. No.
Well,
what are they doing? Theme Park is still in the pool.
It won't be for long, as you mentioned. Oregon Theme and Skyscraper left. Skyscraper, a team that both squads are undefeated on, -1 really far game from Soniqs earlier in stage 1. Theme Park, a game that both teams have yet to ever win, and Oregon, one that both these teams love to play very often. I doubt it. Parabellum get first ban. They take out Skyscraper. I would imagine this is them assuming that Soniqs are going to ban the theme because that is the predictable call here, and then forcing it to Oregon. Because I feel like Sky and Oregon are the 2 actual options in this final 3 map ban.
Thank God.
And that is what it is. Soniqs have to get forced into the obvious ban of taking out Theme Park. So Parabellum, despite not having the last ban here, kind of took control at the end and forced it to Oregon, where I think Skyscraper was a real possibility.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, last stage as well, prep for Soniqs, everyone knew, oh, we're going Oregon. both Parabellum, both Soniqs know they're going to Oregon. It's just how the map pool lays out for both these teams. Not really too many maps where they're trying to explore or try and be creative on. They're going to play the defaults, they're going to play them well, and I think we're going to get a treat on Oregon.
Again, rematch from stage 2, 7-5 to Soniqs last time. So we'll see if the bounce back, maybe Parabellum can turn it around.
I don't know, man. With Soniqs having 9 plays on this map this year, that's a lot when you consider how often they've been able to play, because they had a major they missed out on, and yet they've still played this particular map almost in the double digits. That's a lot of film for PB to look at.
9 times, but how many wins?
9 times, only 3.
And different roster than a lot of those, a lot of footage too. So all things to consider as we think about our predictions. Oh yes, it's that time once again. First of all, as usual, we'll ask our casters what they think. Blue and Stokes, Parabellum Soniqs, a little bit of a tricky call, is it?
Yeah, I would say so, but thankfully we've got still a pretty good track record that's been going on throughout this stage for the Soniqs, so I feel like I've got a pretty confident pick going to them. Again, off of the back of Jacob's point there too, with just how heavily they've played into this map. Still think it's going to be close. There's definitely a chance for Parabellum to upset here, but I feel like Soniqs should be able to take the cake.
Fair enough. What do you think, Stokes?
I gotta agree with him. I think that the Soniqs have been riding this high, especially with this new team, and I don't see the train stopping right now. I think Parabellum are a fantastic foe, but it's gonna be Soniqs at the end of the day.
It makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, Soniqs are a team that has played so well. It's not that Parabellum can't beat them. It's just that we haven't seen yet the evidence that they are a team that's capable of doing that. Maybe we will today. We'll see. Thanks for your input. We'll check in with the casters again in a second when the map gets started. For now, though, the analysts have their chance to get it right. Jacob, I believe you're undefeated on the week so far, right? Or undefeated, you're...
No, on the week.
Not necessarily undefeated, you're just 100% correct, right?
I'm always undefeated, Doa. What are you talking about? I have yet to lose. I'm always right.
There you go.
I've been right on predictions for every single game, the XSET one included. So we're not like using the actual TSM thing to knock on it, right?
Okay.
No, but for me, it's kind of the same argument that I used for the Beastcoast OXG game from before. Pound for pound, who do you think has the better players? It goes to Soniqs in that category.
Sure.
And then as a team, how do you operate? Still goes to Soniqs there. I don't look at the fact that they're going to this same map for the 10th time this year as a knock, mostly because both teams are running very different systems against one another, and it shouldn't be the same game through and through. So as much as I like what Parabellum has been able to do and adapt, and I loved their win yesterday, it's still going to be a Soniqs game, and I'm still going to be undefeated on the week.
Now, wait. I want Penguin to go last. Jesse?
Yeah, I think for me it's a consistency issue, right? We've seen Parabellum play really good. We've also seen Parabellum really struggle. From the Sonic side of things, they did have that one weird TSM game where they struggled, but most of the time they've been rock solid as a team throughout this stage since making their roster move. So I've got to go for the Soniqs here as well. Just playing the numbers, it feels like it's got to be a more consistent game from them, and so I'll pick them in this match.
All Soniqs. Penguin, numbers versus heart.
I'm gonna have to go with Soniqs. I can't. I can't vote for the team that doesn't have a loss.
A
I
true
can't vote against them. So I don't know. I think
doesn't have a loss. They dropped one to TSM earlier, man. Yeah.
One loss to TSM.
Sorry. They have one loss compared to what?
It has less losses.
Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Compared to two.
I have Wikipedia in front of me.
Okay.
Welcome
I'm gonna go with the team with less losses. So Soniqs.
Welcome to live broadcasting. Yeah, these things happen. There you go. Less losses at least. But picking Soniqs, going for the logical choice. All right. Well, the coin. We'll see what it has to say. Heads, Parabellum. Tails. It's going to be Soniqs. Tails. Coin says Soniqs.
Well,
All right.
Penguin,
okay.
Penguin, you can now change your pick because we know what Twitter's going to do.
Twitter?
Well, of course. Twitter's gonna vote for...
72% did say Soniqs, so they did win that one pretty handily.
I changed my pick, and it turned out I was right. You can change your pick.
Penguin, you have to be bullied into
don't
this.
To
bully
your
him into it.
team. You can change it to your team or to your old team, and they might end up breaking the curse anyway.
Don't let them bully you.
It's literally right in front
Follow
of
your heart, Penguin.
Yeah, I don't know. My parents always told me to not give in to peer pressure, so I'm going to stick with my answer.
All right, there you go. There you go. A lesson for everyone at home, too. Don't get bullied into changing your predictions on the Rainbow Six North American League analyst desk.
I bullied myself.
So my mother always told me. Community poll, who is that guy? Blaz or Grixer?
Yeah.
You that guy? You not that guy?
He's that guy, dude. He's just that guy.
Look, man, Grixer is him. I don't care who you are.
I don't know, bro. Blaz is that guy. He just dropped 21.
Grixer,
that guy
man.
material.
Grixer, gotta stand up for my boy Pablo.
Well, something to think about anyway. As we take a quick break, we'll get into the match in just a moment. Soniqs versus Parabellum should be awesome when we come back here in just a few on the Rainbow Six North American League.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the NAL. It is time for our next matchup here. This one bound to be one that we should be able to get some interesting results out of. The Soniqs now locked into first place in the league. As for the current standings, of course, here, Parabellum, I think, sitting around like 4th or 5th place, looking to improve their standings today, but they'll need to find what, in my opinion, would be an upset. I think our predictions would reflect that against the Soniqs. Very much so on a home map as well. On Oregon was like kind of like the only map they did play in stage 1. I think you remarked on that one, and we've seen them play pretty consistently since then, so they're going to be able to make finally another return to it here today.
Yeah, the 10th play for the year, which is pretty incredible. Not really something that we see happen too often in Rainbow Six, but given the circumstances of the map ban specifically for this year, it made it to where, at least, you know, for stage 1, you could really point to a map and force teams to try and take you to it, and we saw the Soniqs abusing that quite often, and it's something that we see a lot of teams try and go for, especially when they start to get into major contention. You want to try and keep your map count to a very minimal amount when it comes to trying to go to national events, keep some of these maps hidden, make it easier for you to try and get some of those big wins when it does come to international competition. But we're going to be on NA soil for this one, ladies and gents, and we're going to be down the SAS op of Sledge as well, a pretty unique one that we haven't seen throughout stage 3, but what else would you expect between PB and Soniqs?
Twitch ban is going to be the second one to come up alongside the Sledge ban there, just trying to make the top-down angles a little more than likely opened up by PB over the course of their attacking rounds. A little bit more difficult to achieve in the fact that, well, you can't use the Sledge. You're going to have to bring a buck if you're wanting to bring those to the table. More than likely, though, we'll end up just avoiding that entirely. Valk will be the first defender ban. Again, we're still seeing her be generally too universally useful depending on the team you ask, so she's usually first on the chopping block for a lot of squads, and Azami as well, the new addition to the permanent ban roster as of the past few months.
Yeah, well, there are no chains on the offensive side of this map. I can tell you that right now. We have access to every hard breacher under the sun, every silly piece of utility that you can potentially think of. It's available. You have Doc, you have Lion, you have all of these things to try and assist with your clears, as well as Nook in play as well, which we don't get to see too often, as she is our most banned operator on the offensive end, but she'll be available for these teams to use, so more than likely see her play skyrocket throughout this map. And why not? That secondary utility works so very well for a map like Oregon. You need frag grenades, she has them. You need EMPs, she's got those too. Whatever you need in order to get access to a site, she is able and capable of dealing with pretty easily. So we'll see what Parabellum can do in that regard. But past that, though, everything making quite a bit of sense, even down to Blast switching over to EMPs.
Away from that, though, not going to see any huge surprises when it comes to that defensive lineup specifically. Definitely a different take from the Soniqs, but not anything we haven't seen before, so it should be fun to see how they're going to potentially try to levy the aggression that they're absolutely bringing to the table. And curious more than anything to see how these Capcan traps work out for Rex in there, see if they're going to be able to potentially bait their opponents into these through the roam game, or, of course, capitalize on the indecision that the attackers often have on this site and maybe get lucky trapping out one or two of the players on entry. Away from that, though, Kansan has been challenged over by T2. Thankfully, he's not positioned in T3, so not going to have a huge threat to his life immediately come by, but as you can see, he's here. And if he knocks that window up, and he might have had a POV on someone from PB on drone, but obviously doesn't want to take the risk on that this early on in the game, so plays it cautiously. Still with the potential to bang out that window in a few seconds, though, so we'll have to wait and see what he can work towards.
Yes, indeed. And it appears that the Soniqs have adhered to my cries from the previous game. A huge amount of roamers here now, and Knock barreling down onto Grixer's location, but he's ready for it. Obviously, that drone at his feet, kind of a call sign that somebody's more than likely in the area and trying to pick up their initial kill. But it's going to be on the other foot. Parabellum will get gunned down, and the first minute will subside. PB down a man.
Away from that, whole map goes quiet here as the Soniqs
Doc?
wait to find out exactly what they can work towards. And yeah, Doc gonna get downed here.
Where the heck did he even get downed at? He's down. Oh,
it was the Capcan traps. It was the Capcan traps.
Oh, the EDDs nip at his ankles, and Doc will go down, and Zofia can no longer pick herself back up. So he's gonna need a teammate to come over here and res him back to 20 HP.
Thankfully, it doesn't look like anyone from the Soniqs actually managed to catch this. Of course, once again, for anybody who plays Siege a little bit more casually and doesn't follow our pro formats, the points you would normally see when something like that happens in usual games are not going to be present here. So, of course, they wouldn't have been notified of that down. They would have just had the audio cue from upstairs, and it still would have been probably too dangerous a route for someone on the Soniqs to take to be able to actually just get a confirmation. So they'll be more than happy with the 20 HP drain on Doc.
And that's not even the point of them either. The point is to waste time and deal considerable damage, which is
exactly
what they did. See, you can follow along, John. Doc is going to take some considerable damage, and the timer. I mean, it's been severely injured. We're down to a minute here. Kool-Aid will at least be able to open up construction, but just to remind you, the Soniqs had quite the unique setup downstairs. Look at all of the soft paneling around here. They can contest every entry point that Parabellum has at their disposal. Mine is construction, but I mean, they could just practically give that up if they truly want to. They have so much utility to be able to play this off of site, and not only that, but the man advantage as well.
Shots in from Doc to try and stun out some of the resistance by Pillar. Is going to work out too as Asian strikes true for PB and gets the first kill going against Kansan. That trades us back down into a 4v4, but they're frozen past this point. No other access points to work their way in. Geo, though, going to be forced out forward. The down is claimed on him as he reacts too slowly. Blaz with a second pick off as well. The defense falling to shreds here. Finally, Rexon activates, though, with a double. Knocks out both of the players, putting hallway pressure onto this site. He's still got more to go and nearly loses himself there on the hallway swing, but at the moment, outwitting the aggression from Kool-Aid. It was going all well until Rexon had to activate when he instead shuts it all down and gives the round over to SQ.
Richie is an absolute G. Every single time we see him in a situation like this, when his number gets called up, Rexon can make magic happen, and he does it in the first round of Oregon. He paints Freezer red, and he will give Soniqs their first defensive win. A round from him, and one that was starting to fall to pieces as well for the defense, minus Rexon. Everyone losing their gunfights in considerable fashion as well. I mean, it looked like a walk in the park for PB.
Pretty much not a great round, ultimately, for the Soniqs. No. Just a really great round coming in there for Rexon, of course, to try and activate himself. And thankfully, save the day for the Soniqs, as they'll still be able to claim that round, but probably be a little worried returning down to that, and we'll want to rebuffer those defenses and potentially a different setup when we go for the second try on that, more than likely around round 3, or rather 4.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the Soniqs had a gorgeous setup, I'd like to say. Even when it came down to the late round, like, they didn't have exact preventative utility, but they still had impact, so you can kind of pseudo deal with those in order to try and prevent somebody from going for a plant. But it was really those big fights that we saw Parabellum swinging into Site 4 that Soniqs quickly got dispatched by. The big one being there, Geo, trying to play close to the door, and a beautiful nade out of Parabellum dislodges him and forces him to try and play with a heavy hand, but obviously he's outwitted and taken down.
So we're going to see a little bit of an active defense put up by the Soniqs now as they move up.
I swear to God, I thought Gunner just did that.
I thought so too for a second. It wasn't. That was off camera, folks. It was Rexon over here by Big Tower. I'm assuming someone tried to take a challenge by the staircase, or maybe like on that doorway leading into cafeteria, and unfortunately paid the price for it. Could have been a peek from like a window too that Rexon got lucky and managed to snag. Either way though, Asian is going to end up going down as a result of that.
Man, does that suck as well. I mean, you do still have some, good frag grenades to be able to use to get some of the shields and other stuff out, but you really want Asian's frag power, not only with the impacts, but the concussions as well. They're so fantastic for clearing out a lot of different portions of the map. Rexon is an absolute god in this game so far. A triple kill for him on the round. He's been outside more than he's been in, and he's looking to get another one. Peek me. What are you doing, Eska? Sit down. Oh my goodness gracious. That is 7 kills. Make that 7 kills.
yeah. Grixer comes in. He wants a piece of the pie, too.
Grix is like, Rexon, you got to calm down, man.
4 kills on this round. I think 3 on the last one as well. So he's killed just an absolutely insane level of players right now here. Great stuff from Rexon as he's, to some extent, single-handedly carrying the Soniqs through these first 2 rounds here.
I mean, I didn't know that we were all just entering Rexon's sanctum when we launched this
We
game.
went back to Oregon.
Yeah, he is single-handedly forced a PB timeout. The rest of Soniqs have just had to roam and kill one guy. And
we called it. We called the timeout. And Cooley goes to his coach like, "How do I kill him?"
Oh my gosh. Well, I can tell you this: Parabellum have got to get this info game unlocked. They don't have anybody in drones. That's the big issue. I mean, for lack of a better term, he's practically just running around the map and just taking fights at every entry point he can. And people like Rexon can do that because his mechanical ability is through the damn roof. Like, it's not even fair. And minus that, they still have Grixer on their team. Like, super. You really outdid yourself with this one, man. Let me tell you.
Absolutely the case here. So Soniqs constantly abusing that lack of drone presence is going to be able to easily carve away a second round. They said, all right, you guys want to make the first one close? Well, let's get back control on the second one here. And we'll just have to wait and see what they can send to us for on the third one as well. This is obviously where the defense gets stretched out a little bit more, as we're going to be on that tertiary site on the first floor.
Penguin said something pretty funny to me when he was walking out of the room, because I was like, oh, we got to cast Oregon again, right? Yeah. 2 in a row, like Oregon by itself is like, all right, I can get through it. But back-to-back Oregons is a little bit different, right? He's like, oh, come on, man, You just got to enjoy the mini games of Oregon, right? And it's like we're going to the carnival, right? Well, what do you do about this circus that we have going on right now? That's my question, Penguin. I can't wait to see his analysis after this as well, because I think it's always interesting to see what people consider to be the right move in a situation like this, right?
Absolutely the case. So Crixer and Rexen have both started this game off on fire so far. I'm going to jinx it here, apologies, but I do need to say the stat. Both players yet to die in the first 2 rounds here, as we see Crixer at 3-0 and Rexen at 7-0. He's gone, not reverse double agent, as he does have an assist in there, actually, but yeah.
It's just, it boggles my mind that they have every single kill in the first 2 rounds on those 2 people, and Grixer only has 3 of them. It's so wild. Oh my goodness. Well, Parabellum obviously down their timeout. We're about 30 seconds into round 3 here. I'll try and do my best to stop being so gobsmacked about this situation. Parabellum, they're kind of throwing things at the wall and hoping that it sticks. Asian's actually going to pick up Gridlock here. This is a choice that we never see go through. He's going to be rocking the F90 with some smoke, so we'll see if those track stingers can try and slow down this roam game.
Rexen, though, is still going to be positioned in a very aggressive spot. And he's not the only one. You can see Grixer supporting him from a little bit further down the hallway towards attic entryway, and they have a 3rd player in T2. What is this lineup of the Alibi clones as well?
Ask questions.
Just
You don't want
3
the
of them
answer to, John.
stacked next to each other in the attic.
What I do on my time is my time.
Is Grixer trying to play like the shell game here?
The cups. He's the guy on the street in New York just moving cups. Oh my! And he might just stand
this
in
is a
one
good
of these
bait
things as
actually
well.
too.
Yeah, exactly. Like they have to try and get rid of all of these, and not only that, but if they play this out in a weird way, Grixer could technically speaking just stand in one of them.
There's
Really,
no
throw
way
them
he
for a
goes where the
loop.
3rd one just got shot from. He's thinking about it. You can see him creeping forward. Rexen though nearly cut off on the cross. Here we go. The track stingers. They take him down. Asian gets the finishing blow as well. That's the first time I've ever seen a player actually get down by track stingers. So props to Asian for that accolade in my casting book. But it's not over yet for PB. They've taken down Kansan as well. Much better mitigation of the extended game this time. Controlling Rexen, of course. Grixer potentially still going to be a problem in T2, but I think they have accounted for that in this clear. Asian, there we go, knocking out another element of PB, or rather of the Soniqs defense by taking down Kansan.
Well, minus drones, Soniqs really haven't gotten too much. Grixer will finally take down Blaz, but with track stingers practically everywhere, it's going to be difficult for these defensive members to try and rotate minus Grixer's impacts. That could be quite useful in a situation like this. Kool-Aid obviously won't have to deal with those track stingers as he is on the offense. And it's going to be a smoke push here for Grixer, but he's caught off guard. And that's the damnation of smokes in Siege. It's not nearly as good as other games. You can usually see like your shoulder or something peek out before you even get a glance on them, and he's gunned down because of it. What a round from Parabellum. Huge adaptation and a fantastic roam clear to boot.
Absolutely the case. So for the Soniqs, we're going to hope that that was just the tertiary site, not really favoring. This is 2 sets of track stingers there, too. I'm pretty sure they really did not want anyone roaming around White Stairs trying to mess with their potential clear. So PB, a bit of an overzealous insurance policy, but it works out especially well to take care of Rex in there. Nice turnaround from PB to quickly correct the mistakes immediately after their pause. Now we get the real test, though, as the Soniqs get to return to their primary sites with the basement up first. Kids will be on the next round. This is when Parabellum's attacking strategy will really be tested once again.
Yeah, we'll see if Parabellum can put Soniqs back in quarantine. They were able to box them in that last round, get some isolated players on the top floor, and continue the snowball in towards the kitchen plant where they were finally able to decide it. But they're going to need to start chain linking these together, and it all starts with a successful downstairs offense. This is one of the most difficult sites in the game to try and bunker bust, especially if the Soniqs can get a lead-off pick or just get rid of some important utility. We'll have to see how this ends up going. The roam game the last time was pretty damning for Parabellum. Well, not actually, really, as I'm kind of picking up the pieces from that previous round. Parabellum was able to clear things out, but that's actually where things fell down, and Rexen got that triple inside of the first round. So PB, not that big of a deal on clear, but when it came to the site execute, just not able to find a hot-handed Rexen.
Let's see how Rexen might be able to activate himself once again here on round 4. He's gone over towards the mirror this time around, so he's going to be even trickier potentially with the angles he'll play from, whether it's going to be on that inside laundry closet or, of course, behind the freezer wall mirror setup we just saw him go for. Plenty of options will be given to both himself and his teammates. The real star here on PB is going to be, of course, Eska. Once again, bringing that Amaru into the fold for the attackers. We'll see where the swing ends up potentially helping here, but for the most part, I think he's just picked it up for the gun this time around here. The comfortable pick that'll come with that potential clear.
He's going to hop right into attic. They've droned out the top floor already, so we shouldn't have to be too worried about this. Have a drone on the mid floor as well. This is more than likely Eska just going to be slowly working his way around the map with the remaining members of his squad and see if they can try and lock up some of these stairwells and things along those lines. For the Soniqs, they are into the turtle setup. They've got the Mira implemented, they've got Grixer on the Warden, as well as some laser gates and Jaeger. This is all call signs of them trying to use their utility from sight to really punish Parabellum when it comes to their execution. And why not? The Soniqs were able to delay for such a long period of time. The last time, they were just lacking true defensive utility when it came to the site plan. As I said before, they kind of just had pseudo utility, those impacts that they could toss down and get some good damage off with, but nothing like a nitro cell like they have now.
All right, well, half the round, a little more than that, in fact, has already been bled away, and it's been a very quiet round for both teams. PB has not been able to catch any mistakes from the Soniqs. At the same time, Soniqs have not jumped out to try and take any additional fights here.
Interesting. They have, oh, I love that. That was so gorgeous from Parabellum. So what they're going to do is they're going to charge the EMP fully, and it's actually going to reach through the ground to grab those ADSs. They get rid of the ADSs there, so the shield's now bare and they can get that, but obviously that was the end goal. Get a nade in there and try and nade out the player playing inside of Elbow, but either way, a heck of a setup for PB. Geo now going for a heck of a setup of his own. He's going to get stunned out here. Grixer down low, trying to balance back and forth between a multitude of different angles. Geo, oh my, some amazing shots back and forth, but it's mostly the other members to assist him, not able to get the double, but does it really matter at the end of the day? The Soniqs are able to leave a beautiful trail of PB all over the bottom floor. So we'll see what they're able to do going into this next round, but Parabellum at least are able to get their heads wrapped around the site. It was just the site that really fought back.
Yeah, once again, that's become a core issue for some of our teams. As we saw in the previous matchup, that was a bit of a problem as well, just trying to attack the interior setup there. That's when the defense can really activate themselves and get back into it.
Yeah, yes. Oh, yes. This is exactly what I wanted. Oh, we're going to get it 6.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's attackers. You got to be careful on that.
No fun. Yeah, we would have loved to see that last round, though, there after they got that EMP and that ADS out. Just bullhead your way right into Elbow, get rid of that shield player. I mean, Blitz isn't exactly the worst thing in the world on Oregon.
Would have been great for the basement attack, as you said.
Yeah,
just don't see it coming out here, unfortunately, on the kids' attack.
Yeah, not going to work nearly as well. I mean, even if you do try and do something like, I don't know, maybe like hop the attic window or hop double or something like that, where you can try and bear down on Sonic's setup pretty quickly, there's still going to be some disadvantages in that. You really got to take into consideration. So definitely like the Nomad, like the Thatcher even more, just makes things super easy for them to get these walls open and continue on living throughout the round. Asian's going to switch on over to Ash, and not only that, he's rocking the R4C over the G36C.
All right, so we've got PB spawned out on the map. Looking to once again take control of things away from the Soniqs. The Soniqs are going to have a few shenanigans to throw, specifically over there in Big Tower. Rexon will be holding control of the small tower area, but quite passively, as you can see, he's only maintaining that from the cafeteria spot. Rest of the team, of course, brought quite lightly near the site, definitely wanting to once again take the fight directly to PB on their initial entry here, and doubling down on some of the Big Tower plays. Well, we've got a player on Repel. There's a bit of drone info leaking in as to what's going on in the attic, but not a whole lot of actionable intel, unfortunately, for PB to work into here. Are just waiting, I think, for the members of the Soniqs to fall back, and then they'll move in to clear this themselves and begin working on that barricade that was just set up.
Well, we've only had 4 rounds, obviously this being round 5, and Rexon and Grixer have combined for 15-2-1. That's pretty disgusting. Definitely something you'd want on your team, I'm pretty sure. So Soniqs obviously in amazing straits as of right now and looking to try and continue on their defensive warpath. Parabellum haven't gotten into the building just yet, but they've got some gorgeous angles from the outside that could be a detriment to Soniqs if they misplay this.
He's going to try to open things up for his teammates later on in the round, but his adventure will take him up to the second floor as well. I'm not going to try to proceed through the first floor where Geo might have been able to pick him off. Geo will still have play potential, of course, but Asian now with a little bit of a cutoff towards that could potentially work on finding this player. And good decision made there. So we see a little bit of aggression lined up, I think, from Blaz trying to go into the garage. He second guesses it, and it's a good thing, too, as Gunner was waiting just on the inside to cut him off. They're going to route a drone probably over here towards Gunner's position and reconfirm that it's all safe before moving in and hopefully find out that, indeed, that is not the case. That drone It's taken off, though, and there we go. The play is made. Gio, though, with a double for himself, catching the case as there's an attempt to hop in through the window as well. Now Grixer able to activate. Eska will finally find a successful cutoff by moving in through the attic, but that's only 1 kill against 3 here. Soniqs absolutely taking the advantage from that fight, especially with the case now being down on the ground, and Gio having the additional capability to bait out potentially Blaz in a moment here.
Oh, what a shot from Blaz, though. But the damage is already done. It's 2-3, and somebody has got to get this case down. There's no drones for Parabellum to try and utilize either that are going to be of any assistance. Potentially some flank drones set up, but the majority of the Soniqs members on site and looking to prevent this plant. Kansan does still have a smoke in his pocket as well, so should be fairly easy for him. Blaz is going to EMP things, but should he EMP'd over towards this actual laser gate instead to be able to assist himself? They can't even get the wall open. Might have been a distraction, but now Eska will obviously be known. The BP in Trophy sees him through the attic single panel. He's bouncing back and forth. Gunnar will take him down, and that's going to be a Soniqs round.
Good consistency coming in from the Soniqs and their 2 primary sites, but they do have to be cautious here if they're looking to lock in a 5-1. What could very well become the scoreline on the next round, of course, as if we remember back when they played on this first floor hold the first time around, things went very much in a different direction, much more heavy-handedly towards PB, and I see no reason why PB would not be able to replicate that success on a second go-around. Did have the pause from the Soniqs, of course, in the meanwhile, so they have some corrections that they can now apply, but it is going to be back on the same site. Not going to try and risk it with the cafeteria hold. It's still meeting room that they'll play into.
Yes, indeed. We bring in some other traps and things along those lines. We'll have the Razor Blooms in now. Obviously, Rex will be back with the EDDs of Capcan as well to try and slow down this clear, but really it's all about the preventative maintenance of meeting. You really want to make sure that it's difficult to try and get that plant down around stage, and that's why we see so many different forms of utility to try and prevent a play like that. Some traps to try and force Parabellum back out their breach once they do grasp a hold of it, and then some nitro cells and some strong fire power, like the potential for Gunnar to swing through some smokes and things along those lines if he so chooses. And that actually might rear its ugly head here soon, as Eska is going to pick up the Osa. She's not going to be coming in with the smokes, though. Instead, it'll be the secondary impact EMPs, which we have grown to know and love. So they'll have access to the wall a little bit easier than they normally would with having to get control up top and then having to destroy any mute jammers, anything of the sort through the soft paneling on the floor of attic.
Very, very slow rolling opening to the round, though. PB definitely want to make sure they don't mess things up on the second go-around. This is where they know they'll more than likely have a secured second round as long as they can repeat the same play out from the previous round. It will be a little bit more difficult this time, specifically because of some of the switch-ups in utility that we have seen, with the bigger emphasis on traps as well as the mitigation that could come in from Gunnar when the flash dumps work their way forward. Thankfully, it's pretty light on that from PB, so they shouldn't have to worry about too much of their utility being hard countered by Gunnar specifically here, but still, later on into the round, still come into play in a big way. PB ready to contest against things up here on the upstairs hold, and they will find the first kill. I don't believe it's going to be against the hold from that specific angle, though. It's against Gunnar way downstairs. So all this talk about how the Warden could potentially change things up, and he's unfortunately the first to die.
Well, I wanted to say this as well. Like, they really, really need to lean into these explosives, given the fact that they do have Osa in play. They have 1 nitro cell and a singular impact. Both of those are able to take out her shields, but if they don't have those in the proper positioning, then they could run into a lot of different issues. Gonna be able to get rid of the cam and set up the shield, so Eska's got everything set up for Big Tower now, but how is Soniqs going to respond?
Doc at the moment here, looking to try and open up an opportunity over towards meeting room, definitely trying to catch the position that I believe was played by Gio on the last hold there. Rexon, though, swinging out. Catching Blaz with his pants down is going to be able to eliminate him as he tries to get sneaky in towards the plant. Kool-Aid still feels the confidence to move forward, though, and start the plant procedure in the back of stage. They'll indeed begin that. Here comes Gio on the big flag. They have no idea that he's here. He won't be able to stop the plant as he's too overwhelmed as he approaches the situation. Also gives an opponent time to back up and establish crossfire against him. So PB take control yet again. Rexon now left alone inside of a 1v3 here. Has the correct read on the top flank that's going to be deployed against him, but that player not feeling too adventurous at this point. They want to let the players on even terrain have a chance at this one before they need to peek out. rebound, and there we go. Doc finishes things down, and that 2-4 scoreline comes true.
Very well done from Parabellum. That's twice today on these Oregon matchups that we've seen Big Tower be the hot spot for these teams trying to take control of Kitchen and Meeting, and it going quite swimmingly as well, getting some pretty considerable picks and then translating that into a pretty fast setup. What I loved about Parabellum's plant there as well is that they just didn't wait on the timer. They're not like, oh, we're going to wait 45 seconds just to see if the Soniqs want to do anything. We're ready for the plant, so let's just plant it now. And that makes it to where the Soniqs have to hop too. There was no preventative nitro cell from downstairs. Geo has to go for the flank up tower. Yeah, he gets one, but he immediately gets a refrag, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, especially when Soniqs are bleeding so many bodies at that point.
All right, well,
who is that guy, John?
I know. I guess we're about to find out. We should see the results here in a second, I hope. Blaz or Grixer? Oh, it's close. It's Blaz.
It's Blaz. That's actually quite surprising. You know, Grixer has been...
he's got the EU advantage, to be fair.
Yeah,
everybody from Europe watching voted for him, probably.
Yeah, he's got that new player luster as well. Everyone's just trying to rub the shine off of him, right? Like, it's like, oh, Blaz is in. He's playing. Meanwhile, Grixer has been one of the most dominant players in the entirety of the NAL the entire year. Not even the whole year. Like a year and a half. But listen, I'm sure Blaz is that guy. I'm sure.
All right, well, let's see who can finish out their guy prophecy in the final few rounds. The Soniqs just need 3 more to go. PB, a little bit more than that, but still respectable distance away here, especially if this half starts out with a 1 round. They'll only be just that single round away from tying things up against the Soniqs, and we've got a real game on our hands if they can close that out. Pretty passive start to this one for the Soniqs. Only 30 seconds have transpired, though, so wasn't going to be expecting a whole lot out of them. Much like PB's initial clear, they want to make sure they account for everything here as well. It is their first time getting to see what PB's setup looks like on this map.
The duo of Grixer and Rexon at the half have a total of 17 and 5, which is just absurd. Amazing stuff out of them, but we really want to see them double down on it here. I don't know if Blaz knows that Gunnar knows that Blaz knows that they're potentially here, but it appears that neither of them knew that the other one was there in the first place. He's going to drop off, so... little of a situation there in between the two, but fortunately enough, no blood is shed, so it'll only be Parabellum giving up security, but the hatch is already open, so Gunnar not really having to worry too much about that in the first place. He does have that secondary hard breach, but it won't be able to be utilized in this situation.
About halfway through the round now. Soniqs have been fairly composed so far, but they are going to need to get a bit more aggressive here. Either taking out the utility to open up a cleaner path into the site, which you can see them doing parts of that as you saw a little bit of an incendiary going off there just a few moments prior. That's one of the Goyo canisters from Blaz being dealt with here before they even make the descent. This is good time management skills coming out from the Soniqs, but like we said, this all has to translate into a successful descent right around that 30-second mark here, or all this setup is a moot point. I think they managed to knock out another one of the Goyo barricades down below as well. I did hear an explosion go off. There is still a third one, as you can see, positioned just outside of E door, just at the top right of the B bomb barricade there. So keep your eyes out for that, as that'll more than likely slow down the Soniqs clear if they're going to use E, which that is not necessarily a certainty yet either here. They've kept their options open, and the player lineups are not telling us anything indicative of where they're going to go yet.
Nothing too indicative of what Sonic's plans are just yet, minus the Candelas, obviously, that kind of leans towards an E-box execution, but that doesn't mean that they have to do that. You can still toss those through the paneling on Freezer if you so choose, or things like that. Soniqs are trying to do their best to open up some stronger lines of sight and make it really difficult for a lot of these PB members to try and stick to some of the harsher angles around the site. And speaking of harsh, this setup is harsh for SQ to try and play into, because a lot of these flashes are going to be counteracted by Asian, and not only that, some harsh crosses abound, but fortunately enough for the Soniqs, they've gotten through the thick of it. They've taken down Asian and Aska, but finally, this defensive setup has teeth. Doc will take down Kansan. Kool-Aid still with the smoke in his pocket, but Gunner's directly behind him. 2 big kills out of PB. They take the man advantage, but do they know Gunner is directly around here? The case not in their pocket. Gunner will finally pick it up. He'll start the plant, and now they have to go soul searching, but it's going to be super easy. Kool-Aid just walks out of the closet and guns him down. Very awkward round there for the Soniqs.
Yeah, very disconjointed take ultimately when they were finally forced into the site. Didn't really feel like a lot of the players had the confidence necessary to move forward, and that seemed to lead to a lot of things getting off-timed as they eventually were able to push in. It definitely seemed like there was a lack of intel too, and we had that player sitting in the middle of the site and just didn't really know where to go to make the most effective play past that point, especially when you consider that player also had to try and get the case down. It was just seemed like a very overwhelming situation for the Soniqs there, so they're not able to capture it. That is great news for Parabellum, though, as they bring it back to only a 1-round deficit. deficit now.
And that shows you just how hard it is to bunker bust the defensive setup on Oregon basement. You know, Soniqs get 2 leadoff picks there, John, and they still lose the round because of how lethal the crosses are from PB, taking out a multitude of Soniqs members and making things more complicated the closer and closer we get to 0 timer. Ultimately, Parabellum taking it because of said timer. Kansan flashing Grim there for just a split second, but he's going to quickly
not going to have
over to Nook. Yeah, what do you think of Grim? Personally, I'll tell you.
I think Gio's on the better Grim right now, so I think that pretty much.
Yeah. You know, you make a point, and it's very valid. I'm proud of you for that.
I think you just look at those top 2 player swaps, and that explains my opinion on Grim. So.
Yeah, that's a pretty good opinion to have. Personally, his utility is a little useless right now in comparison to a lot of other info units, right? You'd much rather just have somebody else in your lineup, but I think that there's some interesting stuff that they can definitely do in the future to make it to where Grim's a more viable pick. First of all, give him a magnified sight. I think that they were a little over the top about that just because he was a 3-speed. They're a little worried about it, but past that, the beehives, I think, should act like actual beehives. It'd be nice to just like place those on flank or something, and then you have to worry about a bee, and then you can counter out in some other way. But that's for the balance team to deal with, and not us, John. We just get to say our stupid random idea sometimes and see if anybody picks up on it. So it's the beauty of commentating. Well, past that, though, not too much going on inside of the map. We've got some drones getting taken down, but the Soniqs still in good straits in that category. That was actually the first drone that we saw shot at about the 215 mark. So doing better than a multitude of different teams across the entirety of R6. So some stuns in now, but again, Soniqs really just trying to deal with the utility setup at the current moment.
Yep, a minute used so far in doing that. A similar amount of time used in the previous setup too. It definitely seems like Soniqs don't want to get tripped up by gadgets in the middle of this execute here, so focusing very heavily on making sure that it's either mitigated or at least they have full awareness of that type of setup before they start to commit players to the inside. That did cost them a little bit on the previous round. Of course, it left them with a lack of time to some extent, despite having those early entries. And man, Parabellum definitely trying to get aggressive here, but just cannot find any luck. Thankfully, they haven't outright lost anyone, but both Asian and Doc now taking some hits. Blaz also going to fall outright. That's not either of the 2 players that were damaged. They're still dealing with that health deficit on top of the lost player now.
Yeah, that was Rection on the complete opposite end of the map. We watched Kansan toss that grenade in, and it actually ended up getting caught up, I do believe, by an ADS. Grixer will take down one. G will take out another. Parabellum are trying to get it back in body count, but it's just not working out for them, John.
It's a bold challenge from Asian there, too. It's such low HP that he was at. Goes for the direct peek against it. Gio continuing to read into these swings now as we're down to only 1 for the defense. And hey, it does get the planter. So we're not done with this just yet. Doc now alone, but at the same time, he's alone with the case. So this is potentially winnable if he could wrangle the situation. Just a little bit too much for him to deal with, though. As Q finally gets a push over towards Kids and is able to take him down, locking in a response round for them and keeping the lead at a +2 advantage.
I was going to say, if Doc gets this, he can start a course on Masterclass on clutching because, I mean, it was a beautiful start, wasn't it? The Nitro Cell right into the pre-fire to the player on top of top white, excuse me. But wasn't able to get it done. So Soniqs going to pull farther ahead yet again here, up 2 rounds, looking for the penultimate one here in round 9. But not only that, a fragging showcase for the ages in between Grixer and Rex. And yes, we've had some highlight moments from some of the other players, but most specifically Gio, as he's had a couple of highlight moments, especially around like main stairs, right, where we saw that big play with the castle. But past that, it's been the Grixer and Rexen show. It's been the tag team for the ages. It's practically been like watching the Hardy Boys jump off of some ladders here. So been quite the show, but Parabellum have at least been able to fight back here. What an operator lineup shift, though, from the Soniqs. It's all hands on deck, John.
Yep, every single member of the team's shifting away from this one, so interesting choices. Potentially, Soniqs may have expected PB to go for a second attempt upstairs instead. That could just explain this one, but regardless, yeah, all 5 ops end up changing from the pre-select. We end up with a Nook and a Maru, as well as an Ace, a Zofia, and a Buck, ultimately, for the Soniqs roster here. Should be pretty much perfect for attacking the site. Mind you, folks, by the way, once again, in case you didn't catch the bans at the beginning of this game, Sledge is banned out. You'd probably prefer a Sledge here, but don't really have a choice. So
beggars can't be choosers. You know, like he's out, so you work the sled, or rather the Buck in, and just try and get things done as much as you can. But the beauty of Buck is that you can also, you know, get an angle from underneath players as well. It's something that Buck is not capable of. I mean, in certain situations where you can get up on like a table or something like that, you can actually smack the ceiling, but those are few and far between in Rainbow Six.
All right, so once again, very slow opener from the Soniqs, building up a massive intel base in these first minute and a half of play, not wanting to take any risks unless they know for certain it's a fight that they can justify taking for themselves. So Rexon has been able to actually shift forward into the second floor in the meanwhile here, starting to clear things out towards Master. He's more likely going to proceed through. Yep, we've got a soft breach here on the closet, so nicely played. Asian thought he's going to be a little too quick to get caught there, but instead it's the reverse. Rexon able to wrangle in, or we can kill here against Asian.
It's been dicey between these two teams, constantly trying to outwit each other in these aim duels, but Rexon getting the better of practically everybody across the BB lineup. So Rexon with the power position now gifted to Soniqs off of the back of his efforts. Take down Asian, and what a plant now looking for Gunner as he's worked his way into split. Grixer's taken down one. There's no way that they prevent this from going down. Not a single person will be able to stop them, and Rexon somehow found two more. It's down to Kool-Aid. He's slipped through the cracks, but, well, not really, has he? They've actually discovered him. Rexon will be taken down, and it won't be the quad for him, but it'll more than likely be the round for the Soniqs, as Gunner will quickly end that.
Gunner with too much control over the situation, and the Soniqs overall with too much control over this matchup now has set up a very, very dangerous timeline here for PB. Need to see an immediate rebound and a perfect one at that. This first round should be somewhat palatable considering they can at least go back to their basement hold, which they locked at the beginning of the half, but after that point, they have nothing consistent to fall back on. Those were two very one-sided rounds going towards the Soniqs, both the upstairs and the first floor hold.
Shall we go from bad to worse?
Go ahead.
Well, after the first two rounds, we actually saw Parabellum's tactical timeout be utilized because Rexon and Grixer were single-handedly, I mean, if I can use that with two people, right? Destroying Parabellum. It was truly disgusting.
Dual-handedly.
Yeah, dual-handedly. They were assisting each other. It was a handicap match in favor of Parabellum, and they still somehow lost. I don't know how that happened, but yeah. So up 3 rounds now for the Soniqs. Parabellum have not been able to bounce back in any considerable fashion.
So we'll see, like we said, good hopes for this one at least to be able to potentially pick up a 4th round, but it is going to have to be a big change-up on the next 2 site runs for PB. And that's assuming they can lock this one in even. Obviously, the Soniqs will have made their own series of change-ups here. We're going to see that Ying brought back into the fold. Now, obviously, since it is going to be a basement attack, we'll find a lot more use out of her here, so Gunner will be picking that up. Rexon is going to end up falling onto the Iana once the repick phase closes out. Aside from this, it's pretty much a lot of the same that we have seen before, of course, with Geo now onto the Habana as well to quickly deal with the hatches and, of course, any walls downstairs if they absolutely need to take them out, such as the E-Wall. Asian, though, getting some revenge this time. Not against the player you'd expect either. Geo ends up going down, so the hatch work going to be a little bit more difficult, and when I say a little, I mean a lot. No! I don't even know where the angle was, but he finds the exact trade onto Asian, more than likely catching him in the classroom hallway here where Kansas droning out right now.
I was just about to say as well, that was the most spiteful spawn peek from Asian. Parabellum get caught off guard on their offensive end, and finally he's like, oh yeah, you guys think you're going to win it here? I'll spawn peek. Gets Geo probably pretty happy about it in this situation as well, and then gets gunned down as soon as he dons the bottom of White Stairs. What a bounce back from the Soniqs. So keep it at 4-4. Not only that, though, John, they've got control of the building now.
Yep, absolutely the case. Second and first floor is now under the control of Soniqs. They still have that glaring issue, though. They're not going to have any way to access hatches. They had no secondary hard breach brought to the table this time, so the loss of Geo is a pretty big deal. In terms of the trade and utility lost from it, Parabellum still ends up winning that exchange at the end of the day here, as the Soniqs will have to directly play in through the staircases or construction at this point to get access.
Absolutely. Soniqs, with that in mind, have to try and go further into the site. They need to try and get some considerable frags onto some of these players. They're closer to these entry points. Obviously, the most difficult one going to be this back position around Pillar as well as Construction Elbow. There's just so many things to try and worry about. The Goyo Canisters is going to pop on that, so that's going to allow the Soniqs to spin up this drone game again and try and reconfirm where Parabellum is.
Just a free 20 seconds or so of delay, basically, is what you get out of that one there. It's an easy way to make sure that the effective utility coming from Goyo is effective at the end of the day here. And you can tell, it's especially so on this round. Soniqs 3-stacking that at the moment. Toxic Bays beginning to flood, and only one left, so they will be able to waste out these Bays without having to potentially challenge them here. Let's leave them with about that 30-second marker remaining. Going to be a little uncomfortable for sure for the Soniqs, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of them tries to dance past this in a second. But Soniqs still have a trick up their sleeve as well, mainly in the form of Gunner with these Candelas. Utility inside of the site, there should be a decent amount of mitigation for this, just on the ADSs, of course, but at the same time, those Candelas can pop out before it can eat them, so we'll have to wait and see as they're out. They ring out, and indeed the execute begins to come through.
Oh, no.
Blaz behind the laundry machine! The second kill is fully blinded, also beautifully played by Blaz. Rexon needs to be a literal hero here now, but he can't even get it started. Doc gets the final kill instead, and PB locks in round number 4.
And here I am thinking that the Soniqs did such a bang-up job of trying to pull some of the vision from Parabellum towards the construction side. You see that massive rotation, 2 players on cons, 1 on big tower, and then you see Geo as well as the Nook rotate over towards main stairs so they can go for a different sort of play. They leave a singular member over on the construction side to try and sneak in later on. That's going to be Rexon, but everything that Rexon is doing here banks on the fact that Soniqs find some success on their initial entry points, which they don't. Blaz quickly deals with both of the key members in that situation. The Ying with the case, even though they knew exactly where Blaz was, and then he immediately kills Nook after. I mean, what a shot as well. The stun going off at a moment's notice before he's able to get that last kill, and he still lands the shot. Some amazing situational awareness from him.
Solid hold from PB at the end of the day, but also at the end of the day, that was the site we somewhat expected them to close out. The real test begins now as they go for their second floor hold and eventually, more than likely, their first floor hold if they find success here also. Some big adjustments need to be played as Soniqs was able to wash their way through these 2 attacks without too much of an issue the last go around here. So let's see what type of change-ups PB have made, as indeed we are still going to keep the Candelas alive for the Soniqs alongside a new EE1D for Geo, and of course the Nook coming back into the fold here for Kansan also.
Yeah, you really hope Parabellum did their homework because the Soniqs is putting them to the test. These defensive setups need some breath of fresh air in a certain sense. It can't all just come from one player, so we're looking to PB across the board to step up to the plate and try and knock a home run out here. Shore up this score line. Try and guarantee us an overtime here on Oregon, which a map that's not usually too action-packed, but in between these two, it's been quite entertaining.
Yep, definitely the case. Soniqs, of course, having to work for their full 3 points today to try to stay in that first place position, already locked into it here, but still going to be looking to preserve it by adding those extra 3 points, and it's a good thing, too, because if they're able to lock this one in, they are technically tied with TSM for points at the moment, but I believe they have a +1 round differential. They're just going off of what's currently on Wikipedia, by the way, so I might be a little off on that. But yeah, so if they're able to close this one out, opens up a nice little gap between them and TSM to make sure they're going to stay in first place here heading into next week.
Not only that, but they'll be at 15 points, and if you guys remember from
Yep,
a multitude of the
number.
players that we've had here on the analyst desk, 16 is that magic number. If you get to 16, you can basically punch your own ticket from that moment onwards. Obviously, you know, some circumstances can call for more points, but that's really that golden goose that you're looking to try and reach at any moment in the season. Grixer, speaking of moments of brilliance, trying to push his way up main stairs in a pretty considerable fashion. Blaz is dead to the world. Where's the help? There he is, finally. He'll get gunned down from Asian coming up main stairs. That's going to be the hard breach of Ace out the window, but some pretty solid damage done to PB's setup, at least from the trophy perspective.
Soniqs 2 for 2 on losing their hard breach on entry here, though, is going to potentially cause some problems. Oh, what a swing on the timing there from Kool-Aid, but Kansan, he is able to catch it. He reads into the potential threat, and more likely a good calm from his teammates there, too. A little slow in the reaction, of course, to the school hallway push, so he's not going to be able to immediately catch the trade on the next defender here, but still, it gives Soniqs the advantage. Asian does seem to want a little bit more to play into, though. He's going to try to proceed forward, wants to take the challenge. They've heard him, of course, shooting out the drone, but can they find the right timing to kill him? Yes, Rexon can, and now it all falls to this. Eska versus the world, and he falls to Kansan on the first try. The Soniqs take it in regulation and continue to excel here as our first place team in the NAL.
What a game out of the Soniqs, but specifically Grixer and Rexon, as they show exactly why so many players revere them as some of the most lethal players that North America has. Rexon with a 20 bomb, 25 and 2. Grixer 10, 5 and 1. That's 30 kills between 2 players, Blue. That is some incredible stuff. And what a map from the Soniqs, putting Oregon back into play and showing exactly why they've allowed this to be played so many times this year.
Meanwhile, for PB, a pretty respectable game out of them. Just definitely a little bit weaker on those sites outside of the basement for their defense. Struggling on the attacks, too. You could say the same, though, for Soniqs' defense on their tertiary site for the first floor. Definitely still some work to be done there, but they didn't worry too much about that as they had things on lock for both the basement and second floor holds, pretty much guaranteeing a 4-2 scoreline, and then, of course, working the attacking half from there. Beautiful stuff indeed, and great effort put in from PB's newer members as well. Asian and Doc were definitely the two most memorable performance out of that matchup for me, so definitely still seeing some good stuff come out from those players, just not enough to take down the champs currently in first place.
Well, you know, we have to give some commiserations over to Blaz as well, because he played pretty lights out given the circumstances, but it's going to be lights out on this game, folks. We're going to send you to a quick break, and then we'll be back with the analyst desk before jumping into our last game of the day. Stick with us.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Joe and Jesse, Jacob, and Penguin here with you to break that one down. Soniqs getting the win 7-4 over Parabellum, and over in Las Vegas, Rexon is waiting to chat with us about that last game. So, Rexon, congrats on the win. First of all, coming into this one against Parabellum today, obviously they're a team that's been looking pretty good in Stage 3. As you talked about it as a team, as you prepared, I'm sure the sentence, we have to do X to beat Parabellum, came into play. Define X for me.
Pretty much it was just play our game and have fun, because typically, like, when the vibes are high, we play very well, and it's not giving too much to their game, and that's pretty much the way it worked out. As long as we're having a good time, we'll do really well. And Oregon's a map of fundamentals, and we had better fundamentals today.
I want to build off that a little bit, Rexon, because obviously it felt like the vibes were high. You managed to drop a 20 bomb right at that final round there, so you were clearly in good spirits. But generally with the team, who is it that kind of tries to, keep the mood up with your players? Because especially with your roster moves, it feels like some of the voices on the team may have left. Who's been able to kind of step up and fill that in for the team?
So with vibes, I mean, I'm a pretty energetic, upbeat guy. So it's like me, honestly, it's all the guys really.
Mm-hmm.
We all like crack jokes off each other. As for like a central voice, Seth was our central voice then. It's pretty much Geo calling our executes, but other than that, we still call adaptations or like openings that we see. That's kind of how the game is now.
You guys have looked very clean in these past couple weeks. What's the next steps for SQ? You guys have looked very, very good, but obviously I think you guys can improve a lot more. So what's the next steps you guys will be taking to hit those new levels?
Well, I think we've been playing very good Siege. Obviously, we've only been a team for 6 weeks, 7 weeks tops. So, just getting down chemistry, just vibing together, making new strats. There's not really much we got to do. I feel like team to team, we have better players overall, so we have that advantage. Now it's just, putting in the work, double scrims, getting new strats, and prepping for majors. That's what we plan to be doing.
6 games in, a whole bunch of scrims later, and you've had to figure out how to operate as a squad now without having Super in your backlines for all this time. How have you been adapting to that kind of thing? Obviously, we keep on talking about him being a massive leader. You just mentioned he was a really big voice, but is it something that you find is easier to work with, or how exactly have you been adapting to not having him with you anymore?
So I think without Seth, it is easier to have our own ideas, because obviously he was our central voice and he did everything for us, which I commend him for. He did a really good job at it. So it's nice to be able to do something we want to do and go off it. Not saying necessarily that wasn't the case, but it was pretty much stick by the strat, play objective, play post, which is how you win games. Without him, it's pretty much just we go off the fly, or that's I don't really know.
All right, well, whatever it is, it's working. Soniqs having a great stage 3 on your way, marching towards that next major. Either way, thanks for chatting with us, and good luck in the practice before next week.
All right, thank you. You guys have a good day. Later.
All right, headphones just flying off. He was ready to get his weekend started, but kind of felt like it started early. 7-4 over Parabellum. Convincing, maybe not a stomp, not totally one-sided, but a convincing win for Soniqs here.
Yeah, Rexon obviously a huge part of that 20-5. When we get around to MVP conversation end of the day, I might be bringing up this name once again. But
incredible, Katie.
Really, really strong performance from Rexon. He had a couple really important rounds to start this game off. Some of those defenses that you expect to win on Oregon, like on Laundry or Dorms, Rexon was the one that actually made sure that they could win those ones. So he was in the position to be able to move around the site, get those kills, and it was nice to see him, especially early on in this game.
On the flip side, though, Parabellum looked dead on their attacks and defenses. There were times where just nothing was being generated, or they'd try and go for a play and it'd get immediately snuffed out by a Soniqs. So I don't know. It was very, very odd to see.
Coming from somebody who used to be with that team?
Yeah, I mean, Parabellum's known to be a team that's very good at making plays and getting up in your face and having weird strats, but I feel like we just didn't really see that today.
More of a missing an adaptation call in the middle of a play sort of idea, just or not being able to think on the fly, that
Maybe,
sort of thing?
Potentially.
That's kind of what I see, I suppose.
Okay.
I look at this team, and the skill is obviously there. I just wonder if it may take a little bit more time to develop that exact side of the game, to really figure out how you want your pushes to develop, where you want it to be from, can you get your timing down? And like Rexon said, Oregon is always the fundamentals map. It's never a map that really deviates from the way that you play it. It's just a matter of who does all of these different steps and who does it better than the other team. And sometimes on a map that can get that formulaic, it really just is a matter of the team that comes into those fights or has that much confidence is going to do better. And I feel like Parabellum will just need to keep working on that as they continue to grow closer and better as a squad. So sometimes it's just not your day.
Yep, absolutely. Well, before we get into the replay breakdown, we want to take a look at a kill records lineup that we have to take a look at, because we have seen some pretty insane individual performances here. Look at that. Forrest, 22 kills. Spirits, Sweater, Blaz, all 21 bombs, and the 20 kills from Rexon just now. I mean, what is it? What's in the water this week? The kills have been crazy.
Dude, these last couple of weeks, Forrest, Blaz, and Rexon all jumping into the 2022 kill records from the NAL. Really impressive stuff that we've seen. We've had some hype games, right? We've had some big MVP performances. Forrest and Blaz both got MVPs on their days. Rexon, we'll see, but I'm feeling confident. And then Spirits and Sweater. Yeah, I mean, also very strong games from back in stage 2.
That's right. We still have one more game to watch, but man, Rexon really putting on a show.
So maybe there's a chance somebody else can crack 23 and we can throw that list even into more chaos. Who knows?
I mean, do you think it's just the meta? Really quick before we get into the replays, do you think it's the meta that's providing players the opportunity to put up numbers like that?
Absolutely. I think the main reason for it is the freedom that the meta gives. You're allowed to be a lot more free with your entries and your roams. And I think these players have always been very good at making opportunities for themselves. And now that that's the meta, they've just done that even more.
Certainly have. Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens in our last game of the day here. But before we get there, we got a couple replays to take a look at. First one is going to be from round number 1. We just got done talking about how great of an individual performance Rexon was able to put on the map. Round 1 was just kind of the beginning of this.
It certainly was, and this was one where you, I think, made a lot of great moves. It wasn't a necessarily easy round coming in from the Soniqs. They are first round down on the basement, man advantage, that's great. But really, Rexon is the guy that's got to step up and try to win it when things start to get hairy with the trade. So we'll see Parabellum's attempt at getting deep into the site. Eska, of course, the first one down. They're clearing things as they should. There's the start from Asian. I thought he actually did have a pretty great game, something we didn't really talk about, but he did have a lot of important rounds, especially when they were winning on attack. When that came through, nice nade from Geo gets the down, and now is what I'm saying. It's starting to get hairy. These players in the back are starting to fall, and so we need to see things turn around from Soniqs 2v4, and Rexon is there, the savior inside of Freezer. And I love the rotations. He gets 2 from the door, goes to the rotate, finds the third, and then escapes from the rotate. Little ring around the rosy through the wall to back out and be able to play a better 2v1 to take down Kool-Aid. It's so well played by him. All 4 frags in the 2v4.
Yeah, when you're able to free flow like that, when you've got all the rotates and you understand exactly what's open, what's not, what angles you're meant to move to, where you think you're going to be unexpected based on the push, and you're reading the entry nearly as well as those guys can, it's a fantastic way to break down. If you just keep on watching Rexon's gameplay and you can make that unexpected move when you know when it's safe and not safe, or when it's a risk and when it's not, that's just the kind of thing that only comes with the amount of experience that he's got. And look, man, every single time we show his stat line, it seems to back that theory up every time.
Yeah. I think one thing that's impressive too, if you watch Rexon play, there's no hesitation in any of his movements.
Homie has no fear.
Every time he's like pressing a key or moving his mouth, it's with purpose. And I mean, he demonstrates it by getting 20 kills.
Yeah, I mean, like that is a pretty perfect demonstration of being aggressive, taking those shots, hitting those shots, which is also fairly important. Let's take a look at round number 8. This is another one where it was a take on a point that seems to be a little bit more difficult from time to time, but Soniqs got it done today.
Well, when you talk about bomb sites, especially in Oregon, typically you expect to be able to defend top floor and bottom floor, and then you expect to lose the middle floor, right? The only outlier we had in this game was that Parabellum could not hold down top floor. We start with a beautiful nade from Rexon coming in down below, being able to take out Blaz. That's Rexon down in the kitchen. We see him down in the bottom floor. That's a great start for them, and then they followed up with Grixer being able to take down Eska, and it really is unfortunate the game Eska was having. After this, they start getting wild. They have to go for swings. That's just how you play a 3v5. You've got to start getting aggressive, but I like those 2 little movements, and particularly with the nade down below, I think it speaks to a lot of confidence from Soniqs to be able to ban out the sledge, ban out 2 of the very few frag grenades that you have left in this meta, and still be able to go from below and get those picks.
Yeah, I think one thing that was impressive as well was when Soniqs would force a kill, obviously, like you said, when man count starts to get lower and lower for the defense, they have to make a play. And I think Soniqs was also very good at catching out those rotations that Parabellum was making when they were going to make those plays.
Absolutely. Well, Soniqs really getting it done today. I mean, what else do you expect? They've been proving themselves to be perhaps the best team in Stage 3
Solidly
thus
first
far.
place in the league now.
I mean, it's hard to argue. Yeah, that's right. Well, we got one more game to go, and this is going to be a big one. DarkZero versus Mirage, but a lot is on the line. With a win in regulation, DarkZero can confirm their participation in the 6th Invitational. First team to be able to do that. We'll see if they can get it done right after this. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Our last match of the day is about to begin. It's going to be DarkZero versus Mirage. Mirage, unfortunately, finally moving in to the more losses than wins column after their loss yesterday. Still a team that looks resurgent compared to how they looked earlier in the year, but their opponent, DarkZero, looking quite good as well. It's going to be a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think you could also argue for Mirage that despite losing the last 2 games, they came very, very close. Kind of threw them away towards the end of it, but you know.
Not a close.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think it's a team that, well, sorry.
I think if any team's going to give Mirage a big problem, it's going to be DZ. I think the playstyle that DZ has in place directly counters how Mirage wants to play.
I think
100%.
with the exception of Mirage's first game against TSM, all of them have been close. They've either been winning or they've just been losing it by a smidge in overtime. Something about getting into more than 12 rounds for Mirage feels like it's a bit of a throw-off, but that also seems like an environment that historically DarkZero have always thrived in, and they've won their only overtime contest this stage so far.
Yeah, Penguin, you said that DarkZero's playstyle maybe matches up well against Mirage, and historically that's absolutely been the case. Never in history have Mirage beaten DZ. They played 5 games since Mirage entered the league about a year and a half ago.
I mean, the thing is we've been saying for a long time, and we saw it certainly in the Charlotte Major Finals, that the longer the game, the match goes, the stronger DarkZero becomes. They are like King Koopa in Mario Kart. The farther they go, they slow start maybe, but once they get up to top speed, no one can catch them.
I think DZ adapts the best in the league. I don't think anyone is even coming close to DZ's adaptability as the rounds go on. I think they have a very good idea of how the other team's starting to play and if the play style's changed or if they've made any adjustments. And I think they do a very good job at countering it and getting all the information they need in the early rounds, even if they lose those rounds, to progress and make sure they win the remaining ones.
So talking about DZ a little bit more in depth too, we did have that change come in, of course, this week. Skies joining the team, kind of moving up essentially from being on the practice squad of 1 per se to taking over for Hyper's position, and it has kind of gone in without a hitch, which it's not too surprising. There's the history element of it there, but it's also just that Skies has slotted in so perfectly with how DZ already plays recently.
This guy's going crazy. 1.68 kill-death ratio so far through the few games that he's played. He's one of the top-rated players throughout anybody. Of course, lower sample size, so you're going to skew more towards extremes. But regardless, you've got to be happy with how Skies has played. DarkZero have not lost a game since Skies joined the roster. They played 3 matches. He has won every single one of them for him. Furthermore, they've gotten 3 points every single time. They haven't even had to go to overtime. So with this one little change for DarkZero, it seems to really be turning around the ship, and DZ look like a brand new team that absolutely are gunning for that major.
I don't know, man. He says he's retired, but you think he sticks with this squad if they qualify for the 6th Invitational today? Because
Esports retired is not real retired.
It's true.
Yeah.
I remember back in Mexico, he left DarkZero and he was on the desk and he would talk to us and be like, "Nah, I'm retired. I'm not going back."
Yeah.
And then SSG hit him up and they said, "Hey, dude, I see
you want to come back?
You're on the desk. Maybe you could get off the desk."
It's like that grizzled detective, right? Like every time I try to get out, they put me back in.
100%.
There's always some other case that he's got to solve, but now it's a different pressure. It's not just coming in and filling a hole that DarkZero very clearly needed some help with and exceeding everyone's expectations in the process. It's now trying to lock in and be the first team to make it to the biggest dance of next year. DarkZero are currently the 2nd highest ranked team in the world by SI points as of the beginning of the stage. The top 4 of that list are all NA teams: XSET, DarkZero, Astralis, and OXG. Their challenge today, lock in top 8. Because Beastcoast and Oxygen are very firmly the bottom 2 teams, all we need to see from DarkZero is a regulation win, and they put themselves higher than either of those 2 teams and cannot fall as low as them for the remainder of this stage. And it basically means it's a minimum of 115 SI points added to their total of 825, which puts them within over 900 points, which is far exceeding of the minimum number of points that you would need if you were trying to qualify for SI last year. That was closer to high 700s, low 800s. DarkZero would exceed that, and they would be the first team to guarantee they'd be going to next year's World Championship.
Honestly, I don't even think DZ's even thought of that. I don't even think they know that if they win this game in regulation, they're going to make the SI. I think they're just playing Mirage. Today, like this whole game is just, we're going to get our 3 points against Mirage. I don't think it really matters for them SI points. I think it'll be nice once they find out after, but I don't think they're going into this game with that pressure on them.
That's kind of what you have to. And you'd imagine a leader like Canadian, he's definitely got that attitude. Obviously, I'm sure they're thinking about it. I'm sure that thought is there, but you got to keep the focus on the here and now, right? And especially against a team like Mirage, who, yeah, sure, they may be kind of towards the bottom of the standings now, but they've certainly looked better than ever. We'll get into them in just a moment. But first, let's hear a little bit about what they had to say coming into the stage.
I'm not interested in individual results. I just want to win.
Winning. Top 10. Top 10 performing. Hopefully.
Top Challenge League player, Dexter. 100%. Nobody's quite like him. SSG failed by not taking him in. Their loss is our gain.
Dexter and Mo for sure, 100%.
Mohesi or Dexter. I think we got 2 of the best CL players.
I think Dex. Actually, no, scratch that. I think Mo.
It's like picking children.
Frag power, I'd say Dexter for sure.
I just feel like I have that firepower. I don't know, it's like hunger.
He's one of a kind player, and he will show that this season.
Mohesi brings a lot to the team that probably won't show up on the scoreboard.
I think he's a very good team player, and he's very flexible. He's just very vocal, and he puts ideas out there. We execute them. He's very initiative.
XSET, they're the team I'm looking forward to play the most. I've teamed with them for so long. I've been friends with them for so long. They're just like family to me. So, I mean, it's always cool being able to play against them, you know. I'm really excited for that.
They're a bunch of my childhood friends. I've been playing against them and with forever. It's always fun to play them. I always have a lot of fun.
You do have to stay humble, no matter how good you think you are at the video game. There's always somebody out there that's going to be putting in that extra work. Really just take it all in and learn from it all.
I don't need to prove to anyone why I'm here. I already did.
I look at Reddit. I see the Benji Mullah slander, and I will prove you wrong.
There you go. The gauntlet has been thrown by Benji Mullah, taking on the Redditors, taking on the NAL. And, you know, again, they might not be top 4, but the thing is, they're definitely going to be top 10, so Kento's going to be happy there. But they're also going to finish the stage looking improved from any place they've been in previously this year. And I think that's the important thing looking at the long term.
I think although Mirage have played very well over the last, I'm going to say 4 games, other than Playday 1, they've either won their match or they pushed it all the way to overtime and really been in positions where they should have won their match, right? I mean, they had to kind of throw that game against SSG. They kind of threw that game against XSET. Those were both matches that they absolutely could have won. Despite that, though, because of those 2, losses that they ended up letting slip away from them in Playdays 4 and 5, it does feel like Reddit's getting the last laugh a little bit. We've seen Mirage start to slip, and unfortunately, it it's time and time again, second half on attack where things fall apart. I think last Playday they were doing pretty decent on the roam clear, but it was never like a big, huge man advantage that could turn into a guaranteed win. When they got to the site executes, they struggled with controlling the defuse kit, keeping the plant focus strong. They also didn't always have the best pinch when they went towards that site. So I'm looking for Mirage to maybe get something better going on that attack, maybe even starting on attack. Could help with that momentum problem. If you're starting on attack, maybe things don't spiral out of control when you finally get there. Whatever it is, something just needs to change because Mirage cannot keep losing overtime games.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a bad thing for Mirage that they're not able to close out these games. Obviously, they need to get these points, but I think a true team needs 6 months to get like their true potential out there. I think Mirage, give them a little bit more time, and I think they will close out these games. They'll close out these rounds, and I think SI qualifiers will be very interesting to watch this Mirage team.
Thing about them is, in spite of all of the improvements they've made this year, they're still looking to today just tie the most amount of games they've won since they had Hot and Cold on the roster. The most wins they've had in a single stage since stage 1 of last year, 3. So far, they only have 2. And the problem they now have to face is a DarkZero team that looks much improved with a brand new player who is actually an old player who's making them look a lot scarier than they have been over the past couple of months. So it's a very tall challenge to fill, and I think for the sake of their own expectations, they have to just beat what their old results were first and then really start focusing on the future. All you're trying to do today is get the single best result you've had in a NAL stage for a very long time. Start there, then you can grow.
Yeah, exactly. That's the plan for Mirage. So far, so good. But against DarkZero, it's going to be tough. Got to dig deep. Let's see where the digging will happen as the map vetoes are in. No cafe, no theme park.
Well, it's a little bit free-flowy here because Mirage don't really have any maps this stage they've decided they don't want any part of. It's always been 50-50 on the ones that they've decided to go with. So no matter what their bans are, the consistency is going to lie in what DarkZero decide they don't want to contend with. They don't like Sky. That's an obvious one. As far as Border is concerned, they've also permabanned at this stage. The theme park one is an interesting one to take out early because we've already seen Mirage play that several times this stage. They're clearly very proficient at it. They only just won it recently, so instead of allow Mirage a strength there, they will instead take that off and then begin to clear out the things that they're already used to not playing.
As he jumped off the cast last game, Sam was telling me, Samuel Stokes, that he really wants to see another Oregon, and I think we're gonna get it. With Clubhouse being a permaban for Mirage and Villa being a map that we just saw XSET play, Mirage play pretty well on previously. There goes the Clubhouse. I think DZ probably sent it to Oregon here. It's where they played in stage 2. Already DarkZero know that they can beat a Mirage team. It's slightly different, but it's actually gonna be a curveball. And unfortunately for Stokes, it will not be a third Oregon in a row. It's gonna be Villa instead. DarkZero, this is an interesting pick because they're currently on a 3-game losing streak. They went 1-1 back in stage 1, lost a super narrow 8-7 to Astralis in the major grand finals, and then got crushed by Auction in a 7-3 game in stage 2. So, you know, despite all of that, and of course the game yesterday we saw from Mirage where they looked pretty good, DZ are gonna risk it again.
Yeah, I think Mirage looked pretty lethal on Villa, especially against XSET yesterday. There were a couple rounds that they most definitely could have closed out against XSET and took a regulation win. I think DZ has the fundamentals on Villa. There's a couple times where they slip up and make a mistake that ends up costing them the round. But if they can get those under control and make sure those don't happen, I don't think Mirage is going to beat them.
Only real problem is it's a DarkZero team that doesn't play the exact same way XSET does, and they're going to look at what Mirage made mistakes on in that game from yesterday against XSET and understand that if they allow Mirage to set the tempo, it might not be a thing they can claim, that they can finish, because that's been the problem for both of the games they've played previously. Overtime, and then as soon as they get to 6 points, they can't do anything else after that. They need to avoid that problem today, and I think DarkZero are very, very prepared for a Villa matchup here.
Oh yeah, I think they're aware. I think they're ready to go. Are we ready to go? For our predictions, though, I would imagine yes. Well, even if you're not, it doesn't matter. We got to keep the show moving. So let's talk with our casters, Blue and Stokes, to see who they think is going to win this one. Is it just easy, or is it going to be Mirage having a shot here?
Well, you know, I'm just going to have to go with DarkZero because they took us to Villa and not Oregon. So I'm just happy with that. I was going to pick them anyways, but we're going to double down on DZ over on this end.
It is a tough one given the results we've had out of both of these teams on the map as of late. I think I'm going to end up leaning with the safe bet towards DarkZero here.
Of course
but
you would.
Yeah, you know, I'm going for points at this point.
You're scared,
Am I still
John.
on top
You're
of this
scared
group right
man.
now? I'm not.
You're 62%. You're tied.
Yeah. Well, you're
this
close.
stage has been so messed up. Somehow you and Jacob got on the top of this pile. I don't even know how that happened.
Yo, Sam, don't slander us. John and I are one.
You're one.
Sorry, it took me a second there. I had some lag.
I worry there's been a little bit too many hot takes here because the fan vote is actually the highest percentage. It's not the not our guest here.
Who cares what Twitter thinks? It's fine.
Little bit disturbing, I gotta say.
Apparently Benji really cares what the internet thinks, so that's on him.
Proving him wrong. That's all that matters.
Most of you, except for Jesse, are better than the coin flip at least. So you got that going.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
No shade.
I've been
but,
believing
Crunching all those numbers, Doa, just to not get his predictions right. It's so crazy.
Numbers
Look,
aren't
man,
everything.
everyone's talking about that and forgetting Penguin still beating everybody. So
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the guests. It's like it's only a temporary stat. We're gonna check in with our casters again in just a moment. Go back to the desk. Penguin, I value your input on this. So what do you got? What's your prediction?
I'm going to go with DZ. I think DZ, like I said, is a very good adaptable team. I think the VOD that they got from yesterday's game with Mirage, like on Villa, same map, will be perfect for them. I don't know. I don't see DZ messing this up. I don't think it's out of their control.
Fair point. All right, another for DZ. Jesse?
Doa, I think DarkZero is going to win.
Okay. There you go. Any numbers to back that up, or?
Well, I mean, they've literally never lost to Mirage ever, and they're better. They're a better team. They've never lost with Skies since years ago. So.
All right.
True.
Another one for DZ. Are you gonna Is it gonna be everyone picking the same thing again?
So I have a bit more writing on this. I haven't lost a prediction this whole week. So
Pressure.
Yeah. So now that everyone's already picked DZ, I'm a little bit nervous. And
that XSET swap was clutch.
The XSET swap. No, I
that was
agree.
Impressive.
You know, can we flip the coin first before I do mine? I don't want to lose this. Can we do that first?
Sure. Okay. I'm willing to do that. All right. Let's do the coin first.
Yeah. I just want to make sure.
Heads DarkZero, tails Mirage. Oh, coin says tails.
Okay.
Coin says tails Mirage.
Oh, thank God.
That does free.
Okay, good. No curse here. I'm going DarkZero. I figured they were going to win this game anyway, but I didn't know if I had to throw the pick on the other side of things. Okay, cool. I'll stay at 100%. I do think Mirage is massively improved already, but I think DarkZero are on a bit of a different plane, and Mirage still have some bumps in the road. They should have won the last 2 games. They have a problem actually finishing them out. I think DarkZero are going to be able to kick in a little bit harder if it goes down to a very, very long matchup. They're very used to overtime. We've seen that a lot. So, yeah, give me OTDZ. Give me this. I need all 10 predictions correct this week.
But it's not the plane. We're going to Villa, Jacob. You know, I think you got the map wrong a little bit there. The plane one's a different map. You know?
Isn't Aviator a bump?
I'm just.
Aviator's got planes.
Aviator's got planes.
Oh, okay.
Little
Never mind.
planes
All
up
right.
on the roof.
Smaller planes. Not the entire
He's
map
right.
is a plane.
He's right.
Okay. Well, fan vote going DZ, as you'd imagine. Oh, I thought we put in there. We didn't. There's spoiler alert. It's DZ. Now, you know, upsets are a thing. It is possible. Who knows? Mirage, again, has to learn how to close. Even if they have a strong start, we know that doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot this stage. They got to finish it out. Let's see what the fan vote is as we get ready for this one. Who will have more hero plays today, Panba or Mohesi? All right, well, something about?
I don't know. I
haven't
think
got the history vote, I think, but.
I think both these guys had hero plays their last game. I don't know. I think Mo really stepped up for Mirage last game. I'd like to see him do it again.
He's been a good addition for sure. We'll see if he can make it happen when it counts here against DarkZero in just a moment. Quick break, and when we come back, the final map of the day begins. NAL will return in just a few.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to dive deep into our final matchup of the day. Mirage going up against DZ, and for our sake, finally on a different map as well. We'll be heading over towards Villa for this one. Bound to be an interesting one, more so for DZ's sake, because they've picked into this one 3 times in the past, and unfortunately they've dropped it, I believe, those 3 times. So going to be looking to turn that record around here today versus Mirage. Stokes, what do you make of their chances to be able to potentially do that?
Oh, I think that this is probably the most interesting matchup we have today because, you know, Mirage has, well, kind of been an illusion this entire stage. We really don't have a solid read on them as to how this team is going to do in the future. I've loved watching the new iteration of Mirage, but I think that here on Villa, DZ taking the challenge to Mirage from what they saw yesterday in their match up against XSET, I think this is where the rubber hits the road right here. We really get to see what Mirage are capable of, especially up against a DarkZero that, for all intents and purposes, are playing lights out. It looks so good, especially with Skies in this lineup. I mean, he is making magic happen. Even though he's not even technically on the roster, it has been a sight to see. And, well, we're going to have quite a few sights to see here in beautiful Italy. As we're jumping into Villa, let's get this map, or rather, ban phase for these ops heated up and jump right in. What are we removing initially, John? It's going to be the Nook.
The Nook, once again, I think has been banned out for all 3 of the games we've played into today. I'll actually correct that. Our second one we did not see it get banned out there, but 2 out of 3 still ain't bad, as we're seeing Nook still be first on the chopping block for attacker bans quite often, especially for teams.
What was it, Sledge Twitch for the second game?
Yeah, it was a weird one for the Soniqs game, so that one threw us off a little bit, but it seems like we're back, for the most part, to normal here. We are going to see an interesting Buck ban come out, what makes perfect sense when we consider the amount of play that can be made against the second floor holds from down below, so definitely quite a bit of use for him. Still an interesting one, though, not one we tend to see all that often, so I think Mirage is reacting to that one, potentially, as we have Valkyrie as the first defender ban, and then our last one coming up right now, it's still going to be on a zombie.
I hate how simple things can be that will make me laugh, like just somebody saying, that's not very pog of you, or something like that, and just, the internet's corrupted me as a person, and I need to just go be a monk for like a decade and then come back into society. But either way, I'm going to have some very forward defensive bans, ones that we are obviously all used to when it comes to Siege in its current iteration. So, going to be AVG to start us off for Mirage. Nothing crazy going to be abound here. No Mira in play or anything of the sort. The big one going to be the Frost Mats coming in from Kento, but that's just going to be to try and attempt to catch DZ off in the later parts of this round. They hop inside a study window or something like that and end up losing their ankle. So we'll see if that works out for them.
Away from that, we are going to see usual amount of frost setups coming in from Kento here, trying to figure out what's the best place to place these down. He's got 2 left. He's going to take a gamble on one on the red stairs, maybe hoping that somebody will be paying attention to the banister up on top and not look at the floor, maybe being able to catch out a player from that position. Then we'll see where the third one goes down in just a minute. Aside from that, though, like you said, no huge surprises when it comes to the defensive setup here. Same usual rotations that went up being made. We've got the half wall into study that's been breached as well. Very much a standard hold on the inside of AVG here. It's when the operator selects come in that things get a little bit more interesting. We can finally see that third frost mat going down, thanks to our observer there from Kento as well. Going to be positioned just on the inside of that bathroom window.
Before we get too deep here, I just wanted to highlight some players, especially the likes of Skies, and we kind of touched on earlier on for DarkZero. Skies is actually the 2nd highest rated player in the league as of right now, and that's with Rexon having just played a recent game as well. He's actually at the top of the pile at a 1.3. Skies at a 1.28, but he's actually got the highest cost in the entirety of the game right now, John. 77%. And for those that don't know what cost means, that just means that 77% of the time he is effective in his rounds, which is absurd to actually think about. And speaking of absurdities, oh man, this might be an interesting one.
Big build up here as he walks through, though. There's the reaction, but apparently not enough of one from Mohese. NJR catches Mohese in the corner, knocks him down. First kill of the round goes over towards DZ. And NJR's got something to say. Boo. What?
NJR, Kool-Aid.
Everything you could have said.
Yeah, right. NJR, Kool-Aid played last game, so I don't know why you're going for these Kool-Aid man-esque plays, but it'll work out. It'll pay off for DZ, and they get the lead-off pick and the lead-off kill of Villa.
Nicely done from NJR. Either way, good quick correction on that one, as that could have very easily gone against him. Had Mohese also been aware of that situation, but I think both players were walking in blind to that scenario there, so pretty much a roll of the dice to see who ended up coming out on top. DZ has still committed to the clear amongst the rest of the map for the most part, especially on the first floor here. It looks like they've been able to sweep this up without too much of an issue, and will be clearing out the rest of the second floor momentarily. Already having trophy and statuary fully under their control. Kento will more than likely be the first challenge over here towards the 90 angle. Down the hall from the bookcase angle as well. Kento ready to take the challenge. He sees the nades being strung out. Someone is aware of his potential position up here, and he's going to give it away now with the spam coming in, but it's actually going to end up being Dexter to frag out first, finding Canadian and taking down the Jackal.
Well done. Dexter will be able to continue his rampage, although it is quite quiet at the current moment. This smoke holding up the door, but now they're aware that there's a Warden in play, but that isn't going to stop Dexter from going for these big swings. Eclipse will go down on Study, and this has become a one-sided affair. DarkZero attempt to work their way into planes. It's a triple for Dexter. Kento picks up another. Skies fights back, but he's got to find 4. Dexter will be able to light him up. Skies more than likely on Death's door here, trying to occupy so many different angles all at a singular time. He'll walk around and end up faltering to Benji instead. That looked like a round for DarkZero if I've ever seen one once they get to the doorstep of the site, but Dexter's ability to make plays and find these big kills halt DarkZero's progression, and they're taken down. Even with that lead-off pick, the round still goes the way of MRG.
Dexter, of course, and a great operator selection for this one, too, considering the amount of smokes that DarkZero wanted to use to play into it here. Pretty much a perfect counter to the Death's Door push there, and really forced DZ to come up with alternate options that just really weren't present with the limited time they had to work with there. So great plays from Mirage, sets them the right foot forward to start things out here. DarkZero now looking to change things up, of course. We move on to the second round. We are going to see a few flips of operators, most notably Skies, of course, bringing out their Terror drones there on the bottom of the screen, and then NJR now going to take up the Jackal mantle the Canadian was using on the previous round. He's feeling the twitch at the moment, so he's
sick of it. It's only round 2.
Yep, that's it.
He's like, I lose one fight to Dexter, and this is what you make me do. I'm going to bring the F2 in and get the party going with Twitch. But usually the party is in Pamba's category. So we'll see if Pamba can get anything going here for round 2. Obviously, the big spenders, or rather the big considerations for DC that last round would be NJR and Skies. But obviously not able to get too much done, minus that opening pick from NJR secured. So obviously looking to try and get to better straights here in round 2. Mirage have thrown themselves to the northern side of the building. It's going to be a trophy statuary defense with some odds and ends around the map. Mohese currently around red stairs with Dexter on a island over towards AVG. He does have Benji off towards main stairs, but it's going to be difficult to try and assist each other in any considerable way with some of the angles. Obviously, they can just sprint over there and try and get some refrags once those fights are going on, but if it's extremely decisive, it could run into some issues. So we'll have to see how that ends up going on that end of the map. As for the master side, though, Kento with an aggressive peak initially, but will be forced back by the drone.
Ready to take more challenges too. Boosted forward by the Magnet. Dexter, though, is not longer alone for this world. He's going to be knocked out by NJR. Another nice entry being made here by DarkZero, by NJR specifically, as he's 2 for 2 on that actually right now in both rounds. So following the rest of his teammates now to pick up the rest of the squad on Mirage.
And that's the big issue right there that we were talking about with kind of that cross setup that Mirage has. If you end up getting a decisive gunfight from someplace like the balcony, then there's really no opportunity for Mirage to try and get anything back into their own favor. So now Mirage are going to have to deal with this pick yet again here, although last round didn't really seem to be that big of a deal.
Away from that, though, half the round now transpired, and DarkZero still moving very slowly. This is like a DarkZero trademark, though, so no need to react to that just as of yet here. They very much play in this sort of style, wanting to only execute when every single variability has been accounted for. And Kento, well, he's trying to be one of those right now here, as he variably moves between angle to angle, trying to get the better of one of the members of DarkZero. Oh. Meanwhile, though, the second round, the gamble there on the red stairs Frost Trap is going to pay off for Dexter as he manages to get the down against NJR. Unsure if he's got a teammate nearby to potentially assist with that. We're seeing more kills flood out in the meanwhile here, and Kento has found one of them. Canadian, though, with a snipe trade, able to take Kento back down. Leaves Benji all on his lonesome, and yes, NJR to get confirmed, but it's a moot point now as Canadian quickly frags out for a second kill on the round and locks in a first for the game overall.
See, folks, it's not about age. It's about locking in Twitch and then running at your opponent. That's really where you get those kills. Exactly.
Don't you dare bring out that DMR. I think that's our alternate, right? Is it DMR?
Yeah, it's 417.
Okay. Like,
now, listen, the 417 might be, or used to be, a little troll, John. Not as much anymore, because what the big issue used to be is that the thing had no bullets in its magazine. It had like 11 shots. It now has 21. So not only that, but you also have the buff that they did with the soft destruction and other stuff. So it's not as troll as it used to be. But you have access to the F2, so it's a moot point. There you go. That's hey, let's just track the math real quick.
I mean, if you want a worse gun, you can take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is simple algebra, okay? Not hard to track. It's your X and your Y's, right? As soon as math starts getting letters,
maybe you're just bad at spray control, you know?
Oh, I mean, the F2 is got some pretty serious recoil
kick, you
now. Yeah, which, I mean, across the board, everything has got some more recoil now, right? But I'd say that quite a few of the professional players have done a pretty bang-up job of getting things on lock. We had some issues inside of like our first week especially, right, for Hyper's sake, as he was spraying wide on quite a few of his engagements. But overall, it seems like the gun change hasn't affected everyone all that much, so...
Absolutely the case, especially with, of course, the gun range being added in there too, definitely helping out some of our players with that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more suppressor play too, given that fact.
A lot of changes coming in with this patch. If you have stepped away from Siege in the last 6 to 12 months, maybe time to give it a reinstall and give it another try. There was a big patch change up a lot of the meta. We're starting to move away from the previously very nade-heavy, very LMG-heavy meta that was alive for most of the late part of 2021 and 22.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a long-standing thing, and then obviously with the LMGs kind of sprinkled on top of that, which made it to where Siege, obviously still a fun game to play, but not as fun as it could be, and that's why we're so thankful for the changes that Ubisoft implemented with the last big patch here for Brutal Swarm. And speaking of Brutal, this could be quite the engagement here from Mirage. Mohese almost with some solid information there. I thought we could see some aggressive fronts from DZ that could be sussed out via the cardiac sensor, but nothing just yet. About halfway through the round, really it's just the drone game that's plaguing Mirage at the moment.
I say bit of a pre-fire. Actually almost lines up with Kento there, but unfortunately, thankfully, disaster is averted in that situation. But regardless, Mirage wanting to spread themselves out a little bit more now that we've reached that mid and a half point. A few players want to go across the hallway to establish those crosses. Unfortunately, won't be able to go all the way into the depths of living room. As you can see, Canadian positioned in the mud. Kento, if he wants to make a play, now is the time to potentially do so, but the moment has passed, unfortunately, as the drone will have coverage for Canadian now, even as he routes back out here. And there we go. Canadian now has the info on Kento. So does he stand his ground, or does he potentially try to wrap away? Well, he's going to stand stand tall. Canadian with the outright initiation against him. Still is not able to control the fray. And Kento, as you can see, still with very low HP. Just barely wins out that fight versus Canadian.
Yeah, just Ash things. Blows the wall open and immediately tries to sprint through and take the fight, but Canadian misses some crucial shots. He needed a singular bullet to take down Kento, but instead the DMR is the one that does the deed. Pambazoo now has to try and get it back for DarkZero after they've lost a few here. Mohese still trying to utilize his cardiac sensor and able to get one after he slips that back in. Pambazoo will actually end up getting gunned down inside of China. It's all left up to NJR, and that's going to be another big round for Mirage. DarkZero not able to find the Jenga piece necessary to knock over the tower.
DarkZero, unfortunately, just kind of falling to pieces there after Canadian goes down. There's no semblance of how to work their way in successfully. And once again, great setup work coming in from Mirage to quickly crunch that out and leave very little chance alive for the DZ play to be successful. We'll, of course, now force away the rotation here for Mirage. They're going to head back upstairs into Aviator Games, give this one another try. This was the one site hold that went successfully for DarkZero, so also where we need to see the most corrections made for Mirage. Let's take another peek, see what exactly they're going to do. Not any immediate changes for the defensive operator lineup here. Still going to be relying on that Frost from Kento. More than likely means that the site setup is going to be pretty similar to what we saw in round one as well. So the adjustments they'll be making will be in the mid-round instead of in the overall setup and operator lineup.
All right, well, back to AVG here for Mirage. DarkZero the last time around was looking for that north to south clear, and they got a majority of it, but the big problem is that Dexter dealt some serious damage to not only their front line coming in from that northern side, but also took down the counter player playing over on the balcony, which made it to where it was a one-sided affair. Mirage only had to deal with DarkZero trying to work their way in through Plane's door on that, bust side, and it was quite easy, especially with Dexter getting getting so much done there. So DarkZero might try and go about this in a different fashion, minus that north clear. We're probably going to see them try and deal with the site setup in a little bit of a different way. One thing we can already kind of note is they do still have smokes here in the likes of Pambazoo, so still obviously can find some play around that Warden, but DarkZero more than likely going to use these in a different way, whether it be for burn or what have you, because they don't want to give Dexter that opportunity.
Definitely do not. And as once again, about 30 seconds have already moved away from the round, waiting to see how Skies is going to potentially line up his play potential with the Gara hook. Starting to work himself over towards the repelled angles on the side, but let's take a little drone with him, and why wouldn't you? Very useful piece of utility. Away from that, though, we are seeing other players on DarkZero start to work their way into the building as well. Here is going to be that process of clearing things out. It looks like it'll be mainly from Study side this time, which is not a fight we see often taken anymore by the attackers, and what pulled there twice in a row. Unfortunately, now to get hit by a nade is part of the reason why we don't see attackers go for that side all that often anymore there. Mohese, beautifully done. Just as nice of a response nade coming in from DarkZero, though, so the fight is very much still on. DarkZero at a slight disadvantage now, going down 3-4.
This is what we talk about when we're talking about defensive setups and players being sticks in the mud. Yeah, Mirage, you can sit in sight and just wait for DarkZero to clear out the building and actually go for an execute, or you can rotate around the inside of your site, try and occupy these angles every once in a while, get some good info, and, oh, I don't know, kill two people. That could be a big thing there, and it absolutely will be. What a play from Mohese as he takes down Canadian and Eclipse, two of the biggest, actually the two biggest pieces of utility that DarkZero have or had at their disposal. Kento is not going to go for the hop, although they did have the man advantage. Probably a solid advisement from MRG. Dexter going to simply walk up red and get himself a kill. Dexter will go down eventually to NJR, though.
Dexter once again with that really great time to be able to move in there, catching a player from DarkZero completely with the back turn as well, so free pickup for him, just unfortunate. And where he goes, and it's oftentimes been the case for quite a few of the start players on Mirage here, both of the impactors unfortunately leveling themselves into a tradable position, but their impact is more than enough for the rest of their teammates to quickly close out on the action. Mirage shuts down their second attempt at the AVG hold, definitely making up for the issues on the first try there, and take a pretty dominant lead against DarkZero, now 3-1, heading into the final 2 rounds of the half, and I believe we're going to have a tactical pause triggered by DarkZero here as well.
I was having that sixth sense as well. I figured it was coming in. That was a singular bullet, by the way.
Yep.
Gross.
Casual. Nicely done.
Gross. Disgusting. That was ridiculous. Anyways, yeah, I'd call a timeout here if I was DZ as well. Mirage is getting away with way too much, and it's mostly due to the fact that DarkZero aren't putting a cap on it. They're trying to get things done to the site, whilst also allowing Mirage to swing into the angles that directly counter what DarkZero are attempting to do. And that's really not what you want. You know, you don't want Canadian to have a Selma charge in his hand and have somebody immediately swing the angle and kill him. You need somebody there to try and assist him and hold down those lines of sight, but they just didn't have that. And once again, Mirage were able to exploit that to the fullest. I mean, I think the most considerable thing that we've seen out of DarkZero inside of these 4 rounds is NJR's big entry kills that we've seen to start off 2 of these rounds, but past that, it's been pretty bleak.
Pause is going to seem a little bit long here, guys. Just want to update. It looks like we did have a issue activating DZ's coach's mic, so this is going to be a little bit more of a lengthy tactical pause. And you may be like, all right, this is a lot longer than 60 seconds. You know, you're probably right, just because we want to make sure. Obviously, DarkZero has the full time to give out their strategy, just trying to read the in-game chat, so I have the most up-to-date info as well. And it looks like both coaches are affected by that also, as far as I can tell. So yeah, just going to make sure we can get things unmuted real quick and give these players the time they need. And we'll restart the timer once we've actually figured that issue out. Yeah, it's going to transition us into a tech pause here real quick as DZ looking to make sure they get the full use out of this time, and absolutely needing it as well. Mirage, especially with their extended game, has been absolutely lights out with the impact they've been able to make against DarkZero here. Even if it's just a 1- or 2-piece pickup here, it has stunted DarkZero's plans as they rely quite heavily on the full 5 players being alive there for their final round execute. So losing these guys early on so consistently is definitely becoming a bit of a roadblock for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you can even say that going further into these rounds as well, given the circumstances of Mirage's AVG defense and how Dexter was able to just pick them to pieces. He was just finding the most important person and taking them out time and time again as he switched from Study over to the top of red and just back and forth, constantly able to take out a DarkZero member. And the big thing in a situation like that that is if you're able to take out, with DarkZero building up around red, if you're able to take out that study player, the lone soul over there trying to hold down that portion of the map, you now have a pretty big round on your hands because everybody has to try and flood in from one portion of the building. And when you're on defense, that's super easy to try and deal with, especially with the amount of players that Mirage still had alive in that instance. So as of right now, I would just say that overall, it's Mirage being more active than DarkZero. DZ are doing a lot of default things and seeing if Mirage are going to make mistakes when actually they're making the big plays and getting away with so much.
That was a really close screen, by the way. We were just on that Mirage POV a second ago. I'm like, can you even see your entire screen when you're sitting that close?
Which one was it? Was it Dexter?
Whoever's on the far right. I'm not good with faces.
Yeah, that's Dexter.
Is that Dexter? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dexter. Just
Hesse's in the middle. That's melted right in from the right, and then you have Dexter, and then the far one is Benji.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then I can't remember the guy's name for the fourth year. Isn't it like Kento? Yeah, it is Kento. It always throws me off because his name's Kento, and when it pops in my head, I'm like, no, that's Kento Raketti. Like,
it is pretty similar.
I've been doing this job for too damn long, John. There's too many names in this dang thing. So looks like we finally got everything fixed, though, folks. We're gonna hop back in and make sure that everything is right as rain before we put this back onto your screens, as we don't want to dilly-dally and waste your time.
Yep, at the same time, like we said, folks, we did want to make sure we gave both of our team's coaches the full time there for the tactical pause, so definitely want to make sure that was resolved before we cut them off short or anything. That would not have been fair to our teams, so thank you guys for your patience. We're now back in game, and let's take a look at what Mirage have to offer us for their next statue and trophy defense.
Well, Kento, that's on me for not remembering because 5-1 at the current moment, top fragging for Mirage.
Yeah, he's been quite the presence for this squad.
Yeah, he really is acting like Kento Raketti right now in the flesh. It's crazy. We have one in NA.
Absolutely the case. And he's not been the only one fragging out too, as you can see.
Gotta grow out the beard, though. Gotta grow out the beard.
Well, just gotta work on that a little bit more. But yeah, Benji, Mohese, as well as Dexter, also all sitting at 4 kills, 1 below him. So quite a bit of effectiveness coming out from most of the Mirage roster inside of this game. When you see who from DarkZero is gonna be able to turn up to that. NJR, the only one to match that pace, and that's with 2 entry kills as well to start things off.
No, you're not, Dexter. Stop it.
I think he is.
Oh, no, you're not. Please don't.
There's a default.
Oh, this is going to be so ridiculous. Is he going to go flying out of this?
I mean, he's seen it. No.
Oh, he's not.
No.
Okay.
He was just checking the default.
All right. I think that he was sitting there seeing if DZ was going to respect the camera and do what they're supposed to do, get rid of that, right? Not just go and repel.
Yeah.
If that guy goes and repel there, Dexter is flying off the top rope. I can tell you that right now. So Mirage will skimper off back into the depths of the building and await DarkZero. We'll start things off on the south side, at least for NJR's sake. This is where we've seen him get some pretty solid advances. Also, obviously, saw him work his way in towards the basement of his sledge early on, but the Jackal has been getting the deeds done that DarkZero needs for the early game.
Dita has slow rolling one those, but neither Mirage nor DZ are able to force a fight from either side at the beginning. Clip certainly wanting to take one, as we can see quite a few angles being opened up between him and I believe Kento, but Kento yet to take the bait. Now starting to respond to it. Going to see if he can get another peek back from his opponent there. And even flirting, of course, with a doorway here. There is a drone on the inside of the master area, so should be able to spot what Kento's getting up to pretty quickly. Panba will have to be much more cognizant of this, however, considering he's way more closer to the danger that potentially can be thrusted at him by the players on DZ, and they're certainly looking to do so. Kento, though, still sticking around, supported by that one magnet you can see at the top left of his crosshair, and a peek directly into him. First kill sunk against Panba, and he's still sticking around for the time being.
Well, Mirage might be putting us all on notice here in this game is Kento, 6-1. They got the leadoff pick yet again here in round 5, and now DarkZero have to try and bounce back with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Saw some solid drone work that they're capable of, given the fact that they still have 6 of those. They'll be able to get open the statuary triple here and make the situation a little harsher for Kento and a lot of his angles. Skiles will warm up the Rotero drones and start trying to get rid of some key pieces of utility as well before DarkZero spring 2 and try and get a execute going on.
He's got a little bit quieter on the map, but finally, Mirage able to activate themselves once more. Dexter lining up another mid-round kill. He's been consistent as ever with those so far inside of this game. A massive proponent. Now the team has been able to stay ahead of the curve past DarkZero here. Another one coming in from Mohese. Everybody getting a piece of the pie now is melted, and Kento shut out another one as well. It'll be a flawless round from Mirage. Might have been a team ace, too. I didn't actually catch if all 5 players picked up kills there, but it certainly looked like it as we close out that round.
What a round for Mirage, and I'd just like to go back back to kind of what I was saying at the beginning of the game. This right here is crunch time for Mirage. You know, it's been a very solid stage for them, but we're over the halfway mark now, though. So we know who is the quality teams inside of NA. And again, Mirage has kind of been on the teeter-totter, right? We really don't know exactly where to place them. Can they go and fight against some of the Titans of North America? Are other teams just kind of falling off and Mirage is on the upswing? Exactly what's happening? Well, I can tell you, at least given the circumstances of what we've seen on this defensive half, Mirage is no slouch. They definitely have some considerable firepower across the board. And to me, I just find it hilarious that all of the players were bouncing back and forth between Dexter and Mohese as to who has the most frag power on this team, and then Kento was just putting everybody in a box. Truly awesome to see, especially for the Mirage organization. I know how difficult times have been for them, just for everything. This team has always been pretty bad at Siege, so it's nice to see them finally have something for all of those struggles.
So now Mirage looking to increase their placing with a big victory here today. He's in that same position. It's going to be Dexter playing here this time around. Canadian also in the area, but doesn't really seem like they want to take the risk on this one. That default cam info just not playing out the way they want it to, so they're going to continue to hold back on that potential play. Won't be able to see it either. This is the last round we could have potentially seen it bust out, so only going to be on the attack from this point forward for Mirage. It's also the last hope for DarkZero, of course, to make their own series of impacts on this side. Starting down 5-1, even with the generally defensive-sided nature of this map here, it's still going to be a tough deficit to work your way back from. Just one slipped round going Mirage's way, and you have to win every single round from that point forward. So DZ want to avoid that if they can, and they'll attempt to pick up a second round here, of course, on the kitchen hold for Mirage.
On E1D up from Pambazoo, but nobody capitalizing on anything with that initial one. So more than likely just trying to get control of some portions of the map and forcing Mirage to stick to their angles, making it a little bit easier to achieve that. Gonna have some more Rotero drones out from Eclipse. Will more than likely be picking up some more pieces on the actual site. But as for Kento's sake, he's going to be over inside of Living Room, holding things down towards the library door. DarkZero, if you've noticed, have not really been bullheadish about getting into the actual building when it comes to the initial parts of the round. They really like to try and stick to this drone game and make sure that they know where Mirage is. The big issue is that they may know where a couple of the members are, but that doesn't mean that they're going to win the gunfights. Perfect example is, well, Canadian from earlier in his gunfight up against, I do believe, Kento in Ivy that he ended up losing, but this time around, the shoe's on the other foot. Kento will go down, and DarkZero get the big pick from the captain.
Melton going to lose the barricade over towards Pantry. That forces him back into the corner of the kitchen to play out a little bit more of a passive angle. Mohese is going to be able to strike first here.
There's
now on
no
the pulse
chance.
as well, knocking down Eclipse. I believe that dropped the case also. So that's going to be on the ground. I believe that kill might have also happened outside of the building. Through,
He
like,
sprinted out of
laundry door, right? Yeah. So finds that kill there. More likely means Case, of course, is going to go back under the control of DZ pretty quickly, but still, now they're going to have to be careful. And there's the pickup right there. Now they're going to have to be careful even moving up towards that doorway. This is the problem for DarkZero. They're constantly getting beaten in different parts of the map and having fear thrown at them now when they try to remake those plays.
No way.
Good news is,
No way.
look at this lurk now from Dexter. The perfect timing and the snapshot onto the second player. Denies the bicycle take. Leaves it all on to NJR, the lone shining star for DZ. So far in this matchup, now it's the clutch 1v3 fashion, but Mohese will get the better of him, and it's a 5-1 half for Mirage.
I'm going to let that one simmer for a second. That's a 5-1 half for Mirage.
On Villa.
On Villa. Quite interesting, I would say. Yes, indeed.
Which, like, actually looking at it historically is, like, not that big of a deal because DZ has lost the last 3 times they played Villa. But,
but the big thing is that it is DarkZero.
Yeah, and
right?
DarkZero does like to. We've had this problem in the past for DarkZero though, where they like consistently play on maps that like they don't appear to be very good at. Just looking at the most recent results, like Coastline was a very similar map like a year or two ago for them as well, where like they would always play into it. And I would always say like, why do they even on a Coastline? Like, they keep losing it. Like, what's going on? They have the reasons though for that, and ultimately here in the league as well, could you just kind of be working on it and using this as like live practice to an extent where they feel like they're very comfortable in this matchup. And well, in hindsight, that might be a bad play to make, and it worked at the time. So
this is the beauty of this, though. And instead of just being like, I don't know why they did this, you get to go, Mint, BC, why? Why did you do this? Oh, man. And between those two Galaxy brains, I mean, they probably have some very good reasons as to be here.
Absolutely.
Trust me. I mean, dude, the more and more that I learned about BC, just like as my Siege career went on, I was like, this guy is so damn smart. Like, Siege does not deserve BC. It's It's incredible how intelligent that guy is. But either way, we are finally into round 7 here. DarkZero will start things off in their defensive end, and they're going to have a little bit of a roam game going on. Canadian's going to be down on the base floor, going for some pre-fires. Also, been really favoring the suppressors as of late for himself.
Like we talked about before, the suppressors no longer with the massive disadvantage of potentially lowering the damage count, so has become a little bit more of an optimal choice for quite a few players, especially those that are trying to hide their intentions, as Canadian is attempting to do. Now, if once utility pops off, he can still potentially play inside of that without giving himself away, and that'll make his play potential much, much higher here. Skies with himself finding a lineup here over by Trophy and Statuary. He'll have a potential to play in, but at the same time, Kento is coming towards the crunch. Kento has a flank to work against him, though. Let's be careful of that as Panda finds one. What a reaction from Kento, though. Benji also snagging out another player here. Canadian, though, finally gets an opportunity to strike up on top of the Astro stairs and finds the trade onto Kento.
All right, Troy, we're going to have to see the warpath here. See if he can try and put DZ in the backpack on this defensive side and assist them with some of these aggro looks that we're getting out of Mirage. The War Chief himself still on that main floor. Going to be looking for some later flanks onto MRG, who still have all of the utility in the world to be able to break down this site. DarkZero, not nearly as much, minus NJR's consideration into this with those toxic babes. Canadian's made his way back towards the top of main stairs, so we'll be able to assist with this study player. But with Mirage having so much time on the clock, they can really drone this out, hunker down, and see how they want to try and dissect this.
Time, though, is starting to get a little bit low. About 2/3 of the way through the round, though, so Mirage is going to have to come up with an option sooner rather than later. And thankfully, it's going to be sooner for their own case. Candela is initially in to make a death's door push, but we don't see them justify the actual play past that point. Gives room for DarkZero to toss in a Toxic Babe and fend off any potential reaction we might have seen later on there from Mirage. Mahese also with the lineup here, but he has to be careful. As you can see with those silhouettes, there's a potential dash that can be made for the players interior to the site. Try and peek that angle. It would be kind of a complex move, though, to get themselves over there, so maybe not as much room for the defenders to play in. Regardless, Eclipse will have to move himself forward, but he'll move right into the path of a Candela, more than likely blinding him out. Nitro is out in the open, but doesn't fully kill Benji. It's enough to scare him off the case, though, but he sets up the frag after the fact, knocking down Eclipse and leaving it all on NJR and Canadian. Canadian still the big player here, in my opinion. He has the flank potential, and indeed, he strikes with it. Finds Mohese, who was supposed to have Overwatch for this. NJR kills the Insight player. Now the tables have turned, and it's all fallen to Dexter, but he too frags out with one more kill still to his name. Wants to back up, play this on the audio cue. Malusi will give him away down at the bottom of those stairs. That will prompt Canadian to drop onto the initial counter defuse. Has Dexter heard this? He's got the stun charge to throw in. Got him off of it when he heard the stairway movement. 20 seconds left, 13 seconds to start the counter defusal process, and more than likely pick up this kill along the way. Canadians have enough of these games. He needs to move forward now and find the frag. He's going to get it, but now he's running out of time. He's got to run back. Does he get on it? And indeed he does. DarkZero forged in a second round at the beginning of the second half.
Ice cold the Canadian is as he'll shut down Mirage. Practically single-handedly, John. He was there for every engagement that went down for the entirety of that defensive half, and he went to the four corners of the earth to be able to do it. The north side of the building, the south stairs, taking things in study, getting that big kill on the study balcony. There were so many different things that Canadian was able to muster to make sure that Mirage weren't able to win this. And finally, does it in the clutch. What a player Canadian is. And he'll keep DarkZero alive here and stave off Mirage's chances of getting to that penultimate round.
Nicely done from DarkZero. Really needed a booming start to this half to forge their way back into the game, and indeed, that's exactly what we'll get with a clutch like that out of Canadian. Mirage, though, quickly going to look to respond to that in their own regard, but they'll have to change up the play style a little bit, moving over to the other side of the second floor to attack this one instead, of course, and we're going to see quite a few interesting attacker repicks. Doubling down on the Candelas for Benji after shifting away from the Lion, and we were flashing a Montaigne for a second there on Dexter, but he feels he might be better served going to the Twitch, and generally I would tend to agree.
Yeah, I can definitely see why you would agree with that. You know, Dexter has a lot of firepower, and why would you not want to go with the F2? You know, Monty is quite the considerable operator at the end of the day, but you still have so much potential with that F2 in the right hands, and Dexter is definitely quite capable when it comes to that. So DarkZero me looking for a trophy statuary defense here. They've brought the Frost into play as well, so we'll see if anybody gets nipped in the bud early on here to any of these welcome mats laying around the map. Benji is going to be building things up here on the study side, but it's mostly window play across the board for Mirage as they try and set up some cutoffs for DarkZero's roam game.
Very casual. I'm being taken by both sides here at the moment. Neither team trying to jump directly into the action. DarkZero especially so, as they've pushed out their aggression, of course, over towards AVG, but as you can tell, are not too keen on holding on to it, backing up from those positions almost instantaneously, as we see Mirage work their way up to the top of the main stairs and get outer study access for themselves here. Candela goes into the fallback. Ultimately, probably a smart move from DarkZero. There's a pretty good chance those players would have gotten overwhelmed by the Candela toss that went in there and the following push that would have come after that. DZ now realizes where the majority of this play is probably going to come from, so they'll begin to set up the rest of their utility. Specifically, you could see NJR going for the setup of the deployable shield there. Just gives these defenders a little bit of a way to lean out in the event we see the usual push come through in Master side as well, and the focus ends up being on study, or rather not study, excuse me, statuary.
Well, pretty quiet. Some birds chirping in the background. Really not much else. All of DarkZero seeing what Mirage's next move is going to be as we get updated on Benji's situation. He's actually still in the exact same position that we left him a minute and 45 seconds ago. So you can see the respect from both of these teams going back and forth. Nobody wants to be the one to make the first critical blunder and potentially give the round over. And you really got to be feeling for DarkZero in this instance because eventually they know that Mirage is going to be here. But fortunately enough, Canadian has been so slick on this defensive end. He has been the game changer when it comes down to it. NGR knowing one's upstairs, Skies will get him. He gets gunned down though, and the trade game begins. Mirage 2-3, make it 1-3 with Melted being the lone member to try and pick this one up. Has 40 seconds to try and do so. Has 2 frag grenades as well, but one will get eaten up by the magnet. No real angles being held by DarkZero, although there is quite a few for him to be worried about. Cell has another magnet here, so that frag grenade is not going to be very useful, and it's actually going to be NJR to gun him down. DarkZero once again slowing down Mirage's assault and able to get some very serious kills that damage the hull beyond repair.
Very tough sort of trade matrix that was set up there for DarkZero to work past as well if you were on the attacking side of that round. Kind of players just not making the expected plays after like a teammate would go down or something like that. So it was really hard for Mirage to predict where the next peak or play would potentially come from. And as you could tell, struggled greatly with the actual execute, specifically in the statuary, but you of course had the players over in Trophy supporting that quite nicely as well, with NJR making the late pop out for him. That really surprised once again the play for Mirage and allowed for the rest of the team to move out without too many restrictions to shut down the rest of that aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. I think DarkZero, especially on this defensive end, with these 2 rounds, have been putting some pretty considerable effort into it, especially for NJR and Canadian's sake. I've been loving what we've been seeing out of Troy. His positioning across the map has been utterly annoying. I mean, he's so annoying to deal with, especially inside of that last round, right? Mirage thinks that they can simply sneak away over up the... oh my goodness, not the Aviator stairs, the Astro stairs. There we go. Yeah, but either way, able to just shut that down super quickly by just peeking out of China. He was hiding right on the inside of the door. Nobody drones him out. And to be honest with you, Villa's biggest issue is droning. There's so many areas to sit around this map. There's quite a bit of clutter as well. So having operators like Jackal, like Doke, like Lion are so good for trying to get that clear done at a proper amount of time. And that's kind of the, obstacle that you can run into from an offensive point of view when it comes to situations like that, just letting those roamers slip through the cracks.
All right, alive and well rolling here into round number 9. We knew of Canadian being hunted down quite heftily by the drone game over on Mirage, but Mirage's drone game also working on other things too, like knocking out Panda as he's going to fall first off here. The Alibi fails to make impact on this round. As you can see it there down in the right side of Study is where that player ends up getting caught out. An early kill found for Mirage, capitalizing on the early aggression from DarkZero. Probably going to call for that to be called back on the next round, so can't really rely on plays like that. But at the same time, you can rely on makeups like this. Canadian, though, being blinded out, a Candela landing directly in front of him. Not even sure he was aware, but still wins out the initial engagement. Now going to be traded, though, by Benji, bringing us down to a 4v3. Still an advantage to Mirage.
What a lackadaisical peak there from Melted. Low-key, he deserved that, because the Candela went off so long ago, and you played that timing so poorly. Either way, Dexter will take down Skies. It's going to be a 4v2 in favor of MRGs. They've finally gotten some wind in their sails. and they're looking to propel themselves through round 9. Eclipse trying to pick up the pieces. Be downstairs at Ivy. I do believe he has one over inside of Living, and he does indeed. They'll be playing the bathroom as of now. NJR has actually snuck his way into Mud, so he'll be occupying this window, at least for the current moment, but nobody home for Mirage. Oh, big peek here. Oh, NJR! What a shot! Suppressed SMG-11, and he still lets it sing at a considerable range, finds the head of the ace, and that's not something that you see him pro play that often.
That was like the tail end of the magazine as well. He had maybe another shot or two left in that thing before he was emptied out. Beautifully done. DarkZero continuously finding ways to keep themselves in the round. Hasn't saved their butts yet, but has very much put the fear into Mirage here, and they're thinking twice about this entry. As we see, though, the peak finally comes out from NJR now that he's going to be yellow pinged, so that'll force him to swing. Finally takes him down and leaves only Eclipse standing alive here for DarkZero in a 1v3 scenario as well, as being deep into a very tricky site to properly tear apart here. He's going to take probably the least expected position, as deep as he can go into Laundry, behind the machines themselves, just waiting for the play to come through. The good news for Mirage, though, is they had plenty of excess time after putting themselves into this position, so more than likely I would have assumed they've been able to move in and drone this out. Reactor drone's still available, but no one has moved past Eclipse's position. Regardless, he will be found out. A nice headshot, though, onto his first target. Kento goes down. Not much he can do to interrupt the plant, but he's still going to try and work towards it as he moves forward here. Has navigated past the plant and tries to go wild in the swing versus Dexter. But finally loses his wits. Dexter will close it down, and that'll put Mirage on the map and match point.
6-2, and I would just like to remind you that ever since Christian Guerra left DarkZero, John, he has not gotten a single win over DZ since that moment. And I believe at this moment in time, it's been over a year since Christian actually ended up moving over to Mirage as their head coach. So, is this it? Does he finally get his pseudo revenge on DarkZero as a head coach? Could be a pretty considerable moment, man. That's super exciting stuff, given those circumstances. So, past that, though, Mirage up 3 rounds after that round dub. Be trying to claim their last one here on the AVG defense that DarkZero is building upon. Gonna have the Mira in play. They'll also have the OMI discs along for the Ride Mute as well. Nothing to really point that DarkZero wants to try and stretch this defensive setup thin, minus Canadian do what he does best, and just being a thorn in the side of the offense.
And so DarkZero, with their last opportunity from this point forward to try and course correct. This was the big problem that we mentioned at halftime.
Oh, there we go. Now we have the
DarkZero
extension. I was wondering where it was.
There we go. With DarkZero falling behind 1-5 at the beginning. Yes, they had 2 amazing rounds to start this half off to bring them back into it, but ultimately they were still, even at that point, 2 rounds behind Mirage. And Mirage, with just that single response, has already put themselves at the very end of this matchup here now. Just one more needed, and they will take the full win versus DarkZero and the full 3 points that'll come along with that. You can take a look at the top of our screen. You can see the current standings. DarkZero in 3rd, Mirage in 6th as well. Mirror window is going to be lost there, by the way. That's what Sam said ooh about, in case you didn't hear it for yourself. Mirage here, though, still very much looking to gain a lot and potentially a few positions in the standings if they can find this win.
That was just big brain from Dexter there. He tosses one of the Twitch drones down Ivy, and it catches the balcony of the 2nd floor, so he's able to just quickly taser open the Mira window, which makes things a little more complicated for DarkZero. They don't have that one-way mirror to play off of with practically infinite information, so they'll have to worry about that. And past that, they're going to have to worry about Mirage trying to take control of Astronomy and the entire master side of the map. They've already taken down Pambazoo, and they're taking their sweet time. Melted somehow gotten in towards Concrete. Eclipse gets one, but where's Mirage? This man needs help. Melted will finally take down Eclipse. DZ, now worse for wear given the situation, and Nitro Cell does not do any damage to the player upstairs. It must have been a quick move there for the Mirage member, as they will stay alive.
And GR going to try to piece this back together here. Things have fallen apart very, very quickly for DarkZero. The site hold targeted first off by Mirage, the extensions for the most part ignored, and now they're really all that's left. Skies as well in a kind of an interesting position considering he was on the Mira, still positioned way downstairs at the bottom of Astro stairs, and obviously having to rotate a little bit differently than that now, but we have seen the rest of Mirage continue to move forward here, clearing out the rest of that extension, now ready to move forward, deeper into the site. NJR with a nice dash and pick up here as he takes down Melted. Thankfully, the site being played out into AVG instead of Trophy and Statuary makes this situation a heck of a lot more palatable for DarkZero, as they do still have the extra map control to play with.
The big issue, though, is the time. Mirage can abuse this so heavily, especially with Benji's Candela still in his pocket. DarkZero won't be allowed to occupy a lot of these lanes that could shut down. Mirage pushing in right off rip. Mohese with a beautiful angle discovered on the other end here for the bookshelf. He'll be able to take down NJR. He won't be able to take out Skies, though. He's been so good for DarkZero the whole year, but Dexter knows his foot was already in the grave. He just gives him a good shove, John. Mirage take away Villa 7-3 against DarkZero. Their ticket is not punched yet for the major.
Big week here for Mirage, considering the absolutely heartbreaking defeat towards the tail end of last week. They're able to bring it back much more strongly this time around. Take this big win versus DarkZero. Like you had mentioned there, just as we were beginning to start our last round, Garo definitely going to be really happy about it, being a former organizational member of DayZ, finally being able to take a win against his own former team, now in the coaching position alongside the rest of the squad, playing really lights out today. Every single member of Mirage bringing a performance to the table in at least one round, and absolutely deserving of this shutdown scoreline versus DZ.
You know, John, I don't exactly like losing, but when it's Caliber Jacob that also loses with me and ruins his 100% pick record for the week, I'm going to have a smile on my face. So that's what we've got going on here. Poor Caliber Jacob throws it out the window off not picking a red-hot Mirage to take out DarkZero.
Yeah, definitely thought we would have seen a little bit more consistency coming out from DarkZero. It's why I kind of favored them. I thought it was a pretty close prediction. I was feeling the Mirage pick, but that's my fault for not going with it. Mirage proved me wrong. It probably proved a lot of you at home wrong today as well. That'll do it for the two of us on the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break, and when we do come back, we'll have your analysis ready to break things down and wrap up the week. Woo!
Welcome back one last time to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Doa, along with Jesse J, Caliber Jacob, and Penguin. And we've got Mohesi from the victorious team, Mirage, waiting to chat with us over in Las Vegas. Congratulations, Mohesi. You guys got it done. So what was it that finally helped Mirage get over the line? It was a little bit shaky in these last couple games, getting up 5-1, 6-1, not being able to close out. What changed today?
Honestly, today we kind of just kept our composure and didn't really mess up like the late round that we were really struggling with the past couple play days. So we're just fixing the mistakes that we had prior and just capitalizing on them, and we ended up getting the dub today.
Congratulations on the win today, Jesse. It's nice to see you popping off in these games. I want you to talk a little bit to the fans and to the audience about your role on this team, because obviously you're moving into a hard breach. You're moving into kind of an IGL role for Mirage. So can you talk about what you do both in the server and then behind the scenes on this new iteration of Mirage?
I mean, I just play the hard breach. I do the main IGL role of the game, but everybody has a voice. Everybody's like an IGL. I'm just listening and making a decision off of what I hear. So it's just everybody has a big voice in the game, and it all comes together when we're all like firing in all cylinders.
It seems like today you guys finally figured out how you guys wanted to finish your rounds out, and I think it looked very, very clean today. What's the next steps for Mirage for this next week coming up?
Next week, we're just focused on our games. We're going to come out and hopefully not show any of the mistakes and choke like we did prior. So, just come out, stay composed, win our games, and hopefully, make the major.
So the efforts that you guys have put in so far for this stage mean that Mirage now has one of the biggest amount of wins they've had in a single stage in a very long time. But that's not something that you've had to worry about because you've been on other teams in CL for a really long time trying to find your way to get into the league. So what are you going to do for these last 3 games to really prove what you specifically are about? What's the message you're trying to send to everybody?
I mean, it's a team game, obviously. So, I want to perform as best as I can, like, make the calls for my team to win the game. So, I just want to prove that, like, I can IGL at this level, and I can lead a team to greatness.
I mean, taking down a team like DarkZero certainly is a step in that direction. Congrats again on the win. Good luck next week, and thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
All right, well, there you go. Mohesi from Mirage. They got it done. The upset was real. 7-3 victory for them. Let's talk a little bit about DarkZero. The stats, the numbers not looking super great. 2-9 for Panbazoo. A surprisingly bad performance for usually one of their top performers.
Yeah, I mean, one stat in particular is the opening deaths. There was a lot of opening deaths where Panbazoo was giving away a kill to a player outside. I think numerous rounds he died to the guy outside the master window. I don't know. I don't think Mirage was really forcing too many issues for Panbazoo to give up those picks. I don't know. It was very strange.
This has been a consistent problem for Panbazoo. He's got, coming into this playday, I should say, he had the most opening deaths of any player in the stage. He had 13. Now with 4 extra, that'll be 17. And he does get a lot of opening kills as well. I don't want to take that away from him. He is negative on entry overall. This will bring him to 11 and 17. That's a ton of engagements just to start with. But 11 opening kills is great. But he really needs to work on being a little bit more consistent with that. If he can be kind of that rock for DarkZero in the entry, that definitely will help them win a couple of those rounds.
I feel like for as all-encompassing as DarkZero's attacks have tried to be, sometimes there'd always be one guy who'd slip through the cracks. All of a sudden, they do a big drone game, they're trying to make a kitchen execute, and suddenly there's Dexter there with a quick 2-piece. And all of a sudden, it changes the entire polarity of a round in spite of all the prep and the drone work they might have done to get to that point. And then Mirage are also meeting these trades. If DarkZero are determined to go fast, Mirage are determined to go even faster in some of those situations where they understand if it really is DZ just trying to frag, trying to set the pace, they're going to be met the entire way by Mirage Gunners. It's the same way they've been playing this whole stage. Sometimes it's come back to bite them. Sometimes teams have been able to read into it. And I do agree with DarkZero being a super adaptable squad, but sometimes when you just have some of these guys going balls to the wall with literally nothing to lose and they can shoot, that's exactly what they're going to keep doing, and that was why they won today.
I mean, if Mirage can keep this up, they suddenly become a very threatening team, right? Because if they can regularly get that far ahead early and then they can start closing it out consistently, scary, scary team. But let's take a look at one round in particular that kind of illustrates that point. This is round number 6. This was on the defense, but kind of shows a little bit about what we're talking about. They can be deadly.
Yeah, I think it's really cool how focused these swings were for Mirage. Now, I want you to focus on the defuse kit. On the right here, Eclipse knows he's got that kit. Mohesi, of course, with that information on the pulse, goes for the swing, takes down the defuse kit holder. That's a huge pick. Of course, nobody else on DarkZero is near there. It's going to take a long time for somebody else on DarkZero to make the rotate around, to go pick up that kit so they can eventually try to plant this out. It will be Skies. But what I love for Mirage in this round in particular, it's not just once that they're able to go out and focus down the defuse kit, but it's actually going to happen a second time where they make an aggressive play to down that kit, to focus in on these important players that are in on the attack and that are really making Mirage's lives difficult. Here comes Dexter. He finds not only Pamba, but also Skies. And again, it's the fuse kit on the ground. It's impactful kills every single time, and these moves that Mirage are making are a big reason why they were so successful on the defense.
Yeah, I think a big thing today was Mo and Dexter were able to slip through the cracks that DZ had. I think DZ, I said they had to, tighten up their villa, but Mo and Dexter were slipping through the cracks, and they capitalized. I think they had the most frags on their team as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it was neat seeing the newer players, especially on Mirage, put up, great stat lines. Obviously, we have the veterans on there. We have, Benji, right? We have, Melted. And even Kento, to a certain extent, is feeling like a veteran on Mirage compared to, the other two, compared to Dexter and Mohesi. So it's cool to see the new guys kind of putting up stats, too.
Yeah.
But,
no, I was gonna say, it's cool how the new players on Mirage have really redefined kind of the face of the team. Right. It doesn't feel like the same team at all, even though they only changed out 2 players. It feels like the whole identity has been redefined by Mohesi and Dexter, and that's cool to see from 2 rookies coming out of Challenger League.
Definitely is. So Mirage getting the big win over DarkZero today. DarkZero still close, but still waiting for that final regulation win to send them in as a confirmed team to SI. I'm pretty sure they're going to get there by the end of the stage. But
we'll see. They got denied today. So.
You never know. You never know, right? But I think Mirage, as we've seen, can be a surprisingly dangerous team from time to time. Maybe not so surprisingly anymore. But what I'm prepared to be, maybe surprised, maybe not surprised about, is our MVP for the day. Anyone want to make any guesses before we reveal it?
Yeti.
I'm going to go
100%.
I'm going to go with Rexon.
Over Rexon?
Over Rexon?
20,
yes. They had a tougher opponent, historically a much better opponent. He had a fantastic performance on top of it, and we can't keep on giving MVPs to people who just got 20 bombs. If it's not Yeti, I riot.
I disagree.
Right. What Penguin, you want to make a guess?
I think both played an amazing game, and both were extremely influential.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so then either name a third or pick a side.
All right, I'll name a third. No, I'm just kidding. Wow. I already named my side. I think Rexon with the 20.
All right, sure. Who is it? Who's it going to be? It is Rexon.
Rexon with the 20.
Regardless of the opponent, he's the one that stepped up and grabbed those kills. And they weren't easy rounds, okay? These were times where really it did seem like Parabellum were going to get that advantage, but time and time and time again, Rexon made those plays. He does stuff that no other player realistically would get away with, but he does it over and over and over again, as illustrated with this round. My God. Wow. How often he gets away with stuff like that is just crazy, and I think that he was the main player to step up and make this game look so dominant for Soniqs over Parabellum. We talk about how deep the fragging power goes on Soniqs. Yeah, they got Grixer, yeah, they got Kansan, yeah, they got Gunner, but they've also, of course, got Rexon. They've got so many talented players. Don't want to not mention Geo as well on this lineup. It's good to see Rexon coming in strong here, dropping 20 kills, 4.0 KD ratio. That's just not something that is realistic to see.
He's at the top, and a big reason for why the Soniqs are barreling forward with this stage, in spite of having 2 new players swapped out and a very different ideology that he said was more on the fly than when they had a more stringent system of leadership. They're solidly in first place right now. They secured that over TSM with TSM's loss and their massive win today, and they are the first team to crack over 15 points based on his efforts. So if we're looking at minimum threshold to qualify for the major, they put themselves in very good position, and he's a huge reason why.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the standings and talk a little bit more about that, right? Because obviously we did have some pretty big fluctuations over the course of the week.
Boy.
Less big were maybe Soniqs and TSM, still looking very good. XSET kind of resurgent compared to, where they were maybe kind of looking at the beginning of the week. And look at that, Mirage rises up into 4th place above DarkZero in the standings after that win. Pretty impressive.
And the least big team of all, Beastcoast, eliminated from major contention. They cannot possibly get up to that 11-point threshold and break into the top 4. Everybody else, though, still technically in the race, even if it's starting to get hard for teams like Oxygen, Astralis, or Parabellum.
I'm mostly concerned about Astralis' overall status, mostly given they've had consistency this year. They were the #1 team in both Stage 1 and Stage 2. Even if Stage 2 was kind of like a last-second, wait a second, we got first sort of reaction for them. For them to not be immediately in the major conversation is definitely weird, though still, all it takes is for them to get 3 points and suddenly they jump up a couple of spots and only 1 point below a couple of teams currently fighting it out for the 3rd place position, because we still have 3 teams all at 11 points.
Yeah, I think, Soniqs being the outlier with 15 points, I still think they need to continue the pressure and not let up on the gas, because all these teams are extremely close, and one loss and boom, 2 teams are right back up with them.
Yep, that's right. So, I believe we're going to look at our predictions next. I was trying to,
Why?
Well, because I think it's very important to take a look at this actually.
Jeez, man.
Because I got to give credit to Jacob here, because this week he had a 90% prediction rate. Not overall, 60% on
If
the
only it was
stage,
90 overall.
which is good. But you got 9 out of the 10 in the last 2 days. Right, everything right to the very last game of today. Picking DarkZero over Mirage.
Thought it was going to happen, man. And I guess that means, I'm trying to remember desk rates for the guests so far. I think obviously Seth walked away with an 80% last week, but I'm wondering where you rank now at this point compared to where Joe and Tommy were from last stage. I don't know if we have the number to say, but I think this is still very solid.
I think you were right in the middle of the road. I think we had people that were lower. I think we had, I think Super was higher last week. So I think you kind of came in the average probably.
Look, I think the point is, if my overall rating or my percentage from all 3 weeks so far is the exact same as yours over 1 week, I'm taking that as like a bump on my ego. I think that means I did well.
Jacob,
okay, I've got information here.
Wait.
Joe, last stage, okay. Joe was 60%, so you tied Joe. Tommy was 30%, so you beat Tommy.
Well done, Tommy.
Oh, Tommy! Oh! The stats don't lie. And Super last week was higher, I believe.
Yeah, he
ended
had
up in
80.
80s. It was impressive
80,
stuff.
yeah, 85, 90, something like that.
It's pretty high. So like I was thinking, pretty good.
Yeah, I would
good
say
job.
not too bad.
Good job. Yeah, not bad. Coin also, by the way, exactly 50%. Exactly where it should be.
Who would have thought?
There you go. I mean,
wasn't it below 50
that's what it
last
should be.
stage?
It was, but it was above 50 the stage before. So if it can finish this stage at like exactly 50,
all right, whatever.
It's a wash.
Fine.
It did exactly what a coin should do. That's right. Let's take a look at next week's schedule, because again, we only have 3 days of play left. 2 next week, 1 after that. I can't believe we're flying through stage 3 this quickly already. Check it out, Parabellum versus Mirage. I'd say that might be a pretty good opportunity for Mirage at this point. Beastcoast versus Spacestation. Congrats on your 3-point Space Station. XSET versus Astralis. Sorry, Beastcoast. Oxygen versus Soniqs. Well, yeah. TSM versus DarkZero. There's definitely some good ones in there on Playday number 7, and some that we're gonna maybe need to see an upset if we see something that we didn't expect.
Yeah, TSM, DarkZero, those are 2 teams that right now sit almost in the top 4. DZ currently 5th based on a 1-round differential difference behind Mirage. But 2 teams that both are fighting tooth and nail to get to the major. That will be a very fun game to end out Playday 7.
Yeah, I think for me the interesting game though is the XSET Astralis. It's a frag fest from both sides.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Depending on what map they play, I think it could go either way.
And neither one of them still have major confirmation at this point either. I think for XSET, it's going to be a hard road. They've got 3rd place right now, only like a couple rounds above Mirage, which is slowly creeping into a lot of people's heads as a team that will maybe need to come down to the very last game to decide if they finally make their first ever international appearance.
It's going to be tight.
I know people count them out. Is it time to stop doing that? Oh, and then they get the Beastcoast game in the Playday immediately after that. So maybe Mirage's chances are like way better than people are thinking right now.
This Beastcoast Mirage game is going to be so great, actually, because in the past, the positions have been reversed, right? It's been Beastcoast looking pretty good, 1 win away from getting into a major, and Mirage has always been the gatekeeper, right? Now we might have the opposite. Mirage might be the team that's like 1 win away from confirming a major, and Beastcoast might get to play spoilers. So I think that one's got a ton of fun story potential to it. I'm really looking forward to it.
And we have the return of Spur Bunny's stats next week, I'm pretty sure. That's going to be a lot of fun. We get into major probability territory and try to knock a couple of people out next week. That'll be a lot of fun.
Certainly could be, that's right. Well, there is our schedule for next week, and that brings us pretty much to the end of the day and the week for the Rainbow Six North American League here. I want to get some final thoughts from our analysts before we close it out. Jesse, how was your week of Rainbow Six, or at least your 2 days anyway?
I had a good 2 days, full week that we had here in Rainbow Six. Nice to get some teams kind of back on track, especially for Mirage. Nice to have another week here in the studio. And as I mentioned yesterday, nice to have a fellow Canadian with me on the desk. Really appreciate you having on, Penguin.
Well, thank you for having me. I mean, I had a lot of fun. I thought it was very good games to be played. And I mean, I thought I had some insight to give. And I don't know, I'd like to be back at one time, but we'll see.
Well, unfortunately for you, the stage does end in a couple of weeks.
It's all good.
So we may not have that many times left
late
to
in the
bring
future,
it back.
late in the future.
I like the fact that we're seeing this stage have a lot of teams finally exceeding expectations that were set from earlier in the year. TSM's finally cracking above where they were supposed to be, and Mirage also had a legacy of suck for the majority of this year. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case anymore, because I genuinely think it'll come down to Playday 9 before we even know if they're going to the next major, or if they really only just push up about as high as Beastcoast did in stage 1, came super close, but weren't actually able to make it work. And on the flip side of things, Astralis are on the sad side of that coin, where they had really good 2 stages, but it feels like things are just flipped. Things are flipped for this stage, which is good for some teams, bad for others, and it just makes the storylines at this stage ever more exciting.
Absolutely. It's been another fun week of Rainbow Six. The drama is great. The drama in the game I'm talking about. I'm not into that out-of-game drama stuff. I want to keep it in the game, in the esport. That's where it belongs. But that's going to do it for us here at the Rainbow Six North American Week 4. See, I'm done. I'm just done talking for the week. I'm going to go play some board games or something, play some Siege. You go do that too, but also be kind to each other. Have a good time online, and we will see you next week for Week 4 of the Rainbow Six North American League. Take care. See you then.
Spacestation.
Playday.